Having our analyst in studio later on, as well as in the headlines, what's on the papers here. President Uhuru Kenyatta yesterday opened another state-of-the-art laboratory for the detectives, and that coming at the background of the new kind of crime that even the president acknowledged, the SIM swap crime that is now affecting many Kenyans and even foreigners as well. That later on in the program. But meanwhile, let's get the show on the road, starting with you, Jen. Again, good morning. It's the highest degree show.
Good morning. It's interesting that you mentioned degree. It's actually the story on the front page of the Daily Nation, the battle of degrees. Do they have them? Do they not have them? That's the story that we'll be giving you more details as per what has been captured on this particular daily. But before we get to that, welcome once again to the program. I am Jane Mamboy. As always, we appreciate that you choose to start your morning with us right here on Good Morning Kenya, coming to you live from the broadcasting house here in Nairobi. Doreen.
Yani Jane na Victor mumesema mwanze show with throwing in the degree issue.
Sisi ni gazeti.
Yani issue tuseme sasa imeenda shule, it is qualified, certified, accredited, falls on the list of CUE because it is the show of the highest degree.
Because already it's hot, so the temperature tumepeleka juu.
All right, anyway, a beautiful morning to you, viewers. Thank you so much for tuning in to Good Morning Kenya. Just as Jane and Victor has mentioned, we have clearly packed up for you the show this Tuesday morning. A lot in store for you up until the end of the show. That's up until 10 a.m. So stay put on the roads this morning. Our focus will be on what is happening along Outer Ring Road. We'll still track, those statistics that had been presented by NTSA, that this is one of those roads that records the highest number of death cases. And you can remember that yesterday we also had a report from the Road Safety Authority which indicated the number of deaths that have been recorded between March up until now have surpassed the number that NTSA had previously presented. So this morning we look at that, and perhaps if still is the leading causes of deaths in terms of roads in our country, and perhaps what is leading to that. That is what we shall be focusing on this morning. Many thanks for making time. I'm Doreen Arange Okelo. Regina.
The 14th of June, and you've taken time to join us here on KBC Channel 1. You're watching In the Headlines. As introduced there by my colleague, we call her Traffic Marshal A1 Doreen. I am Regina Manyara. Now, what has government spent its budget on in the last financial year? That is 2020-2021 budget. Now, according to the Auditor General report, well, there's a lot of misuse, with MDAs receiving a cool qualified and unqualified opinions there. And the words that the Auditor General has chosen to go with in giving her report is that unsupported, unauthorized, unconfirmed, undisclosed, wasteful. This is Auditor General Nancy Gadongo using 5 words across all, MDAs, that is departments and agencies, after inspecting the spending of a cool 3.38 trillion shillings budget for the year ended June 2021. Going to be keeping tabs on that, in light of government's move to raise the debt ceiling from the current 9 trillion to 10 trillion shillings to give government, the current government and the incoming government after the August 9th elections, some wiggle room to pay off loans as well as handle matters of development. In this particular auditor's report, it also includes that in as much as government was wasteful, suppliers are still awaiting their pay. So much more on that. We're also going to be looking at the political scene with just 55 days to go. Get us online. Our Twitter handle is at KBC Channel 1 and include where you're watching this particular broadcast from. For now, we take a quick breather and news will be up next. Good morning. If you're tuning in, this is In the Headlines, and I'm Regina Manyara. You can get us on Twitter on KBC Channel 1. My Twitter handle is at Ray Manyara. Now we start off with matters security, where President Uhuru Kenyatta says the country is now in a position to deal with the emerging digital and advanced crimes bedeviling the country in the wake of the modern technology progression. He was speaking when he commissioned the first ever National Forensic Lab at the Directorate of Criminal Investigation headquarters.
After close to 2 decades of actualizing the dream of a national forensic laboratory that will assist security personnel in handling advanced crimes, finally the dream has come to fruition. On Monday, President Uhuru Kenyatta commissioned the facility at the Directorate of Criminal Investigation headquarters.
Our shared commitment to unraveling capital offenses such as murder and robbery with violence, and combating emerging and transnational organized crimes such as terrorism, drug trafficking, illicit arms trade, counterfeiting, smuggling, and offenses against wildlife also gets a monumental boost today.
President Kenyatta highlighting the digital challenges faced by entrepreneurs in the wake of new digital crimes that have seen Kenyans duped.
As we aspire for a Kenyan where every citizen, enterprise, and organization has digital access and the capacity to participate and thrive in the digital economy, a new wave of crime is equally emerging that involves such things as swim swapping and the typical Tumakwahi number syndicate, all of which we must deal with properly.
The effort, personally, even of supervising this, the construction, equipping, and everything, myself having been even involved in several visits here to ensure that we give Kenyans exactly what we have intended for them to have for better services as far as crime management is concerned in the country.
The lab is equipped with latest analytical technology that will revolutionize investigative techniques based on evidence, resulting in safer and timely justice to Kenyans.
As a supplementary dividend, it will also protect our police officers from unfounded allegations that have been there in the past.
That one way we can pay tribute to His Excellency the President is to use these resources effectively to make Kenyans even much more proud because of the turnaround time in investigations, because the song about sending samples to South Africa is coming to an end today.
Of our capacity in investigations that will go beyond the borders of this country.
The enhancement of the efficiency and effectiveness of the investigations will no doubt have a positive ripple effect throughout the justice sector.
At the same time, President Kenyatta directed the National Police Service to introduce mandatory and continuous development programs on cyber security to all crime investigation officers. The official opening of this forensic laboratory now spells a new dimension for the security personnel in the country in how they will be handling crime in the country and beyond. Kamchemenza at the DCI headquarters, Nairobi.
Indeed, that's a step in the right direction when it comes to matters of security. Now, with 55 days to go to the August 9th polls, Nairobi County gubernatorial aspirant Johnson Sakaja says the complainant in a petition against his clearance on academic qualification omitted his credentials in a replying affidavit to the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Dispute Committee. Sakaja maintains that he graduated with a degree in Bachelor of Science in Management from Team University in Uganda, and the complaint is a smear campaign against him. Sarafina Ruby with the details.
Johnson Sakaja's clearance by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission was thrown into disarray after a petitioner claimed he had submitted fake academic papers. In a replying affidavit to the IEBC Dispute Resolution Committee, Sakaja faulted the petitioner for not acknowledging that he graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree in Management from Team University in Uganda.
Bush versus the...
Meanwhile, a Nairobi voter George Bush has filed a complaint against another Nairobi gubernatorial aspirant, Polycarp Gave, claiming he shouldn't have been cleared after resigning as Nairobi deputy governor. The complaints will be heard and determined on the 15th of June 2022. In the meantime, Kiambu senatorial aspirant Karungo Athangwa has filed a complaint against rejection of his registration on allegations of failing to comply with statutory timelines and having a pending suit in court. Through his lawyer Nganga Mbugwa, Karungo argued that a court order restraining IEBC from receiving his papers was lifted by a 3-judge bench and that he was never impeached from office as alleged.
The governor did not remove Mr. Athangwa, and you will find the answer in the letter at page 12.
Finally, the High Court has quashed a decision by the IEBC requiring all registered political parties to comply with the 2/3 gender principle in submission of the nomination list. Justice Anthony Mrima ruled that the requirement contravened Article 10 of the Constitution for want of public participation and hence amounts to direct derogation of political rights. Subsequently, the letter by IEBC to the United Democratic Alliance to revise their nomination list has been quashed.
Now, from the corridors of justice is that stakeholders in women's rights advocacy have raised concern over the rise in cases of violence against women during the electioneering period. FIDA Kenya Executive Director Anne Ireri says preliminary results indicate that a rising trend in online harassment, calling for a collaborative approach to create a safe space for women aspirants.
Less than 60 days to the general election, the Federation of Women Lawyers in Kenya held a meeting with a section of members of the Kenya Editors Guild and women aspirants to discuss the role of the media in supporting women's participation in politics. Stakeholders from the media sector used the platform to challenge women aspirants to be strategic in order to secure equal coverage in the media.
1 out of 4 people heard or read about in news are women. That translates to about 24%. So that means if you did not mind mathematics like I do, it means about 76% are men.
In the newsroom, we don't talk of equal coverage. We talk of equitable coverage. You will not get coverage if you're not doing something worth coverage. It doesn't matter whether you're a man or a woman.
According to the executive director of the Association of Media Women in Kenya, Judy Kaberia, a lot has been achieved through training of journalists on gender-sensitive reporting, but more needs to be done.
If we look at the representation, out of the 1,883 elected positions in the country, women account for only 172. And it's on this premise that we've been training journalists on why it is important for us to ensure we are giving women a voice, especially the political aspirants that are running for these 2022 elections. And one of the sessions that has never missed is gender-sensitive reporting and political representation for women in the 2022 general election.
During the forum, concern was also raised about the surge in cases of online violence against women.
At the Association of Media Women in Kenya, we've already done a research on online violence against women. And this we've seen an increase compared to the previous years. And it's a double threat because initially we were dealing with the threats offline before the digital age arrived. But we've realized it's come with both opportunities and disadvantages. And worst of it is that this online or this cyberbullying, as you're calling it, has forced some women out of politics.
So eventually, through the support of our partners, we got our monitors, and I can confirm that you're already processing the first reports. And interesting, what we are learning a lot has to do with narratives. We are seeing an escalation in especially online harassment, which is the most difficult.
The FIDA Kenya Executive Director leading calls for a multi-sectorial approach to create a safe political environment for women.
With 55 days to go to the August polls, Azimio la Umoja One Kenya coalition presidential candidate Raila Odinga noted that improper utilization of public resources was a major reason behind the country's underdevelopment, something he has pledged to reverse if he clinches the presidency in the forthcoming elections. He said this in Kisii, and our reporter Wycliffe Okech has the details.
The coalition's activities in Kisii County began with the burial service of Priska Asanyo, mother to former Kitutu Church North Member of Parliament Geoffrey Asanyo. Here, the leaders called for the sobriety of the electorate while making the big decision during the August 9 polls.
Vile tunakuja kuomboleza mama ambaye amefanya kazi, nasi tufanye kazi kwa makini wakati wa uchaguzi. Tutofautishe mema na mabaya, ukweli na uongo.
Odinga then led the Azimio battalion in campaign rallies in Etago and Nyamarambe in South Mugirango to sell the coalition's recently launched manifesto, which entails, among other things, the social protection program.
Mambo ya wizi ya hali ya juu, hujuma ya mali ya umma na imeathiri maendeleo katika taifa letu. Na tunaweza kumaliza haya yote, Kenya inuke. Mko tayari? Mko tayari? Mmechoka mjachoka? Mmechoka na haya mambo? Ndio tunasema sisi kama watu wa Azimio ya kwamba tuko na suluhu.
Now we have come a long way. We mean business. And if we are going to have to fight corruption, as my brother Raila said, and everybody knows, mambo with Martha Karua, mambo ya ufisadi kwisha.
Odinga said should he emerge victorious in the forthcoming polls, he will ensure the region's soapstone industry thrives to its full potential.
Juzi mliona tulizindua ile manifesto yetu. Tukasema yale tunataka kufanya. Upande wa ufukara tukasema tunataka kujenga viwanda, vijana wapate ajira sawa sawa. Tukasema tunataka kusaidia wakulima wetu na vifaa vya kulima kama matingatinga, kama mbegu sawa sawa, kama mbolea na kadhalika, sio?
The coalition urged local farmers to back Raila, promising them of improved agricultural returns.
Sasa baba atasafisha kila kitu, kilimo mabadiliko waendee naye. Sasa hii eneo la sukari tutalipa ile madeni ya wakulima imebaki, tulipe ile wafanyikazi, tusafishe ile kura huko, hii eneo la sugar mill tuweze kuendelea. Kama sisi wa Kisii County tutafunga bao in 90 minutes, na mara hiyo kipindi itakuwa imekwisha. Tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, mundu kwa mundu, kura zote Raila.
Odinga's Kisii County tour also saw him lay the foundation stone for the construction of Nyangweta Sugar Factory, an initiative of the local administration.
With sustained campaigns that the Azimio coalition should play all the force in this region for a success with the
Now from Kisii County back to Nairobi, where Deputy President William Ruto said that Kenya Kwanza Alliance would be working on a charter on education to provide a roadmap for the sector. He was addressing a meeting of university dons where he mentioned that these need to safeguard higher standards of education as strategy for sustainable development of the nation.
If you want to destroy a nation, you do not need an atomic bomb, neither do you need long-range missiles. All you need to do is to lower the quality of education and allow cheating in exams. Because what will happen is very many people will die in the hands, very many patients will die in the hands of such doctors. Very many buildings will collapse in the hands of those kind of engineers. So much will be lost, so much money will be lost in the hands of such economists and accountants. And the whole justice system will collapse in the hands of such judges. And therefore, what you're saying here is very important to us. How we treat our lecturers, what curriculum we run, how it is run, and what it portends for us as a nation is so crucial and so important. And that is why we are going to have a special day as Kenya Kwanza, where we are going to prepare a charter on education. At the moment, we must accept that we are living beyond our means. And we need to do something about our future. It is true, debt is other people's money we can use to progress ourselves. But debt is not free. It has to be paid. And let me also tell you that debt must be a last resort.
Now, away from matters politics, Public Service and Gender Chief Administrative Secretary Lina J.B. Kilimo has called upon parents, children with albinism to expose them to the society and not hide them because of their condition. Speaking at the Karisa Maitha grounds in Kilifi County, Kilimo noted the government is working around the clock to ensure the needs of persons with albinism are well catered to.
Persons with albinism turned up at the Karisa Maitha grounds to mark the World Albinism Day. Public Service and Gender Chief Administration Secretary Lina J.B. Kilimo, who was the chief guest, said there was need to create awareness on the condition. Sentiments echoed by mothers who brought their children to the celebrations.
Today, apart from creating awareness kwa wazazi, ndio wasificha hao watoto. Wasione kama ni mzigo. Tukisema lazima wavae nguo aina hii na hii, wataanza kusema nitatoa wapi hiyo? So and that's why hata wenye wameingia hapa tumesema unajirekodi kila mahali.
Uhamasisho kwanza unaanza na mzazi, na pili kwa yule mtoto mwenyewe anayezaliwa jinsi atakavyokuwa akiishi.
Asemi hatembei, hawezi kula mwenyewe mpaka umlishe kila kitu, yani kama vile mtoto mdogo. Lakini kwa vile na watoto pia wanisaidia, mimi mwenyewe pia ni mlemavu nami pia miguu si mizuri. Lakini namshukuru Mungu.
At the same time, Kilimo assured the government has set aside funds to support those with the condition to meet their needs.
The clothing tunawapatia, sunscreen wanapatiwa, na unakuta pia hata screening of the eyes kuangalia kama wako na shida gani ya macho, hiyo inapeanwa pia.
James Muye and fellow persons with albinism acknowledge the society is steadily accepting them and they no longer live in fear as they used to.
Kile kiwango cha watu wanavyotukubali ni kidogo sana, lakini tunashukuru. Tulivyo sasa si kama miaka 5 iliyokuwa, na tuna imani ya kwamba I think pia ama nafikiria ni kwamba ni vile pia namba zetu zinaongezeka.
See, as people with albinism, tofauti yetu ni ngozi, singine kitu macho, lakini huwa tunaweza kikazi, tunaweza kutumika, tuna akili nyingi na tunaweza kila kitu.
From Mombasa County, I am Anburu.
Now, across other counties is that the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, as well as the United Nations Development Program, have embarked on a training of journalists across the country on election coverage ahead of the August polls. The aim is to empower and train journalists in election reporting safety and conduct during the electioneering period. Details coming up in the County News Roundup.
The profiling of media houses by some politicians has been identified as a threat to the freedom of the press. Stakeholders say politicians must desist from making pronouncements which may jeopardize the safety of journalists.
What we are planning to do is to be in harmony with the media, because most of the time we believe that you are the source of information to the Kenyans. So they need to hear what is right. And especially, the information has to be framed well, because sometimes it is framed differently and then people get misinformed.
UNDP and IEBC have partnered to train Kenyan journalists on election coverage and safety. Meanwhile, Huduma Kenya centers countrywide have enhanced similar services to enable citizens without key election documents to acquire them within a short turnaround time. Elsewhere, the Catholic Church in Londiani in Kericho County has marked the Day of the African Child by holding a peace walk with the children in the area to pray for a peaceful election.
We chose this day of celebrating the African child to pray and request for peaceful elections, because children also need a peaceful environment to grow, a healthy one. The environment becomes toxic when we begin from our homes. The way we talk about other tribes, the way we talk about other people, then we poison the minds of the children.
In Meru County, residents from low parts of Buuri are calling upon both county and national governments to provide them with relief food and drill boreholes to save them from hunger and drought.
Wakati huu kuna kiangazi kali na hiyo kiangazi imeathiri watu wengi. Mifugo wameathirika, wanafunzi wameathirika. Kwa wakati huu kuna wanafunzi hawaendi shule kwa sababu hawana chakula. Hata walimu wengi wakuu wananipigia kuniambia sasa leo hii sijapata asilimia 20, asilimia 30 ya watoto wajakuja.
Elsewhere, leaders from Turkana County led by the county governor Josephat Nanok have called on the county commissioner Mudhama Wambua to ensure the safety of the business community.
Na pamoja na kamati ya security muendelee kuchunguza kabisa. Muendelee kuhakikisha kuwa hakuna biashara inafungwa saa 12. Biashara iendelee kufungwa ile masaa ilikuwa inafungwa saa 4, saa 5, saa 6, kwa sababu watu wa Turkana wanaonja biashara saa hii mara ya kwanza.
In Murang'a County, the use of modern technology in revenue collection has been put in place to help the county government meet its revenue targets.
We have had a lot of complaints from the Office of Controller General that we do not achieve even, sometimes not even half of what we are supposed to collect internally. And the surprise is collection of revenue in the county since 2014, instead of increasing, has been decreasing.
It has been observed that the county was not meeting its set revenue targets due to manual collection of taxes.
On to the business world, where Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya says the government plans to settle all arrears owed to sugarcane farmers and workers in the next 5 state-owned mills before August polls. Now, Munya says the decision is meant to enable the new administration start on a clean slate. He says the process has started and is midway.
Reforms in the sugar subsector, among them privatizing or leasing the 5 state-owned sugar factories, have run into headwinds due to, among others, debt owed by the sugar mills. The latest plan to lease the 5 millers were stopped by the court after sugarcane farmers and workers moved to sought legal action on account of arrears they are owed by the millers. To address such issues, Agriculture Cabinet Secretary Peter Munya says the government has started settling the arrears and is midway.
We're trying to compensate, to pay farmers for the arrears they have been accumulated, especially in the government-run factories. We've not cleared all of them, but we want to clear all of them. We want to clear all of them. Going forward, we will do that in this financial year, the new financial year that they are going. We will have a clean slate so that farmers can start.
Speaking in Kisumu when he unveiled the Sugar Task Force report, Munya said the government will soon introduce quality-based cane payment system where farmers will be paid based on the sucrose content as opposed to the weight of the cane, to motivate farmers to embrace quality sugarcane varieties to reap and maximize their earnings.
Tutasame mambo ya bei, mkulima aweze kupata bei ambayo inamwezesha kupata income na inamwezesha kurinvest kwa hiyo sector.
The report indicates that sugarcane transport accounts for 22% of costs, followed by seed cane at 20%, labor 17%, fertilizer and land preparations at 13%, harvesting 11%, and levies at 2%.
Challenge ya transportation ambayo kunakuwa na ile inaitwa post-harvest loss kubwa up to 5%. Hiyo yote ukitupa 5% of your crop is a disaster. Hiyo tutatazama vile itakuwa organized better working with the counties.
Munya challenged billers to embrace bioconversion of sugarcane residue for value-added products for cogeneration, distillation, pulp, paper, fertilizer, and making of briquettes.
Kenya is banking on innovation and private sector investment to drive the growth of renewable energy. The Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority says the two will help Kenya achieve 100% transition to renewable energy. EPRA further notes that Kenya is currently utilizing renewable energy sources with over 85% of electricity generation from renewable energy sources being in use.
History of Energy Statistics. Kenya's electricity generation mix consists of geothermal at 48.6%, hydro at 36.5%, while wind and thermal power accounts for 11.5% and 6.5%. According to the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, geothermal has the largest installed capacity of 863.1 megawatts, followed by hydro at 838.1 megawatts, wind at 435.5 megawatts, solar at 90.3 megawatts, and biomass at 2%. However, experts say Kenya has huge potential for renewable energy, with geothermal alone having a capacity to generate 15,000 megawatts. Kenya is targeting a 100% switch to green energy sources by the year 2030. EPRA says Kenya has an installed capacity of 100 megawatts from solar, though it has a capacity to generate 15,000 megawatts. EPRA says Kenya is banking on innovation and increased investments in solar power to deepen solar energy production. EPRA Senior Renewable Energy Officer Nixon Bukachi says sectors such as manufacturing are continuously adopting solar energy, bringing the country that much closer to its green energy goals.
Of course, for grid-tie systems, they continue growing every day, because you have seen more factories, more institutions installing solar systems on their grid. In form of new plants coming to the grid, we expect 140 megawatts, that's Malindi Solar, to be fully operational this year.
Energy experts are now saying digital infrastructure is one of the core areas whose growth is essential to drive the adoption and generation of energy from a renewable source.
A lot of, new developments which are being castigated or are being pushed by the DFIs. So we have mini-grids and microgrids which are being pushed. So essentially, this is something that we are working together with various partners that we have across. So I think that's something which is ongoing.
Now we take a quick breather. We'll be back with what is happening from the sporting arena. Do keep it right here.
as campaign intensified for the upcoming general election. What does all this mean for you, the voter? What do the candidates have to offer? How prepared are agencies charged with the election process? Join John Kuria and Safina Chieng on Kenya Decides. This and every Tuesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 as we unpack elections 2022 with a panel of various stakeholders. Make informed electoral decisions.
Wewe umelala fofofo. Hata una habari kama huyu ametumwa aje nimalize.
Mimi niwe na wasiwasi. Chief Puka the Great Kahindi.
Na niwe mimi kusaidia wewe mspaide mwangu. Wewe una wasimu.
Machozi ya samaki hayafai chochote hapa. Sikutaki kwangu. Nishakwambia.
Kama anda kwa Laban, hata ni heri shopping yako mregeshe mwenye duka, manake huko pia hayuko.
Umejuaje?
But no matter how much it hurts, I have to get you out of my head and of my heart.
I don't think it's a good idea after what Nuria did and how she threatened my sons.
My dad and my mom are getting divorced.
Yes.
Now you're watching In the Headlines on KBC Channel 1. I'm Regina Manyara. Now we speak matters sports, where 70 cars and 40 motorcycles have been entered for this year automobile pageantry concours d'elegance. Now that is scheduled for September 25th at the Ngong Racecourse. Among the cars that have been enlisted for this year's event will be that will also be the 50th edition of the car and bike competition, include a rare 1990 Lancia Delta Integrale. Now, Sports Cabinet Secretary Ambassador Amina Mohammed, who graced the launch, reckoned that the event was primed to attract a bumper entry to match its billing. Event Director Bob Dewa revealed that this year's edition regulations remain unchanged and the cars will be judged on originality, with the marks being awarded based on cleanliness, condition and standards of preparation for the participating cars and motorcycles.
Judging will commence on the Total Energies ramp with the judging of the underside. Cars are then driven along in front of the main racecourse grandstands.
National Concours d'Elegance is a long-standing annual event and it brings to full display classic and vintage cars and motorcycles. The event has gained international status. I think evidence is the recognition that Bob received in Paris, and as well as recognition also by the International Motorcycling Federation.
Well, if you are into classic cars and bikes there, the date is set for September 25th from the Ngong Racecourse there. And all the cars and bikes that are going to be showcasing are going to be judged on originality, with the marks being awarded based on cleanliness, condition and standards in regard to the concours d'elegance. That puts a cap on matters in the headlines. Remember, further details are available on our website, that is www.kbc.co.ke. For now, we take a quick breather. We'll be back with what has been captured by the various dailies. Do not go away.
All right, we now move on to the dailies. Starting off with the Daily Nation, the main read being the degree battle concerning some 5 gubernatorial aspirants with a lot of question marks around the genuineness of their degrees. There has been a few petitions that have been brought forth concerning these candidates and the legitimacy of their degree certificates given. In order to run for the gubernatorial seat, you are required to at least have a degree in terms of your academic qualifications. This, of course, involves Johnson Sakaja, Cleophas Malala, Granton Samboja, Simba Arati and Mithika Linturi. I'll be giving you details in regards to these stories in just a bit. The main story here is in regards to the launching of the forensic lab yesterday. This is a boost for our country when it comes to getting at par with international standards when it comes to solving cybercrime, as well as many other criminal investigations that require samples to be shipped from Kenya to South Africa for analysis, then brought back to continue with the cases. That is what has been was being done over the years. But now with this ultra-modern National Forensic Laboratory, it is set to just be a game changer when it comes to boost the war against crime in our country. It is said that this particular building hosts at least 10 labs that focus on different aspects of criminal investigations. I will be giving you more details in regards to this story in just a bit. And finally, there's a very sad story here concerning an incident that happened in Nakuru this past Sunday, where a 19-year-old girl was hit, actually 2 girls. One was hit on the left arm and the other was hit by the same bullet through her chest. And this was a stray bullet from a police officer who was in pursuit of a suspected criminal. The bullet went through one of the young girl's arm, exited, and hit the next girl through her chest, and she did succumb to that particular injury when she was at the hospital receiving treatment. I'll be giving you details as per what has been captured in regards to this story, but it's a very sad incident, and also we need to take note of the incidents of insecurity that are slowly but surely mushrooming in different parts of the country. More details coming up in just a bit. Victor.
Yep, just goes back to the issue of stray bullets, negligence, and that irregular discharge when police officers handling such kind of scenarios. All right, to the front page of the Star newspaper. Uhuru orders revamp of DCI cybercrime unit. Ministries of Interior, ICT to come up with program in 2 weeks. This is to fight money siphoning through mobile services. That is what was happening yesterday. All right, court overturns 50-50 sharing after separation. It is an interesting read there, where a man says that he bought land, orders giving ex-wife equal share reversed. This is after one gentleman, Peter Gaido Machua, took the issue to the appellate court, saying that he purchased the property and another one in Kitengela, a loan where the loan was deducted from his salary. So that is the case as it is right now. You can take a look at that story. It's an interesting read there. We'll fight graft that has held Kenya hostage, says Raila Odinga. He was speaking yesterday in Kisii, where he pledged to fight graft that has stagnated the country's growth as he moved to consolidate his Nyanza backyard. Machakos none takes care of rejected people no one wants. The less fortunate in the society, the street children, and so much more. DP Ruto, how I will defeat Raila Odinga, hands down in round 1. Actually, he was speaking just the other day on another television live interview there, and during that interview, he raised 13 points that are at the center of his campaign, and that is according to the DP Ruto. 10 key scientific facilities in new DCI forensic laboratories. Jen also touched on that. The facilities include forensic fingerprint identification, forensic document examination, forensic ballistics, forensic chemistry, forensic biology, forensic imaging, and acoustics. Others are forensic evidence management, forensic crime scene investigations, forensic digital, and the forensic bomb and hazardous materials laboratories. That should be it. And according to the story, Jen,
yes,
this was supposed to start sometimes way decades ago, but it failed to take off. That was in 2014. And it was under the Vision 2030,
yes,
but it failed to take through. So when President Kenyatta took over office, that was part of his agenda.
And actually, he did point out that it has taken the country 20 years to set up this lab because of corruption that has been a big challenge for the administrations that have gone before this particular government and also his government. He did attest to the fact that it has been a big challenge, but 20 years on, it's never too late.
Yes.
Doreen.
It's never too late. I mean, when you talk about the issues of corruption in this country, if we can find a way to see how we can at least fast track the cases, then could be a step in the right direction. Anyway, so coming to the front page of the People Daily, big names fight to remain in the race. That is what you're waking up to this Tuesday morning. This is even as some of this leaders are battling academic qualifications. Of course, the Senator Johnson Sakaja coming to the fore on this particular issue, just well highlighted in a 2-page in respect to the same. I remember that despite the clearance that had been offered to him, still 4 cases have been filed against him, particularly when it comes to that issue of the certificate, the degree certificate. And again, as it stands, is that if any of these cases succeed, then he'll be locked out of the race. Then also what that perhaps could mean is, does IEBC have a lifeline in the essence, if at all he ends up being locked out after the verdict is given tomorrow by the dispute tribunal? Does IEBC have a lifeline to allow the party to nominate another person, or then how does this go in terms of the law and the legal standing thereof? And remember that this when it comes to the degree certificate, also again, questions have been raised in respect to the Commission on University Education, which was the body that had been established to verify this certificate and certificates of various candidates or aspirants, if you may. And also questions have been raised on the Kenya National Qualifications Authority. So also how this goes is that particularly when it comes to presenting your papers to the CUE, this has to be either degree acquired in Kenya, or if it's not in Kenya, then whatever country it may be, it needs to be accredited and certified, and also needs to fall within the list of universities ascertained and acknowledged by the CUE. That is the Commission on Universities Education. So that's why you see a good number of them would say that I acquired my degree from Uganda, from Texas, from whichever place. But when you come to the listing of acknowledgements, then they do not fall within the list of CUE. So that's why you find a good number of them, much as they say they studied abroad or whichever country it was, still there's some bit of issues with their certificate. So we await this verdict by the dispute tribunal tomorrow, particularly on Sakaja's case, together with all those others that have been, who have these issues pertaining their different academic qualifications. And also away from that, even as the dispute tribunals continue to sit to hear the case of the various aspirants who were filed to them. This comprises of 262 complaints which were filed countrywide following the clearance of aspirants. The tribunal has 10 days, began this on Saturday, and we also await the verdict of the different cases that were filed to them. So even as this is happening, the clerics have now waded in on the issue of water cleanup. This actually had been mentioned by IEBC together with KPMG, which again was the body that was given this tender to ensure that there's proper water cleaning. They said that this was to be postponed up until 17th, and like what had been slated in the law, which was to be 7th, whereby they were supposed to release the clear voter register. So we await up until 17th, whereby we expect for that cleanup to be complete as of then. This also includes over 1 million voters who are supposed to be, who actually are comprised in this cleanup, and this is inclusive of dead voters, those that presented duplicate documents, and also those that did not register with their proper ID. So this is just among the issues that also KPMG together with IBC is looking into. And lastly, gender role requirement illegal. This is what court tells agencies. This is just what was mentioned by Justice Anthony Rima, who said in his declaration, rather, he said that the decision contained in the letter dated April 27, 2022 by IEBC requiring the compliance within the 2000 General Rule principle in the submission of political parties nomination list contravenes the Constitution for want of public participation. Remember that IEBC had required political parties to adhere to the 2000 General Rule when it came to the nomination process, but now, as it turns out, High Court has reverted that and says that it contravenes the Constitution because that was not subjected to proper public participation. Regina.
Public participation and such. Now we're talking about degrees, and have been online some of the memes that have been trending in regard to, the verification of the various documents that political aspirants have presented. And one in the center stage of all this is none other than a Nairobi gubernatorial aspirant, Johnson Sakaja, whose fate will be determined on Wednesday. And there's a meme that has been going around that, please, if you went to your graduating class, tafadhali, you take photos for future reference. At least you show that you had attended that particular college or university. I wonder among us four who have those graduation photos. Jane, do you have yours?
Oh, yes.
Victor?
Standard practice.
Victor, can you show us your...
I think without a photo...
How will we know?
It's never complete.
Are you even African?
And by then you have to walk with that gown for like a whole day. Go to a restaurant, eat.
Na mshaino kwa shingo.
Exactly.
Panda matatu nayo. Kila mtu ajuli graduate.
Some people sleep with the gown. All right, not me though.
So then we wonder how, some people don't have the papers. Hey, do you wait to see? Let's
Regina.
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Uko na photographic evidence?
Oh, yes.
Doreen.
Oh, yes.
Mimi mpaka kwa social media iko.
Yes, for future reference. Just in case you say, oh, this lady, her papers.
How is she in this position?
Let's refer. Post of 2020 or 19, check. Yeah, I was. This is me. This is so-and-so. This is so-and-so. Evidence. Anyway, that's on a very, very light note. And that story about, documents and such has found itself on the front page of this particular daily, and I'm quoting the Standard, where Sakaja now cites name and booklet errors. According to the senator, he tells the tribunal the graduation booklet submitted omitted the page that had his name and insists the petition against him is politically instigated. Well, his fate will be known on Wednesday. Let's talk about matters of graft and how government has spent its monies. Remember, government does not generate its money. It's your taxes and mine. So the Auditor General has come out and given a report as to how government spent part of the 3.38 trillion shillings for the financial year 2020-2021, and they go with exposed state of grand wastage. Just days after President Uhuru Kenyatta warned the next government against wasting borrowed funds, the Auditor General report reveals how his administration could not account for billions allocated to various state departments. In a nutshell, these are the numbers. 1.6 trillion shillings is the amount of tax arrears that were not collected by KRA. 59 billion shillings. The Ministry of Water could not show how the amount moved to other state agencies. 59 billion. Then we have 12.5 billion shillings, the amount that the ICT Ministry was not able to account for, while 56.5 billion shillings, that's the cost of 61 state departments funded projects that have been delayed. Hola, your guess is as good as mine, and we're here trying to raise the debt ceiling, or already having passed, moved a motion to raise the debt ceiling to 10 trillion shillings from the current 9. So this is a report that has been detailed by the Auditor General's office, and the office and the Auditor General have chosen 5 words to talk about government spending in the financial year 2020-2021. Unsupported, unauthorized, unconfirmed, undisclosed, wasteful. So according to 50% of the books of accounts are submitted to the Auditor General's office for scrutiny, were given qualified opinion, which means, you know, when you get a qualified opinion, you think, everything is good. No, and as far as matters audits are concerned, is that if you get a qualified opinion, the material contains, misstatements or omissions in some cases. You can get, I'm sure the website is already up and running with that particular report. You can find them on their page there. That's the Office of the Auditor General. Also, when it comes to matters of election preparedness, with just 55 days to go, the Independent Boundaries and Electoral Commission is on the spot for losing critical election equipment with less than 2 months to go. Yes, that's another issue that has been brought up by the Auditor General there, Nancy Gadongo, who in an audit of the electoral agency's financials for the financial year 2020-2021 noted that of the 45,000 Kenya Integrated Election Management System KIMS procured and distributed in the run-up to the 2017 polls, only 44,993 exited results in an unexplained variance of 7 kits. Get the report, get to know how government spent part of, or if not all, 3.4 trillion shillings 2021 budget. That's just to give you a summary of what has captured the eyes of the scribes this morning, the various dailies. Remember, further details are available on our website. I'm Regina Manyara, and I wish you a pleasant viewing ahead. I leave in the able hands of my colleagues. That is Jane, Victor, and Doreen.
I'm afraid everyone in the whole world knows that they can't find you in your mansion in the north. But they'll find you here. Wow, you're pretty good with the ladies.
Huh?
Congratulations, Your Majesty, Your Highness.
Please inform Echo that I wish to speak with him right now.
I suggest you leave.
Top sports attractions on KBC Channel 1. In July, Kenya Morans face off against the DRC, Egypt and Senegal in the FIBA Basketball World Cup African qualifiers in Alexandria, Egypt from 1st to 3rd of July 2022. Also in July, Kenya plays South Africa in Rugby League test matches in Nairobi with the return fixtures set for October. Still in July, watch the World Athletic Championships from 15th to 24th July live from Oregon, USA as Kenyan athletes seek glory. Followed by the 22nd Commonwealth Games from 28th July to 8th August live from Birmingham, England. In August, join our coverage of the World Athletics Under-20 Championships from the 1st to 6th of August 2022 from Cali, Colombia. Then, in November, catch the World Half Marathon Championships on 13th November from Yangzhou, China. Now that's what sets us apart as KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Welcome back. We continue with a brief second half overview of the papers, and I want to pick up from that point that Regina left off in regards to the Auditor General. There's an interesting piece here over the civil registration services, where the Auditor General, that is Nancy Gathungu, poked holes on the credibility of the data that they are providing after it emerged that it can't fully ascertain that it has issued the correct number of birth certificates and death certificates. Now, besides looking at the responsibility of the civil registration services, they register and also issue birth certificates and death certificates, and they're supposed to do so in a timely manner. But I am sure, and also like to hear from you, Victor, when you go to, when it comes to collecting birth certificates or death certificates, the delay that is usually there, it is a disservice to the people. You register for the birth certificate and you're supposed to await notification to go collect the birth certificate. But if you don't follow up, it will take you months on months just waiting to get that message that your birth certificate is ready. And I can tell you for a fact, once I applied for my son's birth certificate, looking at the e-citizen services, you're supposed to get it after about 4 weeks. But then it took almost 6 months of inquiring, and they keep telling you it's not ready, it's not ready. And when I got there, the name was even wrongly typed in. So now the Auditor General has poked questions into their credibility when it comes to the number of birth certificates, the number of births and deaths that they have recorded, because looking at a report that was done back in 2018, the Kenya Vital Statistics Report of 2018 indicated that the national coverage for live births was put at 1.1 million against unexpected unexpected 1.6 million. That is 73% of what is actually thought to should have been the correct number. And when it comes to deaths, they had estimated 192,000 against a 473,000 expected figure. So you can see the differences in these figures in regards to how accurate they are not being. And this is a big problem for the government because they can't fully rely on this data, especially when it comes to planning and resource allocation.
Yeah, and I think it's just about the mentality. When you go to pick such kind of documents, you know, you are property of state.
Yeah.
When you're born, when you die, when you apply for your national identity card, you're a property of the state either way. That's why somebody said that when you want to commit suicide, the government will deal with you. If you survive, you are under the custody of the state. And so it's about the attitude, because when you're applying for these documents, more so the death certificate and the birth certificate, okay, we understand there is a backlog, of course, but then should it take 6 months or even months before you get that document? You know, some people apply for these documents for other reasons. You know, the dependents, you want to, you know, process issues of succession, so to speak, and there is that time limit that you're supposed to meet. And you're taking in cycles. I mean,
it can be very frustrating
exactly,
for vital documents like birth certificates.
I think it's just a change of attitude. There's nothing like
now with Huduma centers. They're supposed to make these processes as smooth, as efficient, as timely as it possibly can be.
Now, I mean, just before you continue, Jane, let me just wade in on that a bit. I mean, even as talk about attitude, could it also be an issue of laxity in you know, those institutions? I mean, you've applied, so you'll just get it at the end of the day. What's the hurry for? Could it just also be, you know, just
I mean,
choosing to
you know, everything has been digitized because, so to speak, you are in, for example, you're in Mombasa and Huduma centers, all those systems are synchronized. So you're supposed to be getting all those, you know, at the click of a button, you get all the information relayed on that end and they're good to go. So attitude and laxity, by they go hand in hand, but sometimes you understand people who are operating these offices, you can imagine.
But we can't just cast the blame on the guys that are on that end. We also have us as citizens, we also have the tendency, nitaendea senye inahitajika. When you are trying to apply for a passport, ndio unakumbuka, yes, sijachukua birth certificate ya mtoto.
And then you want it, and then you want it within the day in which you've gone to request for it.
So it's a two-way street, looking at the government and your civil responsibility as a citizen. When you apply for these documents, follow up. Go get them, all right? Looking at the number of IDs that are lying, waiting for the individuals to go collect them at Huduma centers, it's also a big problem. Now, let me take you to Nakuru. This is the story that I had mentioned earlier on. It has been featured here on the front page of the Daily Nation concerning a Form 4 girl that was shot dead by police officers. This happened last week. The girl is Whitney Atieno, 19 years old. She was shot by a police bullet Sunday evening as she was getting her hair done at a salon. So it is said there was a commotion that was happening close by to this salon. Police officers approached. There was an altercation, and once they figured that this is the altercation was between the police and a suspected criminal gang, they opened fire. And one of these bullets hit two girls. The first one, it went through her left arm, and it went through her left arm, exited, and hit the next girl through her chest. The police officers, once they realized that they had actually shot this girl, they wanted to leave, but the people ganged up against them. Wakambia, mnapeleka msichana hospitali. What did the officers say? Tupatieni pesa ya mafuta, tumpeleke hospitali. The people rioted, and eventually the police officers did agree to take the girl to hospital, accompanied by one of the neighbors. But unfortunately, she did not survive this gunshot wound. Now the question still remains to what you had pointed, Victor, when it comes to opening a fire, and especially where there is a gathering of civilians.
All police officers and people who are trained to handle firearm, there are basics that they are trained. Number one key is finger off the trigger. Finger off the trigger. You cannot you cannot finger off the trigger. That's it. Number two, do not point that firearm to an object that you're not supposed to destroy or neutralize. That's it. If there's no threat, you don't have to raise that firearm, all right? Most of those people, actually, they say that it's gun ready low, all right? That position, you can withdraw it from the holster or whichever point, then you point it on the ground or away from the subject or the object, unless you want to destroy it. But then now, a situation where a stray bullet hitting an innocent girl who went to the salon. Two of them. The one that killed the lady, hit her on the abdomen, ricocheted, and then hit the other girl also the side on her arm. It calls for panic, when these police officers go to, kind of contain a situation. It's a panic. So you just feel like the only thing I can do is just to open fire. I mean,
this is some scary stuff.
It's not an accidental discharge, if you can say. It's finger off the trigger, basic, simple.
Well, IPOA has taken up
peace
the
to the
case,
family,
as well as Directorate of Criminal Investigations. They have taken up the matter, but of course they did send their condolences to the affected families. Over to you, Victor.
All right, so tumalizie tukicheza kidogo. So all roads leading to Naivasha, Safari Rally again back. The president promised last year that tutarudi, and true to his words, we are heading to Naivasha. 50 drivers have so far confirmed participation in the WRC Safari Rally, which revs off on June 23rd in Naivasha. Hey, okay, we can all remember what happened in Naivasha last year. All the jokes and the memes and whatever happened, but the biashara was good there. And I hope it's going to be a booming business after the corona pandemic. So, if you have got some time, head to Naivasha and have some fun. Rev, but responsibly. Doreen.
Acha turudi kwa elections kidogo. And there's really one interesting article here just highlighting what the Roots Party president candidate is now saying, and also in respect to him defending, the growing of bang in public land, and this is why he says this is going to be important if at all he's elected as president. So he said that apart from growing the drug for commercial reasons, it will also be used for medicinal purposes. He further on says that the proceeds from the crop will be used to service public debt. Yes, now that we talked about the fact that the public debt has now been, the debt ceiling has been raised from 9 trillion to 10 trillion. As we speak, we still have a deficit in terms of financing our budget of over 800 million. It is said that in every 10 shillings we make as a country, 7 goes to repaying of our debt. So clearly, this is why he says that this will be important because it will be going to service our debt. Quite interesting. And lastly, just looking at this, a report that has been released showing that Kenyan election is the most competitive in the East African region. And this report further on says that unlike other countries in the East and Central Africa, opposition candidates can campaign more freely than those in most nearby countries, and the outcomes are usually uncertain even days before the voting actually occurs. And this is part of what pits Kenya as one of those countries in the African continent, largely the East and Central Africa, is the country in which has the elections that are really most competitive. So that is what you have on the People Daily. Victor.
All right, so let's take a break, and when we come back, our discussion is up next with the Wakili Warungu Mwangi. We have got Tabitha Gut, who is a governance expert as well as political analyst, and Dr. Joseph Rotich. We are going to have that discussion that you don't want to miss. Let's take a break. We'll be right back with that.
Bright and early, at the heart of Lolgorian, thousands of young Maasai Marans in Narok County take part in the Eunoto ceremony. The Marans hail from the Syria sub-tribe, which comprises 5 clans: Erkaputie, Erkunono, El Torobo, Ilaiser, and Oloirian. The ceremony is performed by members of the age set 10 years after initiation to mark the important transition from Moranism to adulthood.
Ni ya sherehe ya pili kwa irika, kwa ajili kuna sherehe ya kwanza tunafanyishanga hawa kabla kutairi, ndio waende kutairi, ambaye ni kama hii tu wako na mabendera, na hii ni ya pili sasa ya kutoa hawa kwa Moranism kwenda kwa age ya wase.
We are taken from one stage to another, of which is from youth to a Maasai man, of which will be involved in society decision making.
Hao wanafanya graduation leo wataenda next step, ambayo ni wazee wa kutoa amani, wa kupeleleza vitu mbaya, vita ikifanyika mahali ama mtu kwa mfano wakosane na mwingine, mzee kama mimi sasa, baada ya mimi kumaliza urandi, ninaitwa kama mzee, naenda kusuluhisha hiyo kama mzee.
The Eunoto ceremony takes place in a chosen camp that includes a total of 85 manyatas. Weeks ahead of the ceremony, the women and the Marans in the Syria sub-tribe prepare by building 84 manyatas and the Osinkira, which is the 85th manyata, a large hut made specifically for the Oloiboni, erected on the first day of the ceremony.
Tunaenda msituni, tunakata miti, tunajenga manyumba. Sasa tunakuja kukaa na watoto wetu. Unajua hawa wakuli ugali, wanakula nyama na maziwa. Sasa sisi tunashughulika kutengeneza hiyo vibuyu yetu, naosha kibuyu, naweka makaa, alafu nawekea maziwa.
Hii Manyata vile tuko hapa, tuko na nyumba 85 na ni klani yote, makilani yote 5 ambaye inakuanga clan 5 kwa Wamaasai. Tunakuanga na Rosero, tunakuanga na Magesen, tunakuanga na Mulilian, tunakuanga na Laiser na pia Lukumai. Hiyo mrengo, hiyo clans yote 5 wako hapa.
Before the ceremony, 3 leaders are chosen: Olaiguanani, Oloburu, and Olotuno, the main celebrant.
Hiyo wasee ndio walienda kuchagua kusema kijana fulani ndiye atafanyisha hawa kimila. Huyo ni mkubwa wao ambaye hakuna mtu atawahi kosana na yeye, ama hii vijana wakitaka kukosana wawili na waone hiyo kijana hakuna mwenye ataweza kuinua fimbo kupigana na mwingine ama kutusi mwingine kama hiyo kijana hako.
A fire is lit and sustained throughout the ceremony. Donned in ceremonial traditional regalia, the Maasai Morans converge at the heart of the camp, where elders commence the process and apply red ochre dubbed ereko on their faces and arms known as enkipata.
Hii rangi nyekundu hii kwa Kimaasai inaitwa ormunyan, ni ereko, lakini sasa tunaita ereko ya ormunyan. Yani hiyo ni kitu ya baraka, yani hiyo unawekewa asubuhi, kitu ya baraka.
Hiyo tunafananishanga na damu. So sisi wa Maasai, kila kitu ambaye kuna siku 4 ya kufanya sherehe ya siku 4, ile inafananishwa na kitu mbaya ndio inatangulia. Ile inafananishwa na kitu mzuri ndio inamaliziwa.
During the ceremony, warriors are prohibited to carry weapons such as rungus, spears, knives, among others. The Maasai Morans then form 2 lines: Olotuno, the main celebrant, who leads the Enkoriong, the firstborns, while Oloburu leads the Oloikulu for the secondborns. They march 4 times, blowing waterbuck horns, carrying the flags which represent their clans around the Osinkira.
Hii mabendera ingine yote yenye iko na kanga, hii shuka ya kanga, hiyo ni ya watu wa kawaida ama ya vijana ambaye wametoka mafamilia ya kawaida. Lakini ukiona black, hii nyeusi kabisa, hiyo vijana wametoka kwa familia ya waganga.
Tunasunguka mara 4 kwa sababu unaona kwa sisi kimila yetu ya Wamasai, vitu inafanywa mara 4 kwa sababu tunasema vitu 3, kufanya vitu 3 hiyo baraka itakuwa imekuwa complete, kwa sababu kwa baraka yetu ama wazee wakikubariki inafaa ufanye kitu mara 4.
They then break the formation and run towards the Osinkira and tap it before returning their flags back to their manyatas.
Hiyo kukimbia, hiyo ni kuonyesha tuko active ama kuonyesha watu ambao wako active kwa kuambiwa, kwa sababu ukisha kimbia na bendera yako uweke kwa nyumba yako, hii inaonyesha wewe ni mtu makini na ni mtu unafanya kazi kwa haraka.
After the procession is broken, cow slaughtering takes precedence, where a group holds an animal down as one man nicks its jugular. They then collect the blood in a pot below the incision, and it is here where some of the Morans drink freshly drained blood.
Good.
They then roast the meat and meals are served. At 3 p.m., the Maasai Morans then march for the second time and break away for the evening. The Manyata is filled with hundreds of excited warriors singing, jumping and chanting in circles, which gets bigger as the night approaches. Occasionally, one or two Morans will throw a fit or enter into a trance, and singing is interrupted as a few other Morans hold him until he finally calms down.
As campaign intensified for the upcoming general election, what does all this mean for you, the voter? What do the candidates have to offer? How prepared are agencies charged with the election process? Join John Kuria and Safina Chieng on Kenya Decides. This and every Tuesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 as we unpack elections 2022 with a panel of various stakeholders. Make informed electoral decisions.
Wewe umelala fofofo, hata una habari kama huyu ametumwa aje nimalize.
Mimi niwe na wasiwasi. Chief Puka the Great Kahindi.
Laaniwe mimi kusaidia wewe mspider mwangu. Wewe una wasimu.
Machozi ya samaki hayafai chochote hapa. Sikutaki kwangu. Nishakwambia.
Kama anda kwa Laban, hata ni heri shopping yako mregeshe mwenye duka, manake huko pia hayuko.
Umejuaje?
All right, welcome back. It's now time for us to get into the People and Politics segment. And today, let's talk about issues that's affecting us, some of the things that are current today. And in me in studio, I have got Dr. Joseph Rotich, who is a political analyst. I have got in the middle Tabitha Ogutu, who is a governance expert and political analyst. And lastly, Wakili Warungu Mwangi, who is an advocate of the High Court as well as political analyst. Ladies and gentlemen, karibuni sana.
Thank you sana. Good morning.
First of all, the question is, do you have degrees? Tell me, Daktari, do you have a degree? Or
I don't think that should be...
Or your question, that question is of the highest degree.
It's not about the highest degree or law. I think the moral upright should be key in everything that we are doing, not about academic qualifications and all those.
Yes.
My mom has no degree, but she's been able to keep us alive to date.
But when you confirm, when you just compare the days of our grandmothers, our grandfathers, they were taught by the colonialists.
The only difference between us and them is that we have paper degree, but they are more expert than us in most of what they are.
They have wisdom.
Yeah.
Really? Tabitha,
That is the degree of the age. But now, when we want our leaders to get some offices, they have to be professionally qualified. So the degree is very necessary.
It's very necessary.
Yes.
Because, Wakili, it's quite interesting that some of them are still students from different universities.
You can imagine.
Yes. For me, it's true. I have a degree. I was awarded with an LLB from an ISO certified university.
Good.
Having a degree is reminiscent of having knowledge, especially for governors and for the president.
Yes.
There is a reason why it was put as a requirement when you want to pass that test of being a candidate with the IEBC.
Yeah.
So I support it. And the 4 years that someone go through a tertiary or a university are very important vis-a-vis someone who is there probably out, missing on those 4 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Because, Tabitha, you know, this actually, the issue of degree has just opened another lead of kind of whatever is happening on the streets. This is just an example of kind of leaders we have. Perhaps some of them have just gone scot-free, or even the common mwananchi out there, probably because of a reason or another. But what does this show as a country?
I think, Victor, for us as a country, first of all, we have been talking about our education system, our 844 education system, which to some extent has failed to equip the common Kenyan with the knowledge to transit into the job market, because we have seen a churning out of so many graduates at the end of every academic year with no job market. And therefore, I think what our politicians are confirming is that you can literally survive being a Kenyan, having highest officers in terms of responsibility, at the same time lacking a degree. But the worst of it all is the nature of our politicians and incompetency, because there is no way we are going to have our leaders lying about forging their degrees, being in university that you've never heard of, trying to bring list of this and that and the other one. Now, you can imagine if that is the kind of leadership model we're having, and they're supposed to be the role models to the young people. What message are they literally selling in terms of us enhancing our education system and even having our youth educated at the utmost levels and reaching professionalism? So I think, first of all, we need to literally crack, I think, the whip on this kind of leaders, because as Wakili said right before I spoke, there are officers in this country which we cannot just be giving leaders who have not duly undergone training and befitting enough to have those officers in terms of education. That is how education makes somebody to literally lead people in a way that is professional. And maybe this explains why some of our leaders are very crooked, I'm sorry to say. And maybe sometimes you look at them and wonder which university they went to, and they have very good university titles, and boom. You know, it shows that there are so many leaders who lack the degree, and they have the degrees from forged, River Road papers, and maybe it's just about that time maybe the government needs to start looking at some of these qualifications the leaders portray to have and they don't.
Daktari, what's your take?
I think, although I'm still trying to come up to terms that a degree can bring a whole different in your life if you don't have some knowledge and some wisdom that is you were born with. Why I'm saying so low, we have had leaders who have never had any degree, and they were the best leaders that we have ever had in the world, not necessarily Kenya. And in any case, although if a degree or having a degree will add value to your knowledge, that is properly what I personally support. But to have it as a measure of success, to have it as a point whereby if you don't have, you'll not succeed, I think that is where we are failing, although we have had the most successful business people, and they are leaders in their own capacity. We have had the most successful church leaders, and they are successful in their capacity without degrees. We have had even politicians, I'm told there are about 40 who don't have a degree, even in our current parliament. And in this case, although some of them have even performed in their own constituencies better off than those people who possess the so-called degree. So in this case, it should not be a measure of success.
Doctor, what are you
it should
saying?
be a measure of
You are a doctor.
Maybe a minute.
Let me highlight
having that title of a doctor means a lot.
Let me tell you,
You did a degree, 4 years, did
when
masters.
you talk about a doctor in economics, you have just specialized in that part.
Right.
In politics, we should be saying those who have specialized in political sciences. That is what we should be asking for, not a degree in economics, not a degree in whatever biology. I mean, if we are really serious in our parliament, that we need to have people who are capable of delivering, then we should go for those people who have done political science and not any other subject.
Are you aware that there's some members of parliament who actually never spoke a word? The day they were sworn in, that was the last. When you go to the Hansard, they are nowhere in the Hansard.
But have you ever also studied what they have done in their backyards, in their constituency?
Now that is the question. You are a doctor and I should be asking you.
So no, what I'm explaining to you, we have heard of so many rumors. I mean, I call it a rumor or a scandal. People have talked about Sudi, people have talked about who and who and who. But go to Sudi's backyard. He's a performer. He has done it. And now how can you now bring your certificates on top of Sudi to perform better than what he has done?
Okay, Tabitha,
I am really...
This is a matter of performance and requirement by law.
Okay. Dr. said that the degree literally is not a measure of success. Nobody is measuring anybody's success at this point. It's a requirement by law. If the law states clearly that for you to be a governor in this country, you have to have a degree, that's it.
If you want to have a driving license, you must be above 18.
Yes, and if you have to be a driver in this country and drive on a road, you have to have a driving license. There has to be a bottom line for everything. And I think it will be misleading for us to sit here on a national television and tell people that it's not good enough for our legislators or our leaders to have the degrees. I mean, education is as good as you being a leader having it. And even as we advance, as Kenyans, we want our kids to have the best of educations, then our leaders need to lead from the upfront. And that explains why some of the leaders is calling their names here today. When you hear them speak, you even wonder, did they even attend a school and learn about etiquette? Because even what they get from their mouth is out of it. So education is very important. We should not underscore it. As much as it's not a measure for success, it's very important. We should get education, Victor.
Wakili.
There are very serious constitutional function and laws bestowed in every different of levels of leadership.
Yes.
May it be the presidency, the governorship, and the MP. Especially for the MP, there are very three serious constitutional laws: legislative, oversight, and representation. So I don't know how you'll be able to oversight and audit a report for the Auditor General if you don't have some certain understanding and some certain knowledge. And I'm not discussing about wisdom. Sometimes there is normally a very big there is normally a very big difference between
that's exactly what Dr. was talking about, because our parents had wisdom.
Also fools grow old.
But having a degree may be from the marketing, law, political science, it gives you an upper hand in terms of understanding constitutional laws and functions.
Yes.
Vis-a-vis having wisdom in terms of doing business, farming, or any other things. So there is another where there was that legal caveat, and for me, I'll be analyzing from a school of thought of a positivist rather than a realist. In this case, we need the degree. That knowledge of 4 years is very key in terms of having the leadership, and of course, understanding many laws. I don't know how you'll be able to legislate when you don't have any knowledge. I've been an advisor to the Senate Directorate of the Legal Service, and I tell you, doing a legislative drafting is not an easy thing. So I think that caveat that has been put, it should be followed and make sure that every governor has a degree.
All right. You know, Tabitha, at the end of the day, the issue of having degrees, some of these leaders, what does it show even to the younger generation? People are still in school. Because when you look at, for example, when you look at the Daily Nation, we have got Taita Governor, Granton Samboja, who is a governor. We have got Simbarati, who wants to be a governor in Kisii. We have got Mithika Linturi, Meru Senator. who is an eloquent gentleman. We have got now Sakaja, who is battling the case right now at the Milimani Law Courts with the IEB's tribunal, and now we have got Kakamega Senator Cleophas Malala. When you have got these 5 gentlemen, and we have got young Kenyans who are still going through the education system, they look at these people. What does it really show to the society?
I think, first of all, this electioneering period and the requirements for some of these leaders, and it's really hard for them to be able to get these positions because they don't have a degree, has made it very significant and given a direction for those young people who want to vie for these positions in future. And therefore, for us to avoid any of this moving forward, embarrassment and lies and forgery, we can't be corrupt everywhere, corrupt even in a degree acquirement. So therefore, it has shown for the young people that they literally need to get the education and the papers very right. Secondly, what Daktari said earlier, that as a country, it has shown that degree and success, they are like east and west as far apart they are. But I would like to say that getting education is a fundamental requirement for growth of any human being. Because education, its purpose is not to mostly get you rich or what. If it gets you there, it's okay. But it has the purpose of increasing your knowledge, making you teachable, adaptable, and being able to interpret some of these things. So you can imagine a legislator whom is voted into the office and cannot even interpret the constitutions, the clauses, and even when there's an amendment bill to be passed in the parliament, literally, it becomes very hard for them to comprehend because they do not understand the value of, understanding some of these things. Education makes even your understanding to broaden up. So we cannot sit down here and tell our young people that literally because, and you see our politicians are just politicians, many of them are not leaders, and we are now seeing it, that we are telling the young people that getting education should be second. If you get that opportunity to be in school, I think it's very important because there are opportunities, there are just how education makes you world-read. So we cannot underscore that, Victor.
Dr. you are under fire.
I think what we must understand, although, when I talk about somebody being educated, it doesn't matter so much that you must have a degree. There are those who have diploma courses and they are very qualified personnel. There are those who have had certificate courses, they are very qualified personnel. And in this case, law, when you talk of a measure of a degree, we should be able to differentiate an educated person and somebody who is non-educated. I mean, even those people who have certificates and diplomas, they are also educated people who are able to lead. So when you top up a measure of a degree, of course, I don't refute that law. What I was just saying is that if you are educated to the level of a diploma or a certificate or a Form 4 in this case, how many members of parliament who are in the current parliament, very competent members of parliament, and they are just merely Form 4s? I mean, when did we discover that these people are non-performers, especially when it comes to legal or not even legal matters, but the procedures of the capacities that they are actually holding? So in this case, putting a level or a condition for a qualification in our country, yes, it is very relevant and it is very good. But that should not be a strict measure of one's performance.
But at least we agree at this particular point that the crafters of this particular law and the requirement had it as one of the limits.
It was right.
That you must have a degree for you to be a governor, because being a governor is it's a big deal. It's not like a member of
huge,
exactly next to the president. So you don't have a degree. You have a certificate, Form 4 certificate, for example, and you are a governor. Think of it.
I think my sister Tabitha actually mistook me, and in fact she does it because you cannot be corrupt in everything. I don't know what she meant. Anyway, she will elaborate more on that. But what I'm trying to say is that when you talk about a level of a degree, level of a master's degree, and a level of what that the law has actually stipulated in, I mean, that is a perfect way of improving our leadership in all the capacities. So I totally agree with that. But what I was just explaining is that it should not be so strict as to the level that some people are denied of their leadership. And I suppose when I have my brother, he's a lawyer by profession, and he sticks to the evidence. that you once, if you have a degree, a first degree as stipulated, that is a requirement for a parliamentarian. To him, if he will take you to go today, he will stand by you and say he has the degree that is required. So in his profession, I totally agree with him. He sticks to the evidence. And
right. The same way, just to bring you in, Warunga, as you respond to that, because you know what? In a legal profession, there has to be some requirements, all right?
Yeah.
In a school of law, you must pass there. If you don't, go back to class. That is required, all right?
Yeah.
As a member of County Assembly, they had that issue. You must be a Form 4 leaver, you must be a Harvard diploma holder, certificate, degree certificate, and even masters if that's so required. But then now, at this particular point, this one exposes the kind of leader that you have, much as it never existed before. But right now, is exposing us to the world. Wakili?
Yes, I think a lack of having that caveat in terms of knowledge of the name, in the name of that degree, has turned our politics to be a game of charlatans. So that's why the drafters of this particular law and the Constitution had this one in mind, and majorly trying to bring a hygienic in our politics. It's quite very necessary. If you go through the Constitution,
yes,
you'll see there are very serious functions and laws expected to be implemented either by the governor of or the member of the county assembly or an MP. And I think even going forward, we also need a member of the county assembly who have a certain degree of knowledge, and even going higher to having a degree. Because remember, they also play the same role as the member of parliament. That's why we are having a lot of county assemblies having very insufficient bills and laws or poorly drafted laws. So I think we're also going forward, we need to put a very serious legal caveat in terms of the knowledge, even in the MCs and the other members of the parliament.
Right. Tabitha, what's quite interesting is that in this list I'm not seeing ladies. This is
Yes.
As per this newspaper, I don't know whether there's some names which are before the IEBC, but as per this newspaper, we have got 5 gentlemen. I mean,
strong one.
That's why I'm asking you.
Yes, what does it say about us? But you see, Victor, maybe there are women leaders who also do not have degrees, but we're still waiting. We cannot assume that they're not there. Maybe they're not just there or they're there. But the thing is, it's also a good indicator that women are also trying to get these degrees, get educated, have their things in order so that we are not inconvenienced. Because you see, Victor, even as you speak about elective politics, and we want to increase the numbers of women, even in the gubernatorial positions in this country, then it's just a requisite that women prepare themselves enough. And it's an encouragement that we have seen that literally they understand the task and actually what will befell us if we do not get this kind of requirements at the end of the day. So I think it's a good indication that out of the, I don't know, this electoral period, how many women governors are running. So none of them is going to be disqualified on the basis of not having a degree. So that is a point towards the right direction. And I think it's very encouraging to see that.
Does it mean that men are survivors? They can survive either way, the jungle, come back to the limelight and survive, but ladies have to fight it through the hard paths. But then, Doctor, you know, this on education, because when you talk of a degree, first of all, you will be employed. That's the bottom line. When you're a governor, you will be employed and you'll be earning a salary at the end of every month. So according to the requirement, you must have a certain level of degree and of qualification for you to earn that money, all right? Much as you're a politician. But as per the remuneration, you must have that for you to earn that, all right? But let me ask you, what does this really show to the kind of leaders we have today? Because when you have got these gentlemen going through the tribunal, some of them, either they are fake, they are allegations, they're still going through the legal process, but the kind of leaders we have in the House, is it going to sanitize the next crop of leaders that will be elected come next election?
I think what we are doing at the moment, what the IPC is doing, is something that is very commendable. And it is something that must be supported by all.
Yeah.
But also we must also that we are coming from a background whereby we have not even been able to check the kind of credible institutions offering this education of higher learning. And it is now that we are coming to terms to ask, where was your university? What was the level of the accredited university? That we are talking about. And in any case, some years back, although if we go back to our country, there are days when most of our Kenyans used to fly outside the country for further studies.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of them. And we've not been able to go through to scrutinize which university.
What changed? Because that somehow changed.
It has changed because we have developed our local universities. I can remember, although by those days when we went outside the country, there were very few universities that we had. And even there were a lot of conditions that were actually put on them. You get about 2, 3, 4 universities in the country. And of course, with the many qualifiers who actually intended to join the institutions of higher learning, and they could not make it within the country. Now that the country have discovered that they can develop their own institutions. And I want to thank this country so much because institution-wise, we have come up with a lot of universities. Even though we are yet to talk about their credibility and all sorts of things, we are able to tell how many universities you have. But in this case, although we also have online studies that is actually still allowed. And in this case, how credible are those, online kind of education or trainings? I mean, even before we talk about the quality of what we have, we also must see the background under which these people have actually been studying.
Yeah.
So in that case, although we still have a lot of work to do as Kenyans, but of course what the IBC is actually doing is a credible thing. But you look at these people, they have been, these are the guys, they have been trying for the last how many weeks to prove their certificates that they are right. And you wonder why it has taken that long. And even the longer it will take, the more eyebrows will be caused. So in this case, there are problems a lot that we must address as Kenyans.
I think, Victor, from my point of view, there is no two ways about this. The Constitution is, none of us is above the Constitution. So if the Constitution stipulates or requires us to meet a certain demand for us to be something, then it should be served as it is. So in this case, it's not about the quality or what you scored or what was offered online or whatever. What the IBC is requiring for our legislators to have at the level that you are vying for is a certified degree from a recognized institution. And that is period. And that is very fine.
Wakili, some would argue that this is political, as politicians would say.
We live in a country where we politicize everything. This one is not political. It's both a constitutional and a requirement from the enabling political and election laws. Just like my sister has said, you need a degree from a recognized university in Kenya, a photocopy to be certified. If it's a foreign university, then you need a recognition from the Commission of University Education. So it's only that we have decided to politicize the matter. So I think it's a direct question, a direct answer. Is your certificate certified by a local university, or if it's like for the case of Sakaja, is the team's university in Uganda, recognized by the Commission of the University Education, and can you be able to prove by the way of evidence that you really went through that particular university, and can the university also be able to testify under the oath that you also went through that university. So I think those are the pertinent questions that we need to answer, not unless the law is amended. For me today, I told you I'll be a positivist analyst, a departure from my earlier, where I'm normally a realist analyst.
But then, it can be a time-consuming process. We all know the legal battles and the procedures and the processes.
Well, it can be very time consuming. But remember, we did not say that someone did not make a decision that you'll run for this particular post in April or February. It's something that you may have made a decision 1 year or 1 year and a half. So in the interest of making a decision, you may have taken time to go through the requirements needed and make sure, probably decide whether you have or you can fulfill the same before you go for that particular level of the seat you want. You had asked why we are not having women having this issue. Women tend to be a bit genuine and bona fide compared to men. Women are not as a risk taker as men. Even when I don't have a degree, I would wish to take the risk of going through the process. And even when I'm taken to task, I would also wish to politicize the process and make sure that I push and pull over. But for women, they seem to be a bit bona fide and genuine. If they don't have a degree, I don't think none of them would try to take a risk or try to pull and push through the process.
That explains more about nature. That explains more about nature, how the difference between men and women. But then, Tabitha, this one perhaps will act as a deterrent to the next generation because election will come again after 5 years. So the current crop of leaders, perhaps some of them will not come back after this election, that is 2027. Looking forward in the next 5 years, the same rule and law will still apply. Give me a scenario, 5 years to come.
Okay. First of all, I think it's very sad as a nation that the only time we get to appreciate our education is when now politics is involved. That is why we draw the line.
Yes.
We have not seen this country creating such a scenario where we have people with degrees, maybe let's say even in business or economics, or even other fields, and there is a surge of jobs. So we want them to bring literally their papers so that we can give them employment. We have not seen that. So this is where we draw the line. So I think even in the next 5 years, we have new legislators coming in. I think also it's a waking up call that we are not going to have incidences like this in the future, because I think it also paints you as a very incompetent, inconsistent leader when you cannot really substantiate what you bring on table in terms of your credentials. So I think none of the leaders will want to be perceived like that, because leadership is about perception sometimes when it comes to politics. Secondly, I think that we are going now to take our leadership roles more seriously and in respect to the requirements by the law. So I think this time also we have seen actually the law serving very supreme, and IBC in the past has been seen to be not very honest or deliberate when it's conducting some of these things. And for the first time, we are seeing it coming out and literally doing what it's supposed to do as stipulated in the Constitution and helping to implement those particular articles and clauses. So I think moving forward in 5 years, we are going to see clarity, and we are going to have law-abiding leaders who know that they're not supreme to any constitution. And by the way, I really think like this, Victor. For you to be a leader for 5 or 10 years, you served, and you really knew somewhere inside you'll be vying for a more superior seat, and you're just there somewhere, knowing literally you do not have the qualifications, but you've been gathering support here and there this time, and actually you have people who really had faith in you, and you did not take your time to get the requisite credentials for you to have this, and you literally know that the law is clear about you, your position, and what you should have.
And it's not an emergency.
It's not an emergency. Then it shows that these leaders, they had something in mind. Maybe they wanted to corrupt the system, or maybe they wanted to cook something. So also that is a question of, what is the mentality of our leaders when it comes to doing things right? Thank you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Doctor, let's take a break, and when we come back, I'll just get your final word on that, as well as answer this question. This is what the common mwananchi feels, because now it exposes these leaders. It's like a job interview. As a requirement, present your paper. If you're not qualified, you go home. We have got millions of young people who are out there with degrees. Some of them are looking for jobs that they can't find. And these leaders, quote unquote, allegedly got those degrees, and they have got their lucrative jobs. The same thing local common mwananchi is feeling out there on the street. We'll respond to that after this break, as we also get into the issue of the 50+1 vote. How is it going to pan out in the next 55 days to come? Let's take a break. We'll be right back.
Top sports attractions on KBC Channel 1. In July, Kenya Morans face off against the DRC, Egypt and Senegal in the FIBA Basketball World Cup African qualifiers in Alexandria, Egypt from 1st to 3rd of July 2022. Also in July, Kenya plays South Africa in Rugby League test matches in Nairobi with the return fixtures set for October. Still in July, watch the World Athletic Championships from 15th to 24th July live from Oregon, USA as Kenyan athletes seek glory. Followed by the 22nd Commonwealth Games from 28th July to 8th August live from Birmingham, England. In August, join our coverage of the World Athletics Under-20 Championships from the 1st to 6th of August 2022 from Cali, Colombia. Then, in November, catch the World Half Marathon Championships on 13th November from Yangzhou, China. Now that's what sets us apart as KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
It's been 7 days. I'm scared for her.
I'm afraid everyone in the whole world knows that they can't find you in your mansion in the north. But they'll find you here. Wow, you're pretty good with the ladies.
Huh?
Congratulations, Your Majesty, Your Highness.
Please inform Echo that I wish to speak with him right now.
I suggest you leave.
Welcome back. Now, let's talk about the issue of degree as we come to the final bit of it and get to the next one. So, Dr. let me get this issue. The question of having, it's a requirement by law, and the government appreciates that there are so many young people out there with degrees but don't have jobs. So you can compare what these gentlemen are going through in the hands of IBC, who is going through the vetting process, vetting them, so to speak. We can equate them to the young Kenyans out there with degrees but have no jobs. They're feeling the pinch as well.
I think, I must appreciate that what the IBC demands is demanding what is required by the law. It's actually a condition. And the reflection from few of our leaders whom they have been struggling to paint themselves that they have the degrees when they really don't have, has actually painted the young society of Kenyans, I mean the graduates, in a very bad way. Why is that I'm saying so low? Is that our leaders must remain always as role models of our young nation. And in this case, when they are seen on the screen struggling to prove what they don't have, in the attempt to remain relevant where they are irrelevant, that in itself is painting us very wrongly, not necessarily within the country but internationally. So I think what I'm really anticipating to see in the future, we are anticipating to see people who are more educated in leadership. As my legal friend has actually said that we must always remain relevant in the areas that we are actually working on. Say, if you what can you, if you are in advisors or some committee of legal committee, if you don't have any education, even on simple legal matters, or maybe if you are not an accountant, to be able to, answer some of the audit reflection, like what we are actually seeing about what our country actually is facing. So in this case, some education is actually needed. And of course, the measure of a degree is what was stipulated by the Constitution, that each of the citizens of this country must be able to agree that they must meet the demand. So in that case, although I'm very much of the opinion that the leadership, or those who are questioning for leadership, those who want to occupy positions of leadership, they must be able to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that they are qualified beyond the demand that is required by the IEPC, especially for this election process. So in this case, I totally support the idea of a degree. And as I said earlier, of course, I said that having a degree is not a measure of success, but it is a measure of requirement.
It's a measure of requirement.
Yes.
At this particular, Tab, let me get your point on this, because in the last election, the presidential election was nullified because of the process, and IBC received a fair share of blame game, of the blame. But then, do you think they've gotten it right this time around?
I think first of all,
they're learning from the past.
I think first of all, you should give Daktari maybe another session to tell us about success and education, because he seems to have a first-hand experience, or on that. Maybe he can lecture us a bit on that next time. But then I think IBC, we've had complaints before about it not being able to pull up some of what we'll expect as clarity and execution of functions as what is required of them, and therefore there's been issues of processes that have led to a nullification of election due to irregularities before. So this time we are seeing them coming and telling us about the voters registration, the registrar, and they're literally telling us that there are things that have not been considered or been audited in the register, and therefore them as a commission or as the electoral commission, they have owned up to the fact that they have a duty to play in terms of clearing or cleaning the voters register, so that we are able to know that how many Kenyans are eligible to voting, and how many of them since that time were able to, died, or how many have been added into the register. We just need to know the concrete number. So them coming out in the public and also telling us about the fact that they have not done that and owning up, maybe it's are pointed towards the right direction. And it should also be noted that there are also response to public outcry and even the cries from different political divides. We saw the Deputy President, Kenya Kwanza, presidential candidate flag bearer, saying about having suspicions that there might be movement of his 1 million votes from the voter register. And it's something that he said has grounds, he has proofs. And as you know, I will say from a layman's way of thinking, I was wondering how an outsider will do that. So maybe now the IBC, we saw them coming out the other day and telling us that these are things that they are addressing. So that means we have hope, and we literally believe that we are going to have...
Because they're trying to redeem themselves from the blame game.
These blames.
Having had what Honorable Odinga, the 10 questions they raised, the credibility of the commission in readiness for this election. But Daktari, responding to that, Chebukati and his commission seem to be so serious about this thing this time around, because perhaps he feels that this is the last time they're going to get it right, or not, because it was so expensive to have a repeat of the last election, if you remember. They were not ready for that.
I think, Olo, what we must also understand, IEPC, as we are talking today, Olo, is the main focus of our political management in this country.
Right.
And if they will get it wrong, it will be very wrong. Because we have a history in this country whereby when election is not managed well, it has got so many repercussions as what we saw in 2007. And in this case, we don't want a repeat of the same. And as well as there was an allocation, although I think the IPC came out very openly that there were some activities which were done by some officers. They did commit themselves that there was something fishy was being carried out, which of course they promised the country that they are going to correct that mess, and there will be there should be no worry of alarm as on the same. So personally, although much has been said about IEPC, but what I'm seeing, and I have a lot of confidence in the management and then the way they have managed our by-elections. We have seen a lot of success. And in the whole thing, not many people are really complaining. Even though His Excellency the Deputy President spoke something about a 1 million movement of some whatever. I mean, he also, accept the fact that the current IPC is actually still very intact, and it is they have done something that should be appreciated by the Kenyans. Personally, I appreciate, and I have a lot of confidence in the IPC as it is now.
Okay, so. Gentlemen and lady, we all agree that as per the law, degree is recommended in this case?
Victor, a friend of mine has just seen how, accomplished in terms of education that career is, and the friend is asking, if Dr. is saying that a degree is not is a seconder in terms of success and delivery, then should we also say we should also go to the background and check about this doctorate title? I'm just kidding. In the life.
Really?
Yes, because they're arguing with the virtue of you going to school and acquiring this. You have an accomplishment in this and that, and then you should be able to appreciate what the system does to an individual.
I like that. I must appreciate my concern. And
it's valid.
It's valid. May God bless you so much. Okay. And then what I'm saying, what I said, the law demands, and that is actually the demand by the law that we need to have a degree. That in itself,
at least we have to appreciate that.
I really don't dispute that.
That's the basic
That's what I said. It must be as by that, because I'm not disloyal to the law. But what I'm just saying, a degree is not a measure of success. Success in this case, law. What my mind tells me about those people who have never even acquired a degree. Some of them, they have been successful business people. They have been successful consultants. They have been in their own capacity.
So in
this case, when I talk about
it's relative.
It is a relative thing. If the demand for a degree was anything to go by, that means those people would be very poor.
Okay. All right, let's just close that discussion, because now it's the IBC is still sitting, the tribunal listening to a number of cases there, because as per their cost list, they have almost around 200 and something or 300 petitions. Sorry? 263, and they have got a 10-day ultimatum to come up with decisions and the judgments and what have you. So they have got a tight schedule sitting at the Milimani Law Court. That is the tribunal led by IEBC Wafula Chibukati. Okay, so we all agree, as per the law, degrees required, and that is just that.
That's okay.
All right, so let's get to the next discussion here, lady and gentlemen. The issue of 50% plus one vote. That is what all the four candidates are fighting for. So I want us to look at the issue of the swing vote. What's going to determine that 50% plus one? And let me start with you, Wakili. How is it going to play out with just 55 days to go? What's going to be the deciding factor in this?
Remember, there are two major constitutional requirements for you to be a Kenyan president. One, you must have 25% in the majority county. Those are 24 county, going by the number of our county, which are 47. Secondly, you must get the mark of 50% plus one vote, which we are discussing today. Second, you must know that coming from a point of the swing vote, there are a lot of swing vote in this election. One, even the battleground like the Mount Kenya, but in my own view, the major swing vote or the deciding vote will be the undecided voters. Remember, as going by the opinion, the majority opinion poll, we seem to have a 20% undecided voters. that one is totaling to 3.6 to 4 million voters. Remember, we are going into a process in political science that we call voter lock-in. In the next 2 weeks, probably most of the voters will not have where they'll vote, but the swing vote or the battles of those voters will be the undecided voters. And for the first time, we seem to be having a very high number of undecided voters, the one that I've mentioned, there are 4 million. If you look at many regions, and I've always mentioned that our politics, we organize them around the ethnic mobilization and ethnic organization and regionals. Most of the regionals have decided an ethnic community where they will vote. If it's the Kambas, probably the majorities have decided whether they'll go with their ethnic elite, who is Kalonzo Musyoka, or probably go with the other local leaders, like probably Mutua, or the chairman for UDA. If the Kikuyu, probably the majority of the voters will go either with the Kenya Kwanza or the Azimio. But the biggest voting demography is the undecided voters, who are totaling to 3.6 to 4 million. Yeah.
Okay. Tabitha, the 50% plus one. How much of work, first of all, let me get your opening remarks on it, because it seemed to be, basically, again, as required by law, for you to be the president, you must cross that line.
Yes, the law is very clear, and you know, the swing vote is very important because it's the decisive. It literally decides a lot in terms of a president winning or taking the day at the end of the day. So it's very important. So what we are seeing as a factor here is our presidential candidates. They're trying to consolidate their strongholds so that they are sure that this point or this area.
Vote as a block.
Yes, it's a block.
Right.
We have seen the Right Honorable former Prime Minister Raila Odinga in Nyanza and is trying to consolidate the area. Nyanza has a history of voting for Raila over 80% in the past elections. So it's greater than doing this time maybe will be if the percentage reduces. We have seen the side of Honorable the Deputy President William Samoei Ruto also going to Western Kenya and telling them that, and they're very sure they're going to get 70% of votes from that particular part, which I think is a bit skeptical because there is no formula to that. So we are also seeing that the part of Azimio, the factor of bringing us or putting in a deputy president as one of in his candidature, which is also a boost. I think it's a boost towards the candidature of Raila Amolo Odinga in him being a president. So there is a key factor around that bit of having Honorable Martha Karua as a deputy president, because we have seen the kind of knee-jerk reaction that it has pulled from the other side, and the reaction we have found. And also we have seen in Ukambani, I think it was such a great thing that finally we have been talking, Victor, on this show, saying that Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka should make up his mind, because we cannot afford to be playing with time, because politics and time is very crucial. So we've seen him making up his mind, and we are very sure that with the support and the kind of leadership we have at Ukambani and in support of Azimio and the coalition, there is something from Ukambani at the end of the day which is very solid. So the swing vote is a very important aspect in determining the 50+1 and even it's 25% in major counties. So it only goes without saying that the campaign strategy and how to consolidate the main areas is something that our politicians are doing, both the Kenya Kwanza divide and the Azimio divide. And we just await to see the next month, because it's going to be really a battle on the ground.
You know, Daktari, most of these politicians, Deputy President William Ruto said that he's going to win first round. The same with Honorable Raila Odinga, first round, and they're home and dry. But they are also aware of the fact of, you know, the two of the, Tabitha and Wakili can all agree that the swing vote region is the determinant here.
Yes.
And they all agree that.
I think, although, when you talk about the swinging vote, you talk about the undecided.
The undecided, exactly.
And then, today,
the undecided and the swing
I don't want
vote?
to talk about the so-called rating. Although has not really convinced me to the level that I can agree that it is scientific or it is done scientifically. But what I want to agree, although, is that when you talk about a regional bloc, this time around we don't have so much bloc. Because the two great gentlemen, Right Honorable Raila Odinga and the Deputy President, have been crossing this country. And when you talk about, for example, a Kamba vote, whereby they are standing at about 1.6 or to 2 million, to 2 million voters. In this case, we can categorically say no one among the two will take 100% as a block. They will definitely divide. Maybe
100% is next to impossible because
it is not impossible. That's why that's why I'm going away from the block. Voting as a block means.
But a block we can bring from 70 to 80% of a region.
I disagree with you.
That is not amount to a block.
When you talk about a block, you mean the entire. When you talk about like Dabita was saying about the Nyanza region, they may vote as a block, and then of course we talk about the Rift Valley region. They may vote as a block, but not necessarily that they are going to be 100% per se. But what we are saying, when you look at the two gentlemen really wooing voters from every region,
actually, I think to be fair, we just have to be the four, not the four, because they'll be cleared. What I'm talking about, I'm not referring to those the ones whom I personally call them escorters. They are actually they are escorting the others, because it is now very clear. Ask anybody, ask a small child today, he will tell you the name of Right Honorable Raila Odinga and then Deputy President, His Excellency the Deputy President William Ruto. So these are the people we should be discussing of. Others may I appreciate that one. So in this case, when I look at it, Mount Kenya is still a decision bench for the winner of this election. And we cannot run away and believe that Mount Kenya is not 4 million, it's not 3.6 million. It is about 6-7 million votes that is actually coming from that area. And in this case, I personally still see Mount Kenya as the main decision. They will give us the direction as you win this election. Because when you go to Kambani region with 1.6, if the worst come for even the Deputy President, will get something like 600,000 or so, while Raila is pocketing 1 million or so. And then going other places, no, I'm just giving you go to Mount Kenya. But I read somebody by the name Jude Njomo. He was saying that marketing Simio in Mount Kenya has proved to be very difficult, especially in the presidency of Right Honorable Raila Odinga. So he's talking about 95% votes will go to Deputy President. The docket. So in this case, that means 95% will go. That we may call that one a block. Go to these other places like Rift Valley. You talk about Rift Valley, it may not be 100%, as I said, because Maasais are there, and much of the votes also will go to Right Honorable Raila Odinga, while the rest will go to Ruto. So by the end of the day, it is very difficult to determine, as of now, about 50 plus as to who will win. But going by my own observation, it is very dark to tell as to who, because by last time when we were discussing here, we were seeing Ruto was about 60%, while Raila was trailing with a difference of about 8%. But now we are talking about as by the latest ratings, which I told you I disagree. I don't really agree with most of them. Is that they are equal, and then both of them are posting that they are going to make 50 plus 1, which of course the Kenyans will determine. Yes. Wakili, Mount Kenya is a factor, so to speak, all right. Most of because the moment Martha Karua was picked as the deputy running mate for Honorable Raila Odinga, she immediately swung into action, and the first point of her campaign was in Mount Kenya, and she campaigned there for close to 6 to 10 days straight in Mount Kenya. Then Mount Kenya is a factor, so to speak, but then let's talk about the issue of Western Kenya. All right, the Deputy President has been campaigning in Western Kenya. Honorable Raila Odinga has also been campaigning in Western Kenya, and perhaps these two regions have it's a fertile ground for these politicians to look for votes.
Remember, to start with Mount Kenya, in that years, it's the first time that Mount Kenya do not have a major presidential candidate or a substantive presidential candidate. That's why probably it is seen to be a battleground. Before Raila Odinga had picked Martha Karua, it was primarily and strategically seen to be a Ruto political zone. You remember he has been spending 9 years and 4 years positioning as a kingmaker, probably gone to some extent of being probably a de facto king. But the kingmaker, the king still remains President Uhuru Kenyatta. So Martha Karua has changed a lot. Remember now the politics of Mount Kenya has moved from the Ruto Raila. It's now Rigathi and Martha. Remember these two running mates, we are calling the presumptive president. If one of the camp wins, this person is just a heartbeat away from becoming a president.
Yes.
So the Mount Kenya people are asking their question, between the Karua and the Rigathi presidency, which one can be a better president to them? And actually most of them are answering the question in the affirmative, affirmative that a Karua presidency can be better than a Rigathi presidency. Secondly, remember these two of them are poisoned to be the kingmakers if either of their camps win. If Ruto's camp win, there's be a high possibility that Rigathi may take from President Uhuru Kenyatta as the Mount Kenya kingpin. If Raila wins, Martha Karua will take over as the Kikuyu kingpin. So the Kikuyu are also asking themselves between Rigathi and Karua, or between this alliance of integrity and the other unholy alliance, who one do you prefer, or who one do you take? In the Western region, remember Raila Odinga has always been the de facto kingpin of the Western. What William Ruto has noticed, if he will not be able to get 85 and 90% vote in Mount Kenya, which is very unlikely, he's trying to eat into the Raila's stronghold, especially targeting the South Nyanza, the Western and the coast, so that he will be able to feel the less percentage of votes that he would have gotten from the Mount Kenya. Remember, we have mentioned this show many times that when you are running a seat in America, they normally ask you what is your path to the presidency. 100% blue state and probably 100% red state. In 2013 and 2017, the path to the president of President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto was 100% turnout Mount Kenya, 100% turnout Rift Valley. And
but that seems to have changed.
Yeah, that's what the deputy president had planned to begin with 2022 before the handshake. Now that the handshake has come, of course he knows in the Rift Valley he may get probably 85 to 90. So the biggest worry is now the Mount Kenya. If Ruto will not get above 70% of the vote of the Mount Kenya, he can well forget of the presidency. But now the new strategy that he is employing is now eating into the stronghold of Mr. Raila Odinga in the interest, one, of topping the Mount Kenya turnout, which will be very low to him, and secondly, trying to reduce some a percentage of the Raila Odinga in what he has been getting in these two strongholds. Remember, Raila Odinga has been the king for Nyanza and a de facto kingpin for the coast and the Western.
You've raised some point there, but Tabitha, 70% for Deputy President William Ruto in Mount Kenya, the entrance of Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua, that has completely neutralized that arithmetic of 70%, so to speak.
Yes.
If he doesn't get the 70%, perhaps he'll have to move to another region to compensate for that lost mark to hit the 70%. for Deputy President?
Yes, I think, again, the polls, sometimes we want to theoretically analyze this, but the polls, as much as Daktari will not agree with what the polls are stating, not all of them are compromised. So the Star latest poll on the central Kenya presidential campaign and the threshold over there, the Deputy President still leads at 49.4%, considerably with what he was leading with in the past before Martha effect came in. And Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, according to the Star, is at 20.9%. Now, the swing vote here is the central Kenya, if you ask me, because I think that is the swing vote, because all of these presidential candidates want to get a little bit of votes from this particular place. This does not underscore the fact that, Gachagua, Honorable Gachagua, and Martha Karua are both from central Kenya.
Yes.
But the gender issue, which according to Kenya Kwanza is not the agenda, is a very interesting bit, as what Aukilia said, the affirmative reasoning and conceptualizing of this whole debate on why Martha Karua has literally, I would say, brought some sort of uproar in the camp of Kenya Kwanza in terms of her and the numbers and the kind of attention she's getting from central Kenya. Remember, Martha Karua and Gachagua. Martha Karua, I think, in our own qualifications, she is a stronger candidate. In terms of, if you look at it, and even popularity. Gachagua might be as good, but Martha Karua, apart from just being an integral leader and having a very good track record, she's more popular. And therefore, the gender card and at the same time her popularity and the trust that the people have with her, and of course also the perception that at some point, of course, as a country, we will have seen her as one of the best people to be chosen as deputy president, is an issue that is playing here. In Western Kenya, however, we cannot in totality say that as much as the deputy president, I've seen him very vibrant in Migori as part of the Nyanza part of Kenya. He's trying to get some numbers there. But at the end of the day, he cannot outdo Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga in Nyanza. He will have to do a lot of work over there. Because what he does, as we started saying, I think from the start of this year, when Right Honorable William Ruto does not go, for example, to Nyanza, he does not have foot soldiers. He has to be everywhere, every time, by himself for his presence to be felt. So the fact that he doesn't have, I would say, very strong leaders pushing the agenda of Kenya Kwanza in the western parts of Kenya, even minus his presence, and he can't be in the western parts of Kenya pushing for his agenda every time, is something that is in his undoing, and maybe that explains why he might not be able to gain a lot. And as what Wakilia said in the course, Raila Odinga has been a de facto, I'll say, kingpin, and therefore there is a lot to play there. But as you realize, right now, I'll tell you, just in a layman's again perspective, if you go to Kisumu today, we have a very big billboard of Honorable William Ruto and Gachagua, their presidency. And then we have seen in areas like Bomet, where when there was a billboard of Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, which was torn down. So we have this idea of political tolerance, which maybe can attribute to the fact that we are accepting that we do not need to vote along tribal lines or ethnicity. So it might be a factor. So this said and done, we cannot also dismiss the fact that the polls are indicating very well that the central parts of Kenya are warming up to an Azimio presidency, and this is as a result of Karua effect and the gender and the affirmative action part of it.
Daktari, before you continue, allow me to take a quick break, and when we come back, I'll just get straight into it, because she's raised so many points there, Martha Karua effect, but I also want to talk about the Musalia Mudavadi effect. They talk about not 70%, they talk about 80 and 90% of Western Kenya. From the past elections, Honorable Raila Odinga got almost five regions in Western Kenya. It's exactly. So how is it going to shift all of a sudden? That's some of the things that I want us to discuss when we come back. It's about the 50% plus one question. Let's take a break. We'll be back.
intensified for the upcoming general election, what does all this mean for you, the voter? What do the candidates have to offer? How prepared are agencies charged with the election process? Join John Kuria and Safina Chieng on Kenya Decides. This and every Tuesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 as we unpack elections 2022 with a panel of various stakeholders. Make informed electoral decisions.
It's been 7 days. I'm scared for her.
I'm afraid everyone in the whole world knows that they can't find you in your mansion in the north. But they'll find you here. Wow, you're pretty good with the ladies.
Huh?
Congratulations, Your Majesty, Your Highness.
Please inform Echo that I wish to speak with him right now.
I suggest you leave.
Wewe umelala fofofo, hata una habari kama huyu ametumwa aje nimalize.
Mimi niwe na wasiwasi. Chief Puka the Great Kahindi.
Laaniwe mimi kusaidia wewe kumspaide mwangu. Wewe una wasimu.
Machozi ya samaki hayafai chochote hapa. Sikutaki kwangu. Nishakwambia.
Kama anda kwa Laban, hata ni heri shopping yako mregeshe mwenye duka, manake huko pia hayuko.
Umejuaje?
Welcome back now to the last stretch. I have got Dr. Joseph Rotich, Tabitha Gutu, and Wakili Warungubwangi in studio. We are talking about the 50+1 equation. Who is going to cross that line, the magic line? Okay, Doctor, we have got Martha Karua equation. We have got Kalonzo Musyoka, who we are going to talk about shortly. But Central Kenya, you know, we've been talking about this for quite a long time. Honorable Raila Odinga started campaigning in Mount Kenya not too long ago, compared to Deputy President William Ruto, who now is said to have made inroads in the region. And as per what the star says, that Raila Odinga has 29%, if I get it right, Tabitha, 29%?
Yes.
To 49% Deputy President William Ruto.
He has 20.9%.
Right.
Yes.
That speaks a lot, Dr.
I think, although what I am failing to understand, although when you look at the politics of Mount Kenya, per se, up to today, those who are in Jubilee, they have not been able to purge their campaign photographs with the Right Honorable Raila Odinga. That really tells you the apathy that is there about the Mzee. So in this case, when you talk about...
That could be referred to
I don't know.
strategy.
I don't know. It is not a strategy, although, let me tell you, for those people who are on the ground, the Jubilee people who are now the Azimio, within the Azimio fraternity, they are supposed to be selling Right Honorable Raila on the ground. And the only way you are selling, we are not selling Martha Karua, we are selling the one to become president, Right Honorable Raila Odinga. So to Ruto, we are selling His Excellency the Deputy President, a presidential candidate. When you talk about the deputies, they are not, to me, it is not a big deal as such, even though I must appreciate that the choosing of Martha Karua by Right Honorable Raila Odinga made pluses in that region, because there are those people who are in that, the real supporters of Martha Karua are the ones who are now supporting Right Honorable Raila Odinga. And I don't know whether the percentage can go to that 29% or 2.9, I don't know. Yes. That I cannot explain. But one thing I know, it has made some pluses. Now, when you talk about the Western Kenya, although 70% achievement by those people who were actually put to task, Mudavadi and like Wetangula, it may not be achievable, or it is a tall order. But recently when they were there, the last campaign that His Excellency, the Deputy President was there, low, they were saying that you gave us a low figure of 70%, that they were ready to deliver 95%. I don't know whether that is political or it is a realistic kind of thing that can be achieved. But all the same, Olo, let me take you back a bit. If we talk about the Jubilee government as it is, Olo, in the last campaign and the winning, and we talk about the NASA region, so that really tells you His Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, must have a big, he has to campaign seriously to occupy the places where he has lost.
Yes.
Because the former NASA places like now, the coast, you talk about the western, you talk about the eastern, have been invaded by none other than, His Excellency, the Deputy President. He has votes. Like in Western Kenya, 2.1 million voters, registered voters. I strongly believe that both of them will get half-half. And if it will not be half, Right Honorable Raila Odinga will get a little bit higher. But Ruto will have invaded Western by almost half, which was not there during the Jubilee, the campaign last whatever. You go to Western with 1.6 to 2 million votes. Even if Ruto will get 600,000 votes from the Kalonzo backyard, he's still winning because Jubilee was not there even during that time. It was within the target of Right Honorable Raila Odinga. You go to Coast, the whole of Coast Province, Raila was the main, the household name in the Coast, but it is no longer the case. Now tell me, Olo, if Jubilee really won by that landslide victory of 1.9 million, where do you think Raila will get that cup to fill in? I'm foreseeing a situation where His Excellency the Deputy President will win by almost the 4 million margin. If that is a dream, let it be.
Huge.
It is huge.
That is huge.
But I'm reasoning with you, Olo. I'm talking about the former NASA bases where Raila was over-relying. It was his base. Talk about Western.
Right.
No Jubilee was in the Western, maybe hardly one or two, if there was any. Go to Western, go to the Eastern, Kalonzo Musyoka. How many votes did the Jubilee actually got there? It was Raila's. Go to Coast. Now, with the presence of His Excellency Deputy President in most of these places, is it a plus or a negative?
Okay. Wakili, we have got 5 counties in Western Kenya. We have got Busia County, Kakamega, Vihiga, Trans Nzoia, and Bungoma County. In the last election, the NASA brigade won in Busia, so to speak. Raila Odinga, who was a presidential candidate, was in Busia, Kakamega, Trans Nzoia, and Trans Nzoia. Jubilee won in Vihiga and Bungoma, which, as at now, the Deputy President is trying to make inroads in Kakamega County and the larger, Kakamega County and Bungoma County to retain those zones, so to speak. But then when you say, based on what Honorable Musalia Mudavadi said the other day, in the local dialect, that they wanted an MCA in that particular region, all right? He didn't want a UDA MCA in Vihiga or in Kakamega County. He wanted an MCA in an ANC party. That tells a lot how the ground perhaps is so slippery for these politicians in general.
Remember what Ruto wanted with Mudavadi is to fix him. And I think he had.
What do you mean to fix him?
To fix him in a way that you bring him in Kenya Kwanza, but you still don't want to do a political zoning in areas that he is perceived to be strong. Remember, we are having even an MCA UDA candidate in primarily what could be seen as Mudavadi County, that is Vihiga. And some of these candidates in Western from the UDA seems to be strong candidates compared to those who are in ANC.
Yeah.
So what means that if these candidates win in 9th of August, it will mean that William Ruto will have a supremacy or be the supremo person in Western in Kenya Kwanza vis-a-vis Mudavadi. So that one he'll have fixed him and will have dealt with him politically. Remember, William Ruto is a very smart and shrewd politician. Remember, he took, if you do recall, he took the Rift Valley forcefully from the late President Daniel Moi. Remember, he has been trying to take forcefully the Mount Kenya, but very unsuccessful from President Uhuru Kenyatta. So he's trying to fix Mudavadi and throw away Mudavadi from being a leader in Western. Remember, he's not a kingmaker. He's not a king or a de facto king. He's just a local
They're
leader.
still fighting because when you go to Bungoma, they have Wamalwa there, Eugene Wamalwa. And Ford Kenya, Moses Wetangula in Bungoma.
So what is happening is that William Ruto want to be the conspicuous and the visible Western leader in Kenya Kwanza vis-a-vis their locals. And most of the ANC and the Ford Kenya have started smelling and sensing this one. And then in fact, they have started raising their voice. But to compare it from a nationalistic perspective, I think Raila Odinga still remain the Western Supremo or the de facto king, not a real king like he controls Nyanza, but he controls Western and Coast. Making a visit to a place 1,000 times does not warrant you to have taken a vote from that side. Ruto has invaded nearly every village in this country, but does not mean that he'll get a last man in those last village votes in Kenya. He has made many visits in Kenya places in the last 4 years, other than doing his constitutional role of deputizing President Kenyatta and assisting this government achieve its legacy. So the real test of the visit that he has made will be on 9th of August, and he will be pretty shocked.
Because you know you've spoken about Vihiga, that is Honorable Musalia Mudavadi, and Western Kenya is divided because of the different regions. You have got different tribes in Western Kenya. That's why perhaps getting that block, that vote block, is still elusive, so to speak. The Mulembe unit is what they call about. When we talk about the Kalonzo effect, who joined Azimio a week or so ago, we've seen them now campaigning together. Tabitha, how is it going to change the mindset of Ukambani? Because we also have the Kamba votes in the coast region who are also following Azimio, as well as Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka. We have got Kalonzo Musyoka back, and Deputy President William Ruto also make different inroads in Ukambani. How is it going to pan out? Is Eastern Kenya still remaining to be a swing vote?
Oh, yeah. First of all, Victor, let me weigh in about the Western vote basket. I think the Western, all those counties in the western part of Kenya, they gun up to 2.1 million votes in the national elections. So the task that Honorable Musalia Mudavadi and Honorable Moses Wetangula and the group has is to give 70% of that is around 1.5 million votes. It's elusive. It's elusive. It's not something that you can literally tell me Honorable William Ruto, the Kenya Kwanza coalition, let us be realistic here, can pull up in one electioneering period. It's elusive. And now, what does this mean for the people of Mulembe community, the block there? If they do not get to give 1.5 million voters don't get to vote for Kenya Kwanza, then it only means that if Kenya Kwanza at all forms the government, then they're not able to vote for the coalition. 1.5 million voters don't vote for them. They're not able to get 30% of the government. Yes. So this also puts them at a very interesting, I would say, or a jeopardizing kind of a situation, because then what is their stake even minus?
The national representation.
You get it? Yes. So it's more of a buy and sell situation, and it's not very good for the citizens. So then the people of Western Kenya, because of that, I think it brings something on trust, in whom even without us giving, because
Remember Wajakoya also. This is not a 2 horses race, Daktari. Wajakoya has numbers. Honorable Wajakoya,
Exactly.
he has
And he
numbers.
also hails from Western
And I'm telling you, he's really.
What number?
His effect. He has numbers. He has young people are really. I'm a young person, and I can tell you without a fear of contradiction that the young people who literally are awake to the fact that, and they're responding very well to his manifestos, to his beliefs. And by the way, he's youngish. You know, young people, I always tell you that young people like something to identify with. So he'll get votes from young people, a number of votes, which we cannot just sit down here. Every vote counts when it comes to an election. So is a factor here as well. So in Ukambani, as I said, it's been a prayer that Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka should just make up his mind and join the camp, and finally he did. Remember, we have Honorable Charity Ngilu, whom she commands a very huge following in Ukambani, in a county. We have Kivuda Kivwana. We have now Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka, who is the kingpin of Ukambani.
Yes.
Even if the deputy president was to make 1,000 inroads there, like what Wakilia said, he's been to every village, and I'll say he's been invading everybody's bedroom, trying to get votes, and that's very nice. It's democratic. But in Ukambani, I think it's very intact. There is something about Ukambani people and how they hold esteem, their kingpins, and the trust they have. So I think he'll get maybe a few votes because he has a few aspirants there who also maybe will get votes, like one friend of mine who is there. But the Right Honorable Raila Odinga will still have the day in Ukambani. Same to the coast, because you can't just tell us that the numbers will change, because literally the polls don't lie every time. Not all of them, as I said, are
of course, the deputy president has foot soldiers. We have got Aisha Jumwa.
I'm not disputing.
Down there.
Yes.
Right.
I'm not disputing the fact that he has foot soldiers. You know, in terms of deliverables is what we are talking about. You can have a foot soldier, like what my co-panelists have said. Going to an election and having people turn up. I see the same crowd that turns up for Ruto, Honorable Ruto, when he goes to my, Luanda in Vihiga is near my area. I come from Game in Siaya. Is the same crowd double that turns up for Raila when Raila is around, you get? Yeah. So it's about, I want to see him. He's our leader. It's about now the fact they can see you one-on-one. It doesn't literally translate to votes or anything. So it's about us getting facts as they are and not assuming too much that because you go somewhere and you appear to be popular, then it means literally you are the preferred candidate.
Doctor, we've seen Deputy President William Ruto changing tack in his campaigns. Now he's having regional forum, economic forum, so to speak. That is a tack that he's changed all over, because he's saying that this particular election is about changing the economy. Fine. Raila Odinga is also saying that it's about the economy. It's okay. But when you have got the Rigathi Gachagua effect and Martha Karua effect nationally, give me your perspective.
I think, although, if we, as my friend said actually, Ruto has made inroads to every village, almost every village, let me say almost to every village in this country. And out of those inroads, he was able to make almost 166 members of parliament, the sitting members of parliament. I'm not talking about those ones too, which are coming now. And out of that again, these are the people who are campaigning for the UDA party on the ground. The reflection of the strength of the party is in its membership. And in this case, when you talk about the inroads that he has made, and that we are assuming that he has made the little way, I don't see that perspective to be right. But what is realistic is what we can see, what we can hear. Out of every region in this country, be it even in Nyanza, the most unlikely places, he has the strong support in some quarters. So that is the kind of clean politics that we have in this country. It is not about the tribe, it's not about the region so much, but it's about personalities. That is why we are actually saying when the Right Honorable Raila Odinga actually made up his mind to bring on board Martha Karua, that he made some blasts part of Mount Kenya are now, believing in Raila's presidency because of the mother. And then, of course, Ruto, it is not the first time that he was in Mount Kenya. He was with His Excellency, the president himself. And now, Rigathi, there was nothing has changed so much about his importance in Mount Kenya. And you can see, Olo, how they are behaving, how the politics are going on in those sites. It has proved to be very difficult, even for the Mother Karua himself to sell his candidate, of his choice, of her choice. So in this case, what am I trying to say, Olo? I think this election is a very clean election. And Right Honorable Raila Odinga and His Excellency, the Deputy President, are almost on equal footing in popularity. But we can realistically say this one is ahead of this one.
Doctor, we all know how elections in this country is. A crowd does not give you a direct representation at the ballot. All right? According to the Star newspaper yesterday, and you've all said that the Deputy President has made inroads in almost every village, so to speak, what you said, in the country. According to the Star newspaper yesterday, if elections were held today, that was yesterday, Raila Odinga would garner 44.6% and Deputy President William Ruto would garner 38.9%.
That's the law. As I told you from the very beginning, the kind of skewed ratings that is happening at the moment is too commercial to be believed. So in that case, when I reason the way I'm reasoning, I'm telling you about the basis of the two gentlemen. What does that tell you? It is not even about the crowd that comes to your meeting. It is about the representations that you can see on the ground. It's about those people who are contesting in the same party. It's about the strength of those people.
The same newspaper around 3 weeks ago had Deputy President William Ruto on the lead. This has changed. And they have been carrying that opinion poll.
Whether Ruto rated first or rated last, in whichever rating that was done or low, I don't believe in these ratings. That is what I'm telling you. So I'm not saying because Raila is leading, I don't believe. While I was believing the other day, no. What I'm saying, the kind of business that is taking on in the rating process is something that is it is putting Kenyans. It is actually a campaign scheme. That is how I look at it. It is something that is negotiated somewhere. It is something that they want to woo Kenyans to believe in some direction. I don't really believe on those things.
Although let me respond to
all right.
to three issues.
Before I come to you, Tabitha.
One, we need to contradistinguish between evading and making inroads. What I meant is that William Ruto has evaded every village in Kenya. Inroad in some villages, zero inroad.
I know.
Secondly, Tabitha mentioned
perhaps
about
getting the difference, evade and make inroads.
Tabitha mentioned about Wajakoya. Just like in every election, there are different factors.
Yes.
Every election has different political comedian. We used to have Mwalimu Dida in 2013. Politics is not all about aspiration and excitement. It's all about emotion and appealing to the people. Whether he is appealing to the majority of the youth, 55 days before the election, time will tell.
Yes.
The second issue, the third issue is that this election will be decided by the undecided voters, which I mentioned there are 3.6 to 4 million. If we were not in a national television, I would have said that the deciding factor will be the system or the deep state, but I will not push that argument.
I see what you've done there.
Secondly,
I see
the last one, before I wrap it up,
I see what you've done there.
Let me mention, I was with Mother Karua on Saturday in Murang'a and Nyeri. And Mother Karua is not struggling to make inroads in Mount Kenya. If you watched the latest visit by Rigathi Gachagua, and you compare with the mother, the one we did on Saturday, then it will be crystal clear who is struggling. And I once advised the Deputy President that he was the most praised person to pick any person he did in Mount Kenya, because the Mount Kenya people love him, even without the mother, the Rigathi. Secondly, in Azimio presidential campaign team, the strategy we are deploying to make sure that Raila gets vote in Mount Kenya, it's the Karua strategy. definitely you will see the Kalua picture and you put your vote there. You'll have voted for the Raila Odinga. That's the strategy. And the last one, between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, who leads the Mount Kenya more?
Wakil, I'm told you talk towards the microphone. You're getting off the mic.
Between Raila Odinga and Ruto, who leads the Mount Kenya vote more? It's the William Ruto. In the current situation, who is gaining and who is losing? Raila Odinga is gaining.
Yes.
William Ruto seems to be losing.
All right. Tab.
Yes.
The swing vote. According to you, what are some of the swing vote areas? Your own opinion.
Victor, you're supposed to give me the right to reply.
Okay, go ahead.
So I think in maybe 30 seconds, first of all, I would like to say the following, that as a country, I like what the Deputy President said. We are very objective in our conversation. It's not about being in the other part of the divide or whatever. At the end of the day, we are Kenyans with very pertinent issues. And I think the economic talks around our candidature is something very significant. But then, what we are seeing right now, I think Azimio launched its manifesto somewhere around last week, Monday. We are discussing about it very substantially, and we're having public conversation around it, so that when we are going to vote for maybe, let's say I choose to vote for Raila Amolo Odinga today, then I know it's a point of I have read the manifesto, internalized them, asked questions, the public has been given the opportunity to do this. But now, in the Kenya Kwanza divide, they are going to give us their manifesto come June 30th, this month 30th. Now, the biggest I think undoing for Kenyan citizens at this point, even as we want to, because Victor, the biggest question here is how this economic recovery or conversations and what to make better the lives of Kenyans are going to be done is the how. The how is the big question. So when we cannot be able to get these documents and the manifestos in good time, then as citizens, we are not going to be able to, scrutinize these things very well. So as much as we want to have an economic conversations around our politics this electioneering period, it's also important that you tell us what you have, the how, and our stake at it. So Victor, in relation to what we have discussed here today, we are also awake to the fact that as Kenyans, we continue to experience a lot of issues, which I think are at the center in us electing our leaders. For example, we have a budget that was put to us around April this year, and there are contentious issues in that budget. We have a very huge revenue that is supposed to be funding the budget of 3.3 billion estimate of the financial year 2022 and 2023, and revenue collection should be at 2.4 million. Remember, Victor, we are from COVID-19 period where we are still struggling with our businesses, and even as the government says that they have given us access to the loans and the startup capitals, the administration bottleneckness at these particular levels make it so hard for this youth or even the women in business to acquire some of these startup capital and even loans. So when we are being given a 2.4 billion revenue funding to our budget of 3.3 billion, which I think is very, I will say it's our greatest undoing. And we have sectors like the agriculture allocation of its allocation from the previous financial year decreased by around 10 point something %. And remember, we are talking about escalating food prices, which is an issue, and it's something that this politician or presidential candidate should be dealing with, and the allocation in agriculture decreased. So that means our food prices continue to escalate, and that financial bill that was introduced in Parliament, the Finance Bill of 2022, which suggests that there should be an introduction of VAT of maybe 16% on staple food like maize. These are conversations that we really need to have head on.
Which we'll have some other day.
Which for me, as the Deputy President says about having an economic conversation around the candidate of presidency, then we will want to see a situation whereby we have the manifestos, we can vet them based on how well they relate to us with our issues as citizens of Kenya. The bottom line for me is, The gender here is still the part of the agenda, if you ask me. As women of this country, getting one of us to be a deputy president, and it shows how close we are. It's just a click, I would say a minutes away from maybe us even actualizing us ever having a female president in this country. Is something that we do not take slightly. So believe me, we might have had some women in this country maybe in terms of gender and affirmative conversation supporting the divide of Kenya Kwanza, but because of the Karua effect, the tune is shifting, because even yesterday or the other day, Karua was in Eldoret, and you saw how people turned up, and this is not something we had expected seeing. It's because we are embracing the fact that as a country, as much as we have a constitution which is very progressive, we are also progressive in terms of actualizing some of the things in that.
But for me, I think that showed a lot of maturity in terms of it's an election period, and the issue of tolerance, and she's been so much speaking about it, that let each and every candidate go to every corner of the country
and sell what they want to do for
you just
Kenyans.
Listen to them. If you're not able to listen, let them go. I mean, there's no need of causing chaos or just disrupting such kind of political rallies, because having a rally is expensive.
It's expensive, and politics come and go as a country, which we still need to stand.
That's the form of tolerance, and the people of Eldoret, good one. Set an example. All right. So let me get to your final remarks here. I'm told that we're running out of time. Daktari, how much of work are the candidates, let me just pick the 4 of them who have been cleared to run, how much of work do they need to put in their campaigns to get the 50% plus one? In 30 seconds, if you can.
I think, although the kind of campaign that they have actually put off, there is nothing much that can be changed ahead of us, although towards the election date. Much has been done.
Yes.
The people have already decided. If there is any vote that has not decided, it is just a very small percentage. So in this case, these people should always pull up their socks and move on, and make sure that every bit of what I'm seeing, although, let me just give a remark of what Kenyans should be expecting. IEPC is excellent. It has its mandate to execute, to make this election actually succeed. Number 2, the so-called state whatever is not true. It is not very true. It's an imaginative thing. We have had by-election law. What the state has been able to provide has been the security, which of course it has already assured the country that there will be proper security during the election, during and after election. So that will be the function of those people we would be perceiving as the deep state. But managing election or voting is actually give to every Kenyan, and that is what will actually determine the winner and the loser in the next election. It is the Kenyan people.
Thank you, Dr. Kenyan people. Yes, Wakili.
Campaigns are getting to their full gear. Politicians are marketers of their ideas. So it's upon these 4 individuals and their deputies, their inner cohorts, and their strategies to get the best strategies. Remember, I normally say that the last strategy will be employed on 9th of August, which is making sure that you have all people getting to vote. We normally call it a strategy of having the last person in the last village voting for you, what the American normally call go out and vote.
All right, thank you for that. Tabitha? 20 seconds, kindly.
I think in my 20 seconds, I would like to wrap up this in this way, that as Kenyans, we are awake to the fact that this electioneering period is very important to us. But at the same time, we need leaders whom are progressive in terms of ideas and what they want to put forward. And for the first time, I think that for those who have been in power, their track record should speak. And if somebody has been in power for around 10 or something years, very close like this, and they've not been able to implement some of key things, then the big question we should be asking ourselves, what is the miracle, or what can they pull up at this particular period of time? But above all, let us be tolerant, let us support women who want to be elected as leaders and be peaceful, because it's an election that will come and go, but Kenya will remain standing, and it should be politics of objectivity that will make Kenya grow and our economy recover from what we have seen before.
That is the perfect way to conclude that discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Dr. Joseph Rotich, political analyst, Tabitha Ogutu, governance expert and political analyst, and finally we have got Warungu Mwangi, who is an advocate of the High Court. Thank you so much for gracing this particular show. We are done, but I felt like we should continue. In fact, we were saying that we should do until 10. No. All right. Thank you so much for gracing the show, and you as a viewer for being a part of this particular show. And that's where we wind up. Good morning, Kenya, on behalf of my colleagues and the entire crew. See you tomorrow and have a good day ahead. Bye-bye.
Smoke all the cigarettes no more. Guess that's what I get for wishful thinking. I shouldn't never let you enter my door. To the one that runs, to the one that I belong, to the one that won't.
Wewe umelala fofofo, hata una habari kama huyu ametumwa aje nimalize.
Mimi niwe na wasiwasi. Chief Puka the Great Kahindi.
Laaniwe mimi kusaidia wewe mspaide mwangu. Wewe una wazimu.
Machozi ya samaki hayafai chochote hapa. Sikutaki kwangu. Nishakwambia.
Kama anda kwa Laban, hata ni heri shopping yako mregeshe mwenye duka, manake huko pia hayuko.
Umejuaje?
Hii ni Mitikasi leo, makala kutoka BBC yaliyomo. Msanii Diamond Platnumz azungumzia mipango yake ya kukuza muziki nje ya mipaka ya Afrika. Baadaye, serikali ya Somalia yaondoa marufuku ya miaka 2 ya usafirishaji wa mirungi, yani miraa kutoka Kenya. Na kisha uchunguzi kuhusu madai ya kufichwa kwa vifo vya wafanyikazi wahamiaji nchini Qatar. Tunakujia kutoka Nairobi, Kenya. Twende kazi. Dakta, karibu katika habari za biashara zinazokuhusu, uchambuzi wa kina na mahojiano. Mimi ni Peter Mwangangi. Iwapo wewe ni mwanamuziki, njia moja ya kuhakikisha sanaa yako inatamba zaidi ni kujiunga na lebo yenye tija. Baadhi ya lebo kubwa duniani za muziki kama vile Universal, Sony, Virgin na Warner Music zimekuwa zikiwekeza katika wasanii na muziki wa Afrika. Hii imesababisha muziki wa bara hili kutambuliwa zaidi duniani. Licha ya kuwa baadhi ya wasanii huhitajika kubadilisha mtindo wao kwa kiasi fulani, wanafanya hivi ili kunufaika na ukuaji wa soko la muziki, hasa katika mifumo ya kidijitali. Watu wanaosikiza muziki mtandaoni walifikia watu milioni 523 mwaka jana, huku thamani ya muziki uliorekodiwa hapa barani ikifikia dola milioni 70. Hii ni ongezeko la karibia 10% ikilinganishwa na mwaka uliotangulia. Je, muziki wa Afrika unadunishwa huku wasanii wakipambana kujitambulisha duniani? Hivi karibuni msanii Diamond Platnumz kutoka Tanzania alizungumza na mwanahabari wa BBC Salim Kikeke, ambapo alimueleza mipango yake ya kukuza muziki nje ya mipaka ya Afrika, hususan kupitia albamu mpya anayoitayarisha.
Sasa hivi tutamwona Diamond tofauti. Kitu gani ambacho kinakuja pengine ukitudokeza?
Unapofanya album unajaribu kuchanganya sound tofauti. Unaleta sound mpya ndani yake. Una mix ili uweze kupata soko kubwa duniani. So itakuwa na mchanganyiko, lakini itakuwa ina namna tofauti. So mimi ambao watakuwa mmezoea sana.
Kuna wasanii wengine ambao umewashirikisha. Yes. Unaweza kutuambia kina nani?
Yes, nimeshirikiana na wasanii wengi kutoka ndani ya Afrika, nje ya Afrika. Though unajua kuwataja wote na kwa sababu vizuri, lakini baadhi ya watu mbalimbali.
Jina moja kubwa.
Sio majina mengi makubwa za kusema, unajua bado tujamaliza, lakini nimefanya wasanii wakubwa wengi mbalimbali sana. Na unajua kwa sababu albamu yenyewe haijakaribia kuizungumza na kwa kidogo inatatiza, lakini nimefanya wasanii wakubwa Afrika, nimefanya na watu wengi. Davido niko na Wizkid pia. Niko na wasanii kutoka Tanzania pia, na nitafanya wasanii wengine waliokuwa katika lebo yangu na nje ya lebo yangu. Nje ya Marekani, Swiss Beat anasimama kama ndo mratibu, executive producer
wa hii album
itakuwa inakuja. So kama unavyojua ukubwa wake na heshima yake kwa wasanii mbalimbali, tutakuwa na wasanii, tumerekodi na wasanii tofauti. Wake of course itakuwa kwenye album 9 niko naye.
Atakuwa anapiga kinanda chake?
Yes, kuna kitu tumefanya naye. Kuna The Game kwenye album. Watu tofauti. Of course Basta nilikutana naye, nimefanya naye pia, atakuwa katika album. Wasanii, yes. Wasanii tofauti, na wengine tunahifadhi ili iwe wanasema surprise ya ili iwe na unajua unapoachia ukitoa vitu vyote na kwa kidogo unamaliza uondo. Lakini lengo lilikuwa kushikanisha muziki wetu na muziki wa nje, alafu kufanya kuona ni namna gani tunazidi kuingia kimataifa zaidi. Zaidi wasanii tunatakiwa kujua kitu gani tunatakiwa tufanye ili kuweze kupenetrate katika soko la kimataifa, kwa sababu sio muziki unaoimba au kupendwa sana nyumbani ndio utapendwa huko. Takupa mfano. Mimi nimefanya katika EP yangu, kuna nyimbo kama nawaza ukizungumza nyimbo nyumbani, yani ni nyimbo ilivyotoka tu namba 1 hapo. Nyimbo kama nimefanya Zuchu Mtasubiri, imetoka mpaka sasa hivi uko nashika namba 1. Lakini ni nyimbo ambazo hizo utazikonka katika soko la Afrika Mashariki, labda na kati. Ila ukiingia katika platforms makubwa yanauza, sasa unajikuta kimataifa, unajikuta nyimbo kama za kina Wanda, kina Freshi, kina Melody, so unatakiwa mtu mjanja kwenye kutunga tenzi zako.
Na hapo sasa, kwa sababu wewe umefanikiwa kuweza kufanya hivyo, wanatakiwa wafanye nini? Wafikirie vipi kuweza kuingia katika soko la kimataifa? Wewe umepenyaje?
Nafikiri wanatakiwa kufanya researches ya kujua watu wanataka nini wakati gani. Hicho ni kitu kikubwa, kuwa
na wakati inabidi ufanye kitu ambacho hata hukipendi, lakini ni soko ndo linahitaji pekine.
Kwa sasa tutupie macho taarifa zingine za biashara kutoka hapa na pale. Serikali ya Somalia imeondoa marufuku ya miaka 2 ya usafirishaji wa mirungi, yaani miraa, kutoka Kenya kufuatia mazungumzo ya kidiplomasia kati ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta na rais mpya wa nchi hiyo Hassan Sheikh Mohamud. Safari za ndege za moja kwa moja kati ya nchi hizo mbili zitaanza tena kuanzia Jumanne ijayo. Somalia ndio soko kubwa zaidi la kuuza mirungi kutoka Kenya. Kenya imeweka tozo mpya kwa mayai ya kuku kutoka Uganda. Wafanyabiashara wanaouza kuku na mayai sasa wanatozwa shilingi 70 za Kenya au senti 60 ili kupata idhini ya kuingiza mayai yao nchini Kenya. Haya yanajiri miezi 6 baada ya Kenya kuondoa marufuku dhidi ya kuku na bidhaa za kuku kutoka Uganda. Rais Macky Sall wa Senegal anatarajiwa kukutana na Rais Emmanuel Macron wa Ufaransa, ambapo anatarajiwa kumrai kuongoza juhudi za kuondoa vikwazo dhidi ya Urusi. Sall, ambaye pia ni mkuu wa muungano wa Afrika AU, amesema Afrika itakuwa katika hali mbaya sana ya njaa iwapo mauzo ya nafaka kutoka Ukraine hayataanza tena. Hii ni Mitikasi Leo kutoka BBC, tutakaangazia hivi punde uchunguzi kuhusu madai ya kufichwa kwa vifo vya wafanyikazi wahamiaji nchini Qatar. Uchunguzi uliofanywa na idhaa ya Kiarabu ya BBC umeonyesha kuwa Qatar ina idadi kubwa ya wafanyikazi wa kigeni wanaofariki dunia kutokana na joto kali. Kama athari za mabadiliko ya tabia nchi, joto linazidi maeneo ya Ghuba. Kuna wafanyikazi wa kigeni milioni 14 katika maeneo hayo, wengi wakitokea Asia na Afrika. Wanaenda huko kwa ajili ya upatikanaji wa ajira.
Tuliongea kila siku. Alikuwa anatokwa na jasho tulivyokuwa tunazungumza kwa njia ya video, na joto lilimfanya kutokwa na damu puani.
Mume wake Sita alikuwa anaitwa Dhan Bahader Magar. Mwaka 2015 aliondoka nchini Nepal kufanya kazi katika eneo la Ghuba. Alianzia Saudi Arabia kisha Qatar. Lakini Dhan hakufanikiwa kurudi kwa familia yake. Nchini Qatar, marafiki zake walimkuta akiwa kwenye maumivu makali na wakamfikisha hospitali ambako alifariki dunia kutokana na mshtuko wa moyo.
Alirudi ndani ya jeneza jeupe.
Haileti maana. Siku chache kabla ya kifo cha Dhan Bahadur kulikuwa na nyuzi joto 40 au zaidi. Mfanyakazi yoyote wa kigeni anayefanya kazi bila mapumziko ndani ya nyuzi 40 yumo hatarini kufariki dunia ghafla.
Ndani ya miaka 15 iliyopita, zaidi ya wafanyakazi 2000 kutoka Nepal wamefariki dunia ndani ya Qatar pekee. Utafiti wa hivi karibuni umeonyesha vifo 571 ndani ya zaidi ya miaka 8 vimetokana na mshtuko wa moyo, na zaidi ya vifo 200 huenda vilitokea kwa sababu ya joto kali, kitu ambacho kinaweza kuzuilika. Mohamed Al-Obaidli anafanya kazi katika kitengo cha ajira cha Qatar ambacho kinasimamia wafanyakazi wa kigeni.
Hairuhusiwi kufanya kazi wakati wa msimu wa joto. Lazima nisisitize hili. Kama mfanyakazi mmoja akifariki dunia, ni tatizo kubwa kwetu, iwe mmoja au 1000.
Ameeleza kampuni yoyote inayowafanya watu kufanya kazi nje majira ya mchana inaweza kuwekewa vikwazo na kutakiwa kulipa fidia. Lakini kuzungumzia swala hili inaweza kuwa ni hatari, kama raia huyu wa Kenya alivyoshuhudia. Alikuwa mlinzi wa majengo yanayomilikiwa na shirika la kutoa msaada la Qatar Foundation ambalo linahusiana na familia ya kifalme ya Qatar.
Niliandika taarifa kuhusiana na kile kilichotokea. Ni ukweli wa yale tunayoyapitia kila siku. Kampuni yangu haikutaka kushughulika na mimi tena. Walinikabidhi kwa mamlaka. Walidhani nafanya kazi na vyombo vya nje ili kusambaza taarifa hizi na kuharibu jina la Qatar. Ndani ya wiki 2 za kwanza sikuweza kuwasiliana na mtu yeyote yule. Nilifumbwa macho, nikafungwa pingu, vitu vyote hivyo.
Baada ya kushikiliwa kwa mwezi mmoja na kupewa faini ya dola 6,800, Malcolm sasa amerejea nchini Kenya. Msemaji wa shirika la Qatar Foundation amesema ni lazima waajiri wafuate sheria za Qatar. Lazima watathmini athari za joto, kutoa maji baridi ya kunywa, sehemu za kivuli kwa ajili ya mapumziko na muda wa kupumzika, na watalipishwa faini pale watakapokutwa wamevunja sheria. BBC iliuliza serikali ya Qatar kuhusu kesi ya Malcolm na tuhuma kuhusu vifo vinavyotokana na athari za joto kali, lakini hawakujibu. Huku tukielekea kwenye mashindano ya mpira ya kombe la dunia mwaka huu nchini Qatar, macho yote yataelekezwa kuona jinsi gani wafanyakazi wanahudumiwa katika joto hili linalozidi kuongezeka. Elizabeth Kazibure, BBC.
Tusonge mbele. Ukulima wa tunda la shokishoki yani dragon fruit umeanza kupata umaarufu barani Afrika, hususan Afrika Kusini, Kenya na Nigeria kutokana na lishe bora. Kilo moja ya tunda hilo huuzwa kwa dola 25, lakini mauzo yake bado hayajakimu hitaji la soko.
Tunda moja kuangalia soko atilauzwa dola 13, 12 hadi dola 24. Nikasema lo, mara ya kwanza kupatana na tunda hili za shokishoki dragon fruit ni mwaka wa 2003. Lilikuwa lanisumbua akili. Ili tunda nilikula, lilikuwa tunda la aina gani, naweza pata wapi tena, na ningetamani kuwa nalipanda na nalikuza niwe nikilila na nikiwa na uwezo niweze kulima kama kilimo biashara. Mnamo mwaka 2012 rafiki yangu mchina aitwa Alex Sundebao akanipa tunda. Nikaenda nikatoa mbegu kwa hili tunda, nikakuza. Haya matunda kwanza hayahitaji maji mengi, hukua sehemu kame za nchi, na shamba letu liko sehemu hizo kame. Zile changamoto nimepitia katika hichi kilimo cha matunda ya shoki, dragon fruit, yamekuwa wadudu. Sijakuwa na walimu wa kunielekeza katika hii safari. Kwa hivyo nimekuwa mimi mwenyewe ndiye mwanafunzi na mimi ndiye mwalimu.
Na iwapo ilikupita, raia wa Thailand sasa wanaweza kukuza mmea wa bangi na kuuza mazao yake baada ya serikali kuiondoa katika orodha ya mihadarati iliyopigwa marufuku. Hata hivyo, bado ni marufuku kutumia bangi kwa ajili ya kujiburudisha. New Zealand imezindua mpango wa kutoza wakulima wa kondoo na ng'ombe kodi katika hatua ya kudhibiti chanzo cha gesi inayochafua mazingira. Karibia nusu ya gesi ya methane inayochafua mazingira hutokana na kilimo nchini humo. Na tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka nchini Kenya, IEBC, inasema ukaguzi unaoendelea wa daftari la wapiga kura umepata majina ya karibu wapiga kura 2.5 waliofariki kwenye sajili hiyo. Takriban wapiga kura 500,000 walipatikana kuwa na vyeti ambavyo havikuwa vyao. Mwisho wa mitikasi leo kutoka BBC. Wapo hujapata kuona taarifa zetu leo na juma lote, tembelea mtandao wa YouTube BBC Swahili. Hadi wakati mwingine, kwa heri.
Do you have a new story to share with KBC? Get in touch swiftly on email news@kbc.co.ke or call 0723-892-654 or 0734-780-124.
It's been 7 days. I'm scared for her.
I'm afraid everyone in the whole world knows that they can't find you in your mansion in the north. But they'll find you here. Wow, you're pretty good with the ladies.
Huh?
Congratulations, Your Majesty, Your Highness.
Please inform Echo that I wish to speak with him right now.
I suggest you leave.
I called up his place and that's the information his landlady gave me. Well, that woman's going to hear from me.
And we kept it from you precisely to avoid this kind of scene.
And did you also know about it?
He doesn't have as much confidence as I do that you will love me again like before.
Camilo and your sister have just gotten married, and they're going to live in this house.
Risk you're taking is disproportionately high, son.
You cannot fool me, Paulina. You won't get away with it, and you won't overshadow my wedding.
I want to marry your mom. I want the four of us to live like a happy family.
Another lover, I don't even have to bother. I found it in you.
And now I feel like, oh, you're the reason why I'm thinking I don't wanna smoke all the cigarettes no more. This is what I get for wishful thinking. I shouldn't never let you enter my door.
Wewe umelala fofofo, hata una habari kama huyu ametumwa aje animalize.
Mimi niwe na wasiwasi? Chief Puka the Great Kahindi.
Laaniwe mimi kusaidia wewe mspaide mwangu. Wewe una wasimu.
Machozi ya samaki hayafai chochote hapa. Sikutaki kwangu. Nishakwambia.
Kama anda kwa Laban, hata ni heri shopping yako mregeshe mwenye duka, manake huko pia hayupo.
Umejuaje?
Uchaguzi mkuu wa tarehe 9 Agosti utabadilisha pakubwa taswira ya kisiasa ya taifa hili. Je, hii inamaanisha nini kwako wewe mpiga kura? Kila Jumapili saa 12 jioni, jiunge nao Gladys Mungai na Harith Salim kwenye makala yetu ya Kenya Yaamua, ambapo pamoja na wadau mbalimbali watajadili na kudadavua kwa kina michakato ya uchaguzi. Fanya uamuzi wa busara. Usikose kutazama Kenya Yaamua kila Jumapili kwenye runinga uipendayo ya KBC Channel 1.
Mse, huyo tumbo karai. Sio huyo kwa pande hii. Unaona hiyo mkono wake vile natosana. Haisi kula unga ati kilo 2 ati asibe huyu.
Mse, nikikula mfuko 2 ni sako. Unaninunulianga.
Hajawahi muona.
Hiyo ndio kweli wa mambo. Nyelele ni ya nini unaleta hapa? Kama uchiniona
yako 40 imefika.
Stop there.
Hii ni mnyang'anyani, hii ni mwabaki.
Huyu akisimamisha gari, huyu anakuja na anaingilia.
Hii ni muli bakwa, hii ni mshukui ya pesa.
Yaani wewe nyamaza. Na usiingilie mambo ya watu wawili. Ndio kooria. Wewe ni kazi gani unafanyanga?
Log on to the KBC website at www.kbc.co.ke to get the latest breaking news, entertainment, sports, politics, lifestyle or business trends from Kenya and around the world. Never miss new episodes from your favorite TV shows, reruns and movies. Just stream online or watch live on your YouTube channel at KBC Channel 1 TV shows. For the day's biggest stories, trustworthy news and family entertainment, log on to KBC Channel 1. Watch what you want anytime, anywhere.
For her.
I'm afraid everyone in the whole world knows that they can't find you in your mansion in the north. But they'll find you here. Wow, you're pretty good with the ladies.
Huh?
Congratulations, Your Majesty, Your Highness.
Please inform Echo that I wish to speak with him right now.
I suggest you leave.
But no matter how much it hurts, I have to get you out of my head and of my heart.
I don't think it's a good idea after what Nuria did and how she threatened my sons.
My dad and my mom are getting divorced.
Wewe umelala fofofo. Hata una habari kama huyu ametumwa aje animalize.
Mimi niwe na wasiwasi. Chief Puka the Great Kahindi.
Laaniwe mimi kusaidia wewe mspider mwangu. Wewe una wasimu.
Machozi ya samaki hayafai chochote hapa. Sikutaki kwangu. Nishakwambia.
Kama anda kwa Laban, hata ni heri shopping yako mregeshe mwenye duka, manake huko pia hayuko.
Umejuaje?
As campaign intensified for the upcoming general election, what does all this mean for you, the voter? What do the candidates have to offer? How prepared are agencies charged with the election process? Join John Kuria and Safina Chieng on Kenya Decides. This and every Tuesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 as we unpack elections 2022 with a panel of various stakeholders. Make informed electoral decisions.
Good morning, and thank you so much for tuning into KBC Channel 1. This is News Check, a program that seeks to explore issues shaping the news in the country. And we are in that electoral season. And of course, the country is just about to go to the general election in the month of August, less than 60 days to go. And the countdown continues. And what we have been doing in this program is just to highlight some of the issues that are coming up on this whole journey of the elections. And today we want to talk about the inclusion of persons with disabilities in politics and generally in the electoral process, a very crucial part and a part of the society that for a very long time has been left behind when decisions are being made, such as now when the country is deciding who is going to be part and parcel of the next leadership. What has been done to ensure that they are part of that conversation, not just as participants, but also as people who are vying and also as people who have the power to elect somebody who will represent their interests, that is being voters. What have we done to make it easy for them to be voters? What have we done to make the playing field equal for them to participate as candidates? And what have we done to ensure that as many of them as possible get elected into office? We'll be talking about some of the bottlenecks, the barriers, the gains we have achieved as a country, and what persons with disabilities want different. And of course, they always say you cannot have a conversation about us without us. And they're here with me in studio this morning. I'll just let you in on who I'm hosting in studio. I'll start with the gentleman because this morning we seem to be dominating the ladies. So his name is Joseph Atela. He is the Executive Director of CDP OK. And of course we have Halima Sheriff, who is the woman representative candidate for Kajiado County. And we'll be letting you tell us a bit more about why you're vying and what your agenda for the people of Kajiado is. But thank you so much, Joseph and Halima, for creating time for us.
Thank you.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you.
And you can also be part of this conversation. Just, come in and participate by engaging us on social media at KBC Channel 1. The hashtag you're using is NewsCheck. Any question you have for my panel this morning or anything you'd like to add as a person with disability or as a concerned party, what is it that you're concerned about when it comes to inclusion of persons with disabilities in politics in the country? What would you like highlighted? So that is what we're discussing this particular morning. And of course, in between the program, we'll be linking up with our reporters who are tracking different events for us in the country. But let's begin our conversation straight away. And I'd just like us to start by, just Joseph Atela telling us a bit about the consortium of persons with disabilities in Kenya. Just tell us a bit about what is it that is your mandate?
Okay. Thank you so much for hosting us, Stephen. The Consortium for Disabled Persons Organizations in Kenya, CDPOK, is an umbrella organization with currently 124 affiliate disabled persons organization members across the country. And this organization was formed by persons with disabilities, and its mandate is to amplify the voices of persons with disabilities across the country. And currently, we are running an inclusive elections program. And this is a program where we work with 15 major political parties across the country, where we are advocating for the inclusion of people with all kinds of disabilities within the political parties. And again, in the program, we are also working with the key partner or the key stakeholder in the program is the IBC. And we also partner with KNCHR. We partner with NCIC. So we are working towards inclusion. The process, election is a process. It shouldn't be an event. Mm-hmm. So we started working on this 2 years ago. Mm-hmm. And since we have elections this year, so it is this year that majority would say that we are so much on the limelight. But in real sense, we started working last year. And for information, we realized that political parties, there are those political parties that have been really willing to be guided by us so that they implement the inclusion, not only to feel or to be in good books with the ORPP. No, there are those who have goodwill, and for the first time in our country, we saw a big number of persons with disabilities going for the elective positions when you remember the party primaries.
All right.
Yes.
And we have one who is sitting with us this morning, and we'll talk more about you and why you're vying in just a bit. But right now, let's just follow up on something else that is happening in the country. We are crossing over to Radisson Blue, and this particular morning, the ICT Authority Acting CEO Paul Kiprono is speaking at a forum on digital agriculture and youth involvement in the sector. Let's just listen into what is happening.
We were thinking at teaming up with you people, all your free phones, can you give us? We want to put a very serious refurbishing center at Konsa in the next 2 months, so that apart from the phones, even the computers you have, which you are not using, somebody else is suffering. If you can get that computer or that phone, you call it not smartphone because of technology changes, but for a farmer and for ordinary Kenyans, it is very useful. And we thought that if we team up with you people and with the private sector and with the development partners and with government, we can really mop those phones. We put up a center in Konsa, we refurbish them. Those ones which are useful, we can take them back to farmers. The one which we cannot refurbish, we can recycle them as a way of addressing the issue of e-waste. The third one is the issue of tools, what we call the products and services in the digital space. And I want to give you an example, ladies and gentlemen. If you are to go from here to Kisumu by road, you may not pay anything apart from food you will eat on the road. If you are to foot, I'm talking about footing. No one should deny you to foot from here to Kisumu. But when you reach Kisumu and you want to buy a product, I should charge you. And that is when you pay taxes now for that road. Same case to internet services. Can we allow our people to access this information superhighway? When they arrive at your store, you can now charge and tell them, I have product A, B, C, D. Can you buy them? And the prices are 1, 2, 3. By so doing, you will really spur innovation. You will spur economic growth. You will make everybody productive. But when I block you from going to the shop because you don't have anything to sell in the shop, that is not right. And I'm talking about affordability of internet connectivity in this country. So as we develop this product, which I wanted to ask you to team up with us, we have connected farmers in some markets in Nairobi. I'm looking for someone to provide some phones, someone to tell us what is in the digital store, someone to train. And that is what makes life easy, and also make our discussion here be productive. You know, we can talk and talk, but what about it? We need to say, after this talk, this is what we have done as a team. The second item is that we realize that there is need to engage everybody. There are things outside the space. There are things which are not in this room, in Nairobi, in town. But the future economic revolution for any nation is in the rural areas. And there is need to engage the rural team so that we can go together as a team. And those rural people, that is where innovation is. You know, some of us, maybe we have read too much. We know too much. But there's a young guy in the rural area who is very sharp.
All right, so that is an event that is currently underway. We are tracking that for you as well. Currently speaking, there is the ICT Authority Acting CEO, Paul Kiprono, addressing those who have attended this particular event on the digital agriculture and the need to include the young people in the sector. Of course, we'll be giving you more details about some of the resolutions that they're going to come up with on how to make this possible in the course of our day's broadcast. But in studio this morning, we are talking about another form of inclusion, and that is the inclusion of persons with disabilities in politics. There's been a lot of barriers that have made it impossible for them not to participate in the electoral process, not as voters, not just as candidates, but also as people who actually have the power to elect, others who will represent them. So we want to talk about how they can have a say on the decision-making table. And of course, in studio with me this morning, I'm having a panel of two, a lady and a gentleman. Joseph Atela, the Executive Director of the Consortium of Disabled Persons Organizations in Kenya, and Halima Sharif, who is a woman representative candidate in Kajiado County. And I was just about to come to you, Halima, to get to know more about the genesis of this journey, that you have embarked on. Just to tell us more about who Halima is, and of course, what is your interest for the residents of Kajiado?
Thank you so much. I'm very humbled to be here today, this morning. It is a very big privilege for me to talk to the entire country about inclusion and persons with disability in politics, because we've been in this journey in political parties and also in leadership in general. Mm-hmm. As a woman and persons with disability who is contesting, who is a candidate in Kajiado, I am.
What motivated you to want to go for this seat?
Yes, what motivated me is, in fact, the constitutional right first, because as a person with disability, I have that right, and it is giving me a mandate as a person with disability, Article 54 and Article 19, and also Article 24 as a minority and ethnic. So I was in politics ever since, and backing people to go and work for us in the National Assembly and also in County Assembly, because we've been working as a campaign team from governors, women representatives, and also MCAs and Member of Parliament. But sometimes I feel as a person with disability, we miss that chance because of being set aside as persons with disability. We have the nomination slot, so we can't go for elective seat and address our issues at the county assemblies and national assemblies. So the thing which motivated me, because I've been working with the organizations at the grassroots, partnering with my chairperson, the executive director, Joseph Atela, addressing issues of persons with disability. So when it comes to at a national level, sometimes it is very hard for us to address our issues because we have very few people who are nominated at the National Assembly, County Assembly, so we don't have that strength to go and address the issues. So for me, as a person with disability and having that constitutional right, I was motivated, and I said, no, this time round, I have to go and seek for that elective seat, not nominated, so that I can go and address all the issues and many more as persons with disability, to have that strength, because when you are elected, you have more strength than being nominated, because sometimes when you are nominated, you just become very weak because you are few, and also you can't talk much because you become under your party leader. Under your
so it doesn't give you that much of an authority to influence change?
To influence change and to address the issues, because sometimes you are few, and also as a first of all, I'm humble to remind people I am an independent candidate who is seeking for the women representative Kajiado County. So if you address the issue, like my brother Mheshimiwa Isaac Mwaura, he has been very vocal in this country on our issues, but also because he was on that party nomination list.
Okay.
It happened whatever happened to him, because you don't have that freedom of addressing the issues as persons with disability, and also as a member
well
of
said,
parliament.
Halima. I'll come back to you.
Thank you.
So that you tell me how it's going. You being an independent candidate.
Yes.
And of course, you know, getting into elective position also.
Yes.
What are the lessons? What are some of the challenges that you have observed so far?
Of course, there are a lot. And the lessons are
a lot.
Yeah, very.
Okay. Just to add on what she was bringing out. You know, the nomination and compared to the elective positions, maybe there is something that also you can add on to that, because for a very long time it was a start, it was a step to create the nomination slots and give the positions to those that were considered vulnerable and marginalized in the society, persons with disabilities included in that category. Do you feel like that was a raw deal also?
Sefin, I would say that nomination of persons with disabilities to represent their colleagues wasn't a raw deal. Yeah, when we go to the Bill of Rights, we realize that there is affirmative action, and through affirmative action, the idea is or was to ensure that one is empowered, and then they go they go look for those positions, you know.
Yeah.
So we've realized a number of times, our representative Senator Mwaura and even Honorable Sankok and Denita and Senator Gertrude, a number of times their hands are tied at their back. They are so willing to table bills that would positively impact the lives of people with disabilities, but since they don't have that strong voice, when you are nominated, you are not entitled to a number of things, or a number of things that would bring advantage to you, and even their colleagues do mock them, you know, do ask them, the people they represent, they are not elected. So this one of the reasons that for the last 2 years we've been calling on political parties and even persons with disabilities. If you are not willing to work with a political party, you are allowed to go as an independent candidate. And that's why my sister, Honorable Lima here, is going as an independent candidate. And for example, if we can prove, we've proved that people with disabilities are able to deliver. The few that have been elected, if we go to Westlands, you know, we find Honorable Tim Wanyonyi is more than able. He has delivered. And in fact, we were very hopeful that he would go for the gubernatorial position. And you know, so many things happened, but again, he's going to defend this Westland seat. So us, we really encourage people with disabilities to go and seek for these electoral positions.
I want you to talk to me about what you have observed, because yes, we're talking about elective positions for persons with disabilities, and both of you agree that it would be more impactful and effective in addressing the interest of persons with disabilities in the country. What has been the barriers and the bottlenecks that have blocked persons with disabilities to go for these elective positions?
First, it's a bit I normally say that disability is related to poverty. A number of times you find that people with disabilities, they are not stable financially. And in African politics, if not Kenyan only, resources are needed. So a number of us are so willing, but we really need some resources in order for one to run a political campaign. You know? And without this, people might be willing to support you, but again, you need to appreciate some, you know? Yeah, so first is finance. Second, the playground is not normally friendly, you know?
Sure.
When you look at the rallies held by the political party leadership, when you go to, when you look at them, you find that accessibility is a challenge, you know? My sister works with a crutch. She is more stable than I, you know. I have calipers. With her, she doesn't use calipers. So to her, she'll still strain to access the podium.
To climb up high.
To climb up.
Yeah.
And to me...
And to stand for those long hours.
Yes.
Of course.
And to me, to somebody like me, it's like impossible.
Impossible.
If I don't have people to carry me to the podium, I can't access it completely. You know?
I'll come back to you because I see Halima has something to add
on it. We are very, very somehow neglected, because whenever they have their rallies, the podium, they make the podium, they don't remember their people with disability, leave alone being a candidate as them. Even their supporters who are PWDs, they're coming to support them, but they don't have that ramp for us. So it is very unfortunate, because accessing it is like a hell for us, and they don't even care, because you just come, you see, even sometimes you want to come to the podium, you see like they're telling you, panda tu.
Yeah, you
panda tu.
Pambana na hali, what others
yes.
say.
And there was a day I was almost to slip off of the stairs, yeah? Because it is made hand in a bow, alafu not very stiff, unaona. So it is like, oh my God. So I'm not even remembered in this meeting. So it is like a hell to us, you know?
Yeah,
leave alone being a candidate, even a supporter who is following them as a team, campaign team, of which in Kajiado they don't have.
All right.
They don't have one of us.
You've been part and parcel of, for a long time you've been in politics.
Yes.
But in the, in the, let's say the kitchen, being part of the campaign and helping in the campaign process before you decided to vie. Had you tried at one point or in many occasions to bring some of these issues on the table?
Always. But it is very unfortunate, even when we had a consensus for Jubilee. First and foremost, I was a Jubilee aspirant when we were doing the consensus, because Jubilee didn't go for nomination, so they decided to do it the other way. They did it as a consensus. So we were told by the candidate, the governor, the Jubilee governor, who is a candidate as like me, we were told to come with 2 elders, each and every aspirant. That time we were aspirants, so each and every aspirant to come with 2 candidates, two elders. So me as a person with disability, I decided to come with 2 elders. When we had the panel, the consensus panel, we were told everybody to get in with the elders, the candidate, the aspirants, and the 2 elders to get in, and we were told sasa hapa to consensus, tukimaliza hii consensus, I hope kila mtu atakuwa satisfied na vile hawa panel watasema, na mtaamua kuunga chama mkono. So me I was just observing, then I raised my hand. Kuna mtu akona swali, I raised my hand. Yes, mimi niko na swali. Mheshimiwa Governor, naona uko na panel, ndio sijakataa, lakini panel yako haijakuwa friendly kwangu kwa sababu mimi sina mwakilishi wangu wa ulemavu hapo. Na mimi kama ni minority na Muslim, nimeona umeleta mtu wa kanisa religious, kuna apostle, kuna pastor, kuna bishop. Sijaona umeleta Muslim elder hapa kwa panel yako.
All right. Allow me to cut you short. I'll come back to you so that you tell me what was their response and whether you were satisfied with that. But I just want us to also follow up on something that is happening right now at the Kenya Medical Training College. Currently speaking is the chief guest at a function that is set to see students being taught how to treat cervical lesions that could develop into cancer. Currently speaking is Dr. Patrick Amoth, the Director General of Health. Let's listen into what he's saying.
Kenya has one of the highest rates of cervical cancer globally, and it is the leading cause of cancer mortality among women, contributing to about 5,236 new cases and 3,211 deaths annually. So cervical cancer is number 2 according to the Kenya Cancer Registry in terms of the burden of the disease, but becomes number 1 in terms of mortality. And if you can compare this mortality, annual mortality, vis-a-vis COVID-19 mortality, since 2020 we have reported 5,651 COVID-related deaths. And you see the kind of investment the global community has made. It is imperative that we also now start to think internally as low-middle income countries to be able to see how we can get resources for problems that are unique to us so that we offer our own solutions to our problems. The WHO launched a global strategy to accelerate the elimination of cervical cancer as a public health problem in 2020 with a 90-70-90 targets to be achieved by 2030. That is 90% of the girls to be fully vaccinated against cervical cancer with the HPV vaccine by the age of 15 years, 70% of women screened with a high precision test at between the ages of 35 and 45 years of age, and 90% of the women identified with cervical cancer disease receive treatment and care. Our approach towards one of the targets, the HPV vaccination, was a school-based approach. And you remember in 2020, 2021, the interventions we put in place to be able to control COVID-19 vaccines included closure of schools. Therefore, that interfered with the progress we are making towards HPV vaccination. And when we looked at the data from the Kenya Health Information System, we realized that we are lagging behind, and we quickly put interventions into place to ensure that there is continued availability of routine healthcare services, including immunization services. And to be able to catch up with those we had missed during those difficult 2-year period, we decided to do what we call periodic intensification of routine immunization towards the end of the year last year, that is the first week of December to April this year. And during this period, we increased HPV vaccination from 31% to 41%. So a target of 90% by 2030, and we are already 41% in 2022. And with the measures we are putting in place, including this equipment that we are going to launch here today, I think, and the focus on service delivery at level 2, level 3 facilities, and also level 1 through outreach services in partnership with our counties, that even though our figures may look, the journey may look monumental, it is achievable if we join hands together. Health workforce is one of the critical pillars of any healthcare system. And lack of skills among primary healthcare workers is one of the major gaps in cervical cancer prevention and control across the country. One of the key mandates of the Ministry of Health is to build and expand the human resource capacity for cancer screening and early diagnosis to increase cancer screening coverage and improve outcomes. And that is why we are investing more in the health workforce through this investment in pre-service training, which will be able to give us better dividend than if we wait until they qualify, then we call them for in-service training. Again, that will also increase the cost. The learning curve tends to be longer. So pre-service training would be the best approach, and we are going to embrace it fully. There's no better way of improving your healthcare system than investing in your health workforce. Because ordinarily, any healthcare system, 75% of the resources go towards the health workforce in terms of salaries, wages, stipends, allowances, and the rest. So this is one of the priority actions of the National Cancer Control Strategy 2017-2022. And one of the activities being undertaken is a cervical cancer screen and treat program being implemented in 25 counties in collaboration with CHAI. And through this program, more than 6,000 primary healthcare workers have been trained on cervical cancer screen and treat with the loop electrosurgical excision procedure and ablation devices distributed across the facilities to improve cervical cancer screening and treatment of precancerous lesions. And I agree with Mr. Macharia, cryotherapy belongs to the past. We are also aware of the effects of these gases in terms of climate change, and therefore we should be able to embrace modern technology and innovations to be able to get better outcomes for better population health. It is notable that we have also integrated breast cancer early diagnosis and clinical breast examination as a core competency skill in these trainings, because breast cancer is the #1 cancer according to the Kenya Cancer Registry. So trying to tie #1 and #2 together to be able to develop a joint intervention is a double win for us. Through the partnership of CHAI, a total of 125 KMTC lecturers drawn from 9 clusters spread out the entire country were trained on screening and treatment of precancerous lesions. As a way forward and to ensure sustainability, the lecturers should now disseminate the training content to their fellow colleagues and to their students. And then this training, when a CEO, should be integrated in the nursing training curriculum. All participants should practice screening and fill their individual logbooks as part of their competency accreditation before formal registration by the appropriate regulatory body. The Ministry of Health is confident that through this training.
All right, so that is Dr. Patrick Amoth, the Director General Health, and of course he's the chief guest at an event that is currently underway as the Kenya Medical Training College is set to introduce a new curriculum, something in their curriculum called cryotherapy, that is set to help the students learn skills that will be pivotal in helping fight cancer in the country. According to Dr. Amoth there, Kenya still has the highest number of cancer-related deaths in East Africa, as cervical cancer accounts for 3,286 deaths annually in this particular country. So this is going to be pivotal in helping us reduce these numbers and also avert the spread of cervical cancer in the country. And of course, we are also talking about something in studio this morning concerning the inclusion of persons with disabilities disabilities in politics as we head to the 2022 general election. Many of them have come out to express their interest to vie for different elective positions, and others are part and parcel of those who have been registered as voters. But what has been done to ensure that those who want to vie secure a win when it comes to the August polls, and also what has been done to ensure that those who will be voting have access and can be able to vote in a very conducive and comfortable environment. We are talking about those technicalities and what needs to change to ensure that persons with disabilities are part and parcel of this process with my panelists this morning. And Halima, earlier before we took the link, you were telling me about an incident you went through in this whole process of you vying, and this was before you became an independent candidate.
Yes.
I just want us to pick up from there so that you can tell us a bit about the concern you raised and how they responded to it, and the verdict at the end of the day. What was it like for you as a candidate who is a person with disability?
Yeah, thank you so much. After I raised the concern about inclusivity, the response wasn't fair to me, because I was asked, mbona wewe hukuleta representative wako? Then I was like, I came with my two elder. The panel wasn't supposed to be me bringing in my representative. You are the persons to bring the representative at the panel, yeah? So it was like, it was like an offensive, because, and I stood up and I said, if I have offended you people, I'm sorry, but it is my constitutional right to ask, but I hope it will be free and fair for me, because I'm sensing something.
Why was it important for you to, or why is it important, generally speaking, to have persons with disabilities represented in forums such as those when political parties are making such crucial decisions? What will it change in the process?
You know, for me to have the change is, you know, nothing for us without us. If we have that panel, we have our representative, and our representative will address our issues, because you know, I am the shoe wearer. I feel the pinch, yeah? So you as a person's an able person, you cannot address my issues as much as a teller addressing my issues.
You are the one who knows where the shoe pinches.
Yeah. because he knows much about our issues and our challenges than you yourself.
All right.
Yeah.
And that led, one thing led to the other, and today you're here as an independent candidate for the Kajiado Woman Representative seat, and we'll continue dissecting more about that journey. And I just want us to talk about the inclusion of persons with disabilities in political parties. This is one of the programs that you have been running. And just to link up with what I asked her earlier, because that is where it starts. Before even one is given that ticket, that ticket of nomination, and they're told you're the one who is going to be flying our flag as a candidate for whichever position.
Right.
We rarely see persons with disabilities get that much coveted certificate. Where is the problem? Let's go back to where the decisions are made, where discussions about power are held. Where are the gaps? Where are the loopholes? Is it that we don't have persons with disabilities who can sit in these boards, in these committees?
We have.
These are very sensitive questions.
Yeah.
And basically, this is what has killed our representation. But before I go, I answer that question. First, we were trying to, you asked on the challenges, and I didn't complete my submission in regards to that. And I would add that one of the challenges added on top is there is this notion when a person with disability goes to contest, you find that fellow contestants do insist to them that with them, they should not contest because they have nomination slots.
Yeah.
And I want to remind the nation, both aspirants and the political parties, that the nomination slots are very few. There are only 4 at National Assembly and the Senate, and there is only 2 per county.
Counties.
So all of us cannot fit the slots. And that has been a barrier as well. And also the issue of what would I say? When it comes to when it comes to the playground, as I was saying earlier, it isn't so friendly, and again, there is no that goodwill. We'd say that even giving a chance to persons with disabilities, you will hear these leaders call the women league leaders, the youth league leaders, and you will not even see representative or league disability league leaders given opportunity to talk.
Always a forgotten slot.
So these are one of the issues that really affect our representation and our participation in the political process. And finally, on that, and if you have been so keen, when you see the crowd that is in a political gathering, you would hardly see a person with crutches somewhere in the crowd. And this is because this crowd is not so friendly security-wise. You find there is a lot of push and pull.
It's uncontrolled.
Yeah. So those are things that we know the crowd we cannot control so much. But when it comes to DIA's representation, if the leaders are there, leaders of persons with disabilities, if they're there, they should be given a chance, at least to say something.
All right. So now that you've talked about the representation even at the political parties, and you've cited the Women League, the Youth League, and also the need to have a strong and vibrant Persons with Disability League. Let's talk about that, the political parties. To what extent have they hindered the emergence of leaders who are persons with disabilities, and also people who hold effective positions such as elective posts? How have political parties played a role in preventing that from happening?
I would say that in the past election, in 2017, going downwards, the inclusion was not embraced. And there was no even disability leagues in the political parties. But when we felt shortchanged, in fact we were shortchanged in the representation in the county government assemblies. So I'm one of the leaders that petitioned against the representation, And what we realized is that things don't work by just making noise or something about it. We came on the drawing board and we asked ourselves, now, we don't want to have this experience again from 2022 onwards, So we engaged political parties and 15 major ones that were willing to work with us in the Kenya Inclusive Political Parties program, and we engaged them. And I want to tell you that all these political parties formed disability leagues by, in a span of 8 months, they had formed their disability leagues. And there are 2 that have included their disability league policies in their constitution.
The political party constitution.
In the political party constitution.
2 parties.
But it came with a lot of backroom conversations and convincing. Yeah. And I just want to understand, what was the vision of this? What is it that you wanted this disability leagues to do within political parties? What is it that you were targeting that they would achieve?
When they are part of the decision makers, they'll speak their minds, and they'll also speak whatever the people they represent say on the ground. You know, so for the parties that have embraced that, we really appreciate them, that included us in their constitution, the disability leagues in their constitution. We really appreciate that. And even one of those political parties have even included us in their manifesto, you know. So that's a milestone. But again, we are urging persons with disabilities not to go sit and relax. You know, the journey is still long. We really need to ensure that we engage those who have political parties, those who are members of political parties. We really ensure that they are, they are on the decision-making table, you know. Yeah.
And you know, we'll talk more about that, but Halima, as somebody who is now on this journey as a candidate,
yes,
I know now you're an independent candidate,
yes, and
that was informed by something.
Yes.
But if situation was ideal, yeah, and you existed within a political party, as a candidate who is a person with disability, what would you have expected from your political party to boost your chances of securing a win in the seat that you're going for?
Okay. If I happen to be the candidate of the political party,
what would you have expected?
I would have expected them to give me an upper hand, to have more persons with disabilities in their campaign team, more persons with disability in their decision-making table, because my interest, it is for the entire county as their representative, woman representative, but also the persons with disability visibility, because coming from a pastoral county where they don't embrace persons with disability, for pastoralists, persons with disabilities like more of a curse than a human being like any other person. So I would expect for my party to give us that broader chance, for us to be known and to be active in politics, because me being there, I could have been their voice and representing them, to have them more on board, because we have so many campaign teams for governor, women representative, MCA, member of parliament, but for them to have their PWDs represented in the committee, it is you know, like and
they are not present.
Yeah, and if they have them present, they don't have you know, active people on any. Just to make it, you see, utaona, they have one person, but this person is not even on the move with them. Before I decided to be a candidate, to vie, we were the one to insist them to have meetings with us to seek votes, because they don't even come, and the way they call women chamas and women groups to have one-on-one word and asking them,
and business community,
please give me your votes, support me, what, asking their challenges. If you elect me as your leader, I will give you this. What do you think? If you elect me as a leader, what do you wish me to do to work for you? How, you know, for PWDs, we've been pushing all along. Since ever 2013, the devolution, we've been pushing. We are the ones looking for them, not them looking for us.
See, it is the voters looking for those who want to be voted.
Especially us, PWD groups. And I appreciate my director here, because even on the nomination slot, 2013 and 2017, he has been very vibrant and very helpful to us, because 2017 he was the first person to go and petition. He called us, get our names, he petitioned for us, but it was so unfortunately because the case was thrown away. So the 17 counties which didn't have the nominated slot of persons with disability up to date, still vacant, of which it was our right as persons with disability to have our representative in all the counties. So,
if I may add something on that, Sophie, there is a fact that really we can't hide, is that persons with ability, are so many in Kenya, you know. If by 2010, the then consensus, it was the result of that consensus, we were 6.5 onwards, you know. So we are a number that can have our own county, you know. We can have our own governor, and we can have our own senator and MPs.
Even a president.
You know, even our president.
Because 6.5 from 209,
you know,
we can elect our own president.
That's a big number. So
cannot be ignored.
Yes, that's a number that you should not ignore. One should not ignore such a number. So that's one of the reasons we are advising or do engage political parties or the leadership of the country that persons with disabilities need to be on the decision-making table. Yes.
And in terms of, capacity building, because you're saying that you've been running a program for inclusive elections in Kenya for, is it 2 years now?
Yeah.
What are you doing on the front of, empowering those who are vying, who are persons with disabilities, to be ready to face it off with the others who may not necessarily be persons with disabilities? Are you running programs also to just prepare them, to equip them, to tell them what to expect so that they have a competitive advantage? Because we all have to agree, politics is a competitive environment. And yes, we're talking about some of the things that are being done that are barriers for persons with disabilities, but at the end of the day, you still have to be assertive and you still have to fight for the spaces. What are you doing also in terms of preparing those who are vying?
Thank you for that question. Now, in this program, first, we ensured that we do a program where we brought the political leaders on board, and this include the Secretary Generals and the Executive Directors of the political parties. And we brought also disability leadership, like organizations for persons with disabilities, and we had a conversation. And then onwards, we've been also informing with the help of various consultants and people who've got wide skills in governance, and we've been doing capacity building programs, and also even an exchange program. There is a month that we did an exchange program with a group in Uganda and also a group in Nigeria. So it was virtual though. So this really informed our constituents that they should not only rely on the tokens, you know. And the thing that we realized is that there is a difference in the way that they run their disability representation, like in Uganda. With them, they have a system where they elect their own representatives, like the famous American Electoral College system, you know. And in Kenya, it's unfortunate we don't work with that one. And in Nigeria, it's almost the same. So you realize that these people have a way of engaging, and their representatives must be very accountable to them, you know, because...
so they directly elect whoever they want to represent their interests.
Yes. If a teller wants to be the Senate representative of people with disabilities, he has to campaign, he has to convince these people with disabilities that I am the one, you know, I will deliver. So when he is given that position, he has to deliver. Unlike in our case, and it's so unfortunate that in our case, we have to abide by the guidance or the demands of the political party leaders. You know, they appoint you, you can't do against their wish. They must direct you on what to do. And that has really brought us down. And in that program as well, we have tried, in fact, it has been very what would I say? A way of we exchange. It's not a program where you just train and you let people go. No, you come up with the ideas. The participants who are candidates, who are persons with abilities, they bring like, what if we do this? What if we do this? You know, and that's why the political parties bought the idea of inclusion. You know, and again, that's why these people with disabilities went to contest. In fact, they offered themselves for leadership, and I want to tell you that a number won their party primaries. You know?
And I was about to ask you now, after talking about that particular program and how you've been running it, if you compare the previous election and the one we are heading to, I know right now majority of them have been cleared, and you can already tell who is going to be on the ballot.
Yes.
In that population, how many, even in terms of percentage, are persons with disabilities, and is it a rise compared to the previous election? What trends are you reading?
I would say if we go percentage-wise, the percentage is still negligible. It's still below 10%. But the number, when we talk of the number compared to the previous election, the number is high.
Those who came out to vie,
the number is high. In fact, we have a database where we got the list of all persons with abilities who contested for both MCA, MP, and the Senate, and they are over 60. You know, unlike the other years, the previous years, where they would be 8, they would be 10. You know, yeah. So out of that number, we can say almost 2/3 wamepata clearance. They had been cleared to go vie for the Ninio. They were certified, and they own certificates from their political parties. And if you leave that alone, there are those who have decided to go independent. Like my colleague Halima. And these candidates were at some point aggrieved. In the political parties they were in, they got some road deal, or they got some things that really didn't go well with them. So they decided, like, the way I can go, the best way to do it
is go independent.
Is going independent.
But the vision didn't die.
The vision didn't die.
The vision didn't die.
And the only mission and vision there is to be elected.
All right.
You know.
Halima, just coming to you, just picking up from where he has left, because I was curious to know why independent. And Kajiado County is another competitive space, if you ask me. And I know there are people who've come out also to express their interest, some vying with what some would call big political parties. You know, what prompted you to go independent, and what is your game plan? Because we are also having this conversation in our country where there's been a lot of talk about women inclusion in leadership. You're a woman, you're a person with disability coming from a minority community. There's just so much that I would say is working against you. What are you doing to stay on track and to make sure that the vision that you have in you does not dim or does not die or fade away?
Thank you so much. First, I decided my vision should not die after the consensus, and my followers, my supporters in the county decided for me. In fact, I was like, okay, fine, let me just relax and wait for the nomination or anything else. Let it be. Then I was really pushed with my supporters. Mama, nenda independent. Go for independent, because you have us in heart. You have a vision for us and mission for us. And we are the voters, not the political parties or neither the person, the panel. Just go for the independent candidate. In fact, I took long because I decided the last minute to go and do my clearance with ORPP. It was ending on 3rd, and I did it on 2nd.
So you went at the very last
minute, because calls all over, pressure, people coming to my home. In fact, I got depression because of that. After doing my clearance, I got sick because pressure from my people. They told me, you've been working with the NGOs and you've been down at the grassroots doing a project for us. We know you are a performer, you can work for us. We know you and we want you to come and work for us. We don't look at the nature, we don't look at your tribe or your disability. We just want you to be on the ballot. So that's
How has it been like, though?
Sorry?
How has it been like for you? You know, just coming out and saying you want to go for this competitive elective seat.
Yes.
And having all those working against you, the challenges that you've cited you're going through. What has been your experience been like?
My experience
How did the people, receive it? And what is it that you're doing to change their minds in terms of even you coming from a minority community, you being a person with disability, maybe they've not had a person with disability holding that docket before. How are you changing those biases?
Our sitting women representative, Mheshimiwa Janet Teya, she was a person living with disability. So
she set the pace?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
So we had one, and for all that, I was like, I have to work for my people. Whatever my vision I had for them, after working for the community, I can easily address the issues at the grassroots. Despite of personal issues of PWDs, the issues of community, because I've been working for the community at the grassroots in the entire county, handling projects for them. So despite on me going for as a person with disability, I am one of the persons at the grassroots, so I know the challenges and the issues from the community. So that's why I decided to go, not as a person with disability first, as a leader.
Yeah,
I decided
like
to go as a leader, not as a person with disability. Because when I first decided I'm going for this elective seat, there was a lot of social media challenges. People talking of anataka sympathy vote. And my response is this: I am not looking for sympathy vote, I'm looking for leadership, because I am a leader like any other person. I went to school like any other person, no any sympathy examination at the exam room, no any sympathy in when I apply for a job, they say because she's a disabled, we give her sympathy chance. So I am seeking for leadership and kazi. Natafuta kazi, niwafanyie kazi watu wa Kajiado. Yes.
Just to relate to what she has said, because the reason I asked her that question, because we know there are certain biases and myths that people still associate disability with. There's a lot of stigma that persons with disabilities have suffered. Some still struggling to even be accepted in the education system, in employment, in other spaces that are critical in the society, leave alone even leadership. So here we have persons with disability who are passionate to go for these leadership positions in a society that is still struggling to fully accept and embrace that disability is normal, that a person with disability is just as equally a human being. How are you dealing with those issues, the societal and the cultural biases against persons with disability?
Really, the societal myths and misconceptions in regards to disability is really still there, and it's one of the issues or the challenges we face, I would give you an example. It's so easy for one to admire a lady like you, who is physically sound, if that would go for it, unlike to a lady who is either having albinism, a physical challenge, or deaf, or visually impaired. So when one, for example, when one is convinced. You know, nowadays we are the nation, the world is being civilized, and you will find that there are few who do have interest in them, date them, and even go ahead and plan to marry them. But again, when they go home, when they take them home to the parents, you know, what would their parents say first? You know, some are asked, wani umeangalia tu kuote ni huyu umepata.
So there's still those you know, myths and lack of knowledge.
Yes. So it still happens even in politics. And there is this myth that relates disability with bad luck or something. Like there are political parties that still believe, there are leaders or people we have sports programs. There is the sitting volleyball program. There is the amputee football. And there is the persons with albinism football program. And the short stature, the ones, you know. So through these programs, when we do the games, that's when we also engage. For those who come to watch, you know, you convince them. And also through programs like this, you know,
to create awareness.
It's where even some leaders will even get sense that indeed these people are able to do 1, 2, 3. My colleague Halima just talked about the exams we do. You know, we study like any other person.
Yes, of course
we do the same exams. If it is NEC, if it is I mean CASNEB or something.
So it's not a favor.
It's not a favor.
It's actually something that you rightfully deserve.
So for me to seek the elective seat, I'm not seeking as a favor. I'm seeking like any other woman in the country.
Allow me to just put a comma there. It's a very insightful conversation. We are coming back to continue with it. Allow us just take a very short break. Yes, this is News Check. We are talking about inclusion of persons with disabilities in politics as we head to the 2022 general election. This conversation continues after the break.
Kupata lazima nishike kama skiza tune yako. Bonyeza *811 *962 hash.
Lazima nishike mapema. Nisiposhika hii simu mapema utakasirika. Unajua mimi nikiwa mtu ya marathon najua niko na experience kabisa. Niko na experience. If you don't hurry, you will not break the record. Okay, wacha nishike hii simu.
Kupata lazima nishike, bonyeza *811 *962 hash. *811 *962 hash.
As campaign intensifies for the upcoming general election, what does all this mean for you, the voter? What do the candidates have to offer? How prepared are agencies charged with the election process? Join John Kuria and Safina Chieng on Kenya Decides. This and every Tuesday from 10 p.m. on KBC Channel 1 as we unpack elections 2022 with a panel of various stakeholders. Make informed electoral decisions. top sports attractions on KBC Channel 1. In July, Kenya Morans face off against the DRC, Egypt and Senegal in the FIBA Basketball World Cup African qualifiers in Alexandria, Egypt from 1st to 3rd of July 2022. Also in July, Kenya plays South Africa in Rugby League test matches in Nairobi with a return fixture set for October. Still in July, watch the World Athletic Championships from 15th to 24th July live from Oregon, USA as Kenyan athletes seek glory. Followed by the 22nd Commonwealth Games from 28th July to 8th August live from Birmingham, England. In August, join our coverage of the World Athletics Under-20 Championships from the 1st to 6th of August 2022 from Cali, Colombia. Then in November, catch the World Half Marathon Championships on 13th November from Yangzhou, China. Now that's what sets us apart as KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. This is News Check. In case you're just joining us, a program that seeks to explore issues shaping the news in the country. And of course, as we head to the general election in August, we are talking about the developments on the campaign trail as different political parties and players in this electoral process are going about traversing different parts of the country to woo the electorate and, of course, put forth what is the agenda for the country. And this particular morning, our message is you cannot have an election without a critical part of the population, and that is persons with disabilities. We are talking about including persons with disabilities in politics and in the electoral process. What are some of the gaps? What are some of the barriers that as a society we have created to make them invisible when it comes to elections? And that is what we are discussing this morning with my panel. I'm having Joseph Atela, who is the Executive Director of the Consortium of Disabled Persons Organization in Kenya, and Halima Sheriff. She's a woman representative candidate in Kajiado County, going independent, and she has told us why she has decided to do this. Of course, we have talked a lot about some of the bottlenecks to the presence of persons with disabilities in politics in this particular country, and I just want us to carry that conversation on. And before we took the break, Halima, I just wanted to discuss with you more on your experience on the campaign trail. So I believe you're not the only person in this race for the woman representative in Kajiado County.
Yeah.
There are others who are on the race as well, just like yourself.
Yeah.
So you are on the campaign trails. They are also on the campaign trail.
There are 7 of us.
7 of you.
Yes.
Yeah. What is it that you're doing to stay ahead of the game based on the challenges that you have cited earlier as a person with disability, as a woman, as coming from a minority community? What are you doing? Because we are looking at a win. We are not looking at anything other than that.
Thank you.
What is it that you're doing to encourage those who are in this journey, such as yourself, candidates who are persons with disabilities? What is it that you're doing that you feel is going to work for you?
Thank you so much again. My strategy is I'm working with the people themselves at the grassroots. I have people in different communities, leaders from different communities. I have a representative of all the communities, and also youth and women and widows and persons with disability. I have them on board. I have one-on-one contact with my supporters, because that one makes me get more strength, because going for the rallies and seeking votes at the platform, it's not making a plus for you. They will just hear for you, but selling your manifesto is very important and very crucial, because you have to convince your supporters what you are doing to them, what you'll do for them, and you sell your manifesto
grassroots,
and
but people
you
are
make
excited.
them understand.
People are excited with these rallies. They're excited with the political statements in these rallies. I mean, doesn't that concern you if you don't go that direction as a candidate?
You know, for me, I don't go as that direction, because I have my manifesto and I have my track record. As a leader, you have to sell your track record also. You just don't wake up one day and say you want to be a women representative and you don't have a track record and what you've done for the community. So when I was working with other organizations, I have projects and things I've done for the community. Thank you, my director, because we've been working closely with him, with the consortium of disabled person in Kenya, doing a lot of empowerment to youths with disability, women and girls. Also with my organization of Kenya Livestock Marketing Council, we've been doing a lot at the grassroots, doing a poverty eradication program to the societies, issuing gala goats, dairy goats, and also income generating activities for the societies when the drought was too harsh for them. Also, when the corona was there, we partnered with him and other organization, Hope Foundation of Africa Women. We did a lot of programs with women and girls and youths, empowering them, issuing food, sanitizers, medication. So those are the track records I'm selling to my community, for them to give me the chance to work for them at a larger platform, because working with an organization, we identify pilot projects. Maybe we can work with one sub-county. But when you elect me as a...
You can escalate that to other counties.
Yes.
All right. I want to know more about what your agenda is, but we'll talk about that later. Have you experienced the comments of or concerns from people who feel that maybe if they elect you as the woman representative, you will represent persons with disabilities, but you see this seat is open for not just persons with disabilities, it's for women, for youth, and those who are sort of like the minority. Have you gotten those kind of concerns, or people being a bit skeptical about electing you based on those fears?
No, I've not got the concern from the community, but for my fellow contestants,
and how are you demystifying that?
They even when we go for meetings, people tells me tukikuchagua utatufanyia kazi ama utafanyia walemavu, because when they go at the grassroots, they say projects zilikuwa za walemavu ama nichague mimi kwa sababu niko na miguu ya kukimbia mkiwa mmenichagua niwafanyie kazi. But I don't think when you are elected as a woman representative, you go there, run in the parliament, you go work and address issues. It's your brain and you are hard working, not running as because my leg is not the one talking of disability issues in the parliament, or women issues, or youth issues in the county. So I don't. The challenge I get, it's not from the society; it's from my fellow.
All right. Okay. So, and one unfortunate thing that people fail to understand is that this is a club that anybody can join any day, any minute.
It is.
I mean, you never decide that you're joining this club. It just happens.
It happens. Because,
say for those who are born like that, the others who just...
was so able. Mheshimiwa Gertrude, Danita, and unfortunately it happened. So it is a club. You can join anytime. So
So before you start using disability against someone, know that it's a club that anyone can join any minute.
Any minute, any time.
All right.
Yeah.
So, Joseph, let's talk about the manifestos and the issues that ought to shape this this political season that touch on persons with disability and their interest. And later you'll tell me a bit more about your manifesto as well. Yeah. But let's talk about what you talked about earlier. You said that one of the milestones you celebrate is that there are certain political parties that have started including issues that affect persons with disabilities as part of their manifestos. Yeah. Just tell us a bit about what are the main issues when you're talking about persons with disability and their interest, and how you want to serve their interest as a political party or as a candidate. What are these issues coming from persons with disabilities themselves, Joseph?
Serafine, one of the issues that really affect people with disabilities when we live alone financial constraints is health. And this year alone, like 3 to 4 women with disabilities passed on due to challenges of related to health, and it's unfortunate that they were expectant,
maternal health.
So there should be these political parties should ensure that in their manifestos, our inclusion is not only supporting us with the walking aids, the hearing aids, and even the white canes or something. That one is already there. What we want is an environment where healthcare is given first priority. We want a situation where a given political party gets into leadership with the cards that are provided by the National Council for Persons with Disabilities. After assessment, thorough assessment, and vetting, with that card, we are willing that these political parties allow people with disabilities access healthcare free of charge in public institutions. Again, business-wise, I want to tell you that like 15% of persons with disabilities living in Nairobi only are educated up to Form 4 level, and these people are not formally employed. Majority are not formally employed. So what these people do are small-scale businesses. So if a leadership can give support, financial support, and again, friendly markets or friendly places where they can do their businesses, that will make this constituent, our constituent, depend on their own, So another issue that really needs to be sorted is the issue of, what would I say, the relationship between persons with disabilities and both private and public institutions. You find that one has money, has some little cash. He or she wants to get into a restaurant somewhere. So there are a number of restaurants that have blocked some people with disabilities to, they relate them with
beggars,
with begging, So these are culture that we really don't want to go on. So empowerment, economic empowerment, health, and good public relations. And again, when we go to the transport sector, it's really not friendly. It has been left to the private sector, and it's not accommodative. It's very embarrassing if you can see how a woman with disability on wheelchair, who is on wheelchair, at sometimes I know those people who run the business, like the conductors and the drivers, they are really willing to help these people. But the way they are even handled into the matatus and the likes is very unfriendly. So we have to adopt a system, and it works in our neighboring counties like Rwanda. If we can make this public system, and it's a matter of working with the private sector, you know, the public sector working with the private sector, so that when I want to use a matatu, I can use it comfortably. When a blind person wants to use a matatu, or when a wheelchair user, we can easily access and even feel like any other person in there. Unlike now, that when I get into one, I wonder where my legs will be, you know?
Or how you'll get there. And as a woman, sometimes it's very intrusive how you have to be carried from your wheelchair to the seat in the matatu. And women, fellow women may sometimes may not be able to do that. So it's you know, it's left upon the men to help you to come from your wheelchair to. And during rush hour, you know how it goes. Sometimes you may not be very lucky as a person with disability.
And adding on that, when it comes to, because constitutionally we have a right to be represented in the Senate, National Assembly, and the county assemblies. And there is this, the two-third gender principle. We want it in their manifesto, that when giving women topping up, the top up to fit the two-third gender rule, women with disability should be given like a priority. You know, these are women. Some are marginalized, like Honorable Lima here, and also adding on that, they are able. A number of us, these women are educated. You know, they can as well deliver. So.
You look beyond the disability.
Yes, you look beyond the disability.
I'll come back to you, but I just like also Halima to add on to that, because she has been part of this advocacy for also a very long time. What would you want featured in some of these party manifestos, you know, that would serve the interest of persons with disabilities in a more effective way?
I would wish for the parties in Kenya to feature us as persons with disability in leaderships, because first and foremost we are part and parcel of voting process, elective process. So we would wish them to give us that upper hand. Again, as he has said, health sector has not been very friendly for persons with disability, especially for women. In maternal health, as he has mentioned, we've lost 3 of us DPO leaders on maternal health when they were delivering. We have young babies already left by their mothers just because of the maternal health. We need it to focus on persons with disability, to have that special section for us, at least and disability friendly, for us to be more, you know, more included. I don't know what to say, because
and even access to
for women,
even access to antenatal care, you know, services at the hospital. And a woman with disability is pregnant when they go to hospital to access services. Do we have trained healthcare professionals?
I was coming there because we've been advocating. I was working with a disability organization, Disability Trust, and we've been advocating for that reproductive health and girls and women with disability issues in the country. We were working with this 9 county, and I think it will expand the program to 10 more counties. We want trained nurses, trained doctors to how to handle women with disability, and also in general persons with disability, because persons with disability who is a deaf can come to the hospital and there's no sign language interpreter. So you are being diagnosed in a wrong way, given wrong medication. That person ends up getting more complication and even losing that person because of wrong medication. So we've been advocating for it, and we would wish with the the political parties to have the issues addressed, because when they're elected, you know, the nomination slot is very minimal for us, and we can't have voice of only 4 people at the National Assembly to address it.
All the issues.
All the issues, and also disability issues. So for
I'm curious to know though, because some of these issues you're citing, like even accessibility, others have been captured in law. For example,
but it's still in papers where, you know, it can be captured.
There is the obligation that you're supposed to make your, if for example it's a building, you make it accessible for persons with disabilities, and you have ramps that are properly constructed to ensure that place is accessible. It's in law, right?
Yes,
is it difficult to implement, or is it expensive, or is it lack of goodwill, or what is going on?
Lack of goodwill, I can say. Lack of goodwill, and also it is not coming out as it is supposed to be in the constitution. So I think even we've been talking as DPOs in the county, Kajiado County, on county must have when the physical planning on construction, they must make it a must for all the constructors to make disability-friendly buildings, and also those buildings which were there before, they should make it as a must. They go and tell them it should be a disability-friendly, you know, because me and him, we can't just go and tell a private sector this building is not it is not a disability friendly. But with the government and county government, national government, they can have that mandate and tell a building lazima ikuwe disability friendly.
When it comes to
just as you add on that, there is the Disability Act of 2003 that also gives a provision for employment of persons with disability, you know, like there is a threshold that has to be met, and it's a requirement by law. I mean, is this just too difficult to implement, or what is it? What is the problem? Were we too ambitious by setting up this piece of legislation, or what?
Really, the 5% minimum requirement really go together with the accessibility, and in the accessibility there is this adjustment order that was issued, I think, from 2004, and it lapsed. It gave room for the private and public building owners to do some, internal audits and find a way of making these buildings accessible or something, you know. So after that, we realized nothing was being done. But again, we also, on the other hand, you say that you blame your chicken, and also you blame the mongoose that came to eat that chicken. You know, we've been having representation, and I can say it's so bad that the cartel in the system have not allowed them to ensure or push for the implementation of the accessibility.
So it goes back to lack of goodwill.
Lack of goodwill, yes. Yeah. So this really has come with disadvantages and up to date. In fact, in the PWD's Act of 2003, there is a section that gives incentives to those who have met these, demands, you know. So when we come to 5% minimum employment requirement, so far, I don't think there is an organization or institution that has met it. But, and again, it's so unfortunate that it's the private sector. There is one company in the private sector, a telecommunications company, that has really come close to it. They are at around 3.5 to 4% employment. And it's very ironical that the government that should really push for this, we are still not even represented in all the boards. Yeah. Of these parastatals or state agencies, you know. So how would one push for that if the government itself, you know, is so relaxed at
doesn't have the goodwill
implementing that?
So we have the law, but then again we are lacking in how we are going about implementing the law that we have put in place to safeguard the interests and the rights of persons with disabilities.
Yeah, we have the law, but the goodwill is not there.
Yeah.
Now, third one, you are forgetting about the AGPO, access to government procurement opportunities.
Yeah.
You know, we are still, it's 30%, it should be 30% advantage.
30%.
This inclusive of women and youth.
And
you know,
disability.
So even that one, it's nowhere to be seen.
All right.
So
I'd like us to look at something that at least what we know that is in the public domain is that one of the political outfits has already made public their manifesto that I understand has a section that has been dedicated for how it's going to serve the interests of persons with disabilities. I don't know whether any of you has interacted with the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya Alliance manifesto and its provisions and promises for persons with disabilities. Have you?
Yes.
What is it that stands out for you, or what is it that disappoints you about it? Any of you can jump in on that.
Thank you so much, Stephen. With the Azimio la Umoja manifesto, it has turned out to be the most favorable and best for persons with disability. But as a candidate who is persons with disability, I would really wish to ask the party leader and party leaders of Azimio to make sure the manifesto is well implemented, because as we know, things are in papers, and once elected, it is shelved and kept aside. So
it could just be promises, but
let it not be promises, because this time round we are watching. We are out here as leaders of persons with disability. We need it to be in practice, not in papers.
All right. Just as you come in, let me just, in the interest of our viewers, just to run you through some of the things that I captured on the manifesto concerning persons with disabilities. And one thing is that this is a commitment that if their presidential flag bearer Raila Odinga is elected as president, they're going to ensure that persons with disabilities are treated with respect by including developing a comprehensive program to support and ensure that they live in dignity, make public spaces and facilities, including toilets, accessible for PWDs, integrate PWDs into society and the economy as much as possible. This includes services such as access to affordable credit and other economic opportunities. And of course, another provision there is review the existing legal and policy frameworks relating to PWDs with a view of enhancing their participation in society. The other one is permanent tax exemption.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's just some of the provisions that are there in the manifesto touching on persons living with disabilities. Any comment on that? Anything that stands out for you?
Serfin, if I be honest,
yes,
I would say that the Azimio party leader is one of the persons that have really, in the history of our nation, has really fought for the rights of human beings in this country. And coming onto this manifesto, I want to say that I strongly believe he has captured universal health care, you know. So there is no government that has really come out before, in the previous elections, before even they were elected, that they would do such a thing to people with disabilities, you know. So with the support of the deputy, in fact, the Azimio leaders' political party is one of those political parties that I was telling you that had included the Disability League policies in their constitution. So it's the party, it's the leadership. If we pray that they get into power, this is the leadership that is going to make changes. We've interacted with their top leaders, and we've interacted with their, middle and disability league leaders, and there is goodwill. There is political goodwill in that wing of Azimio. And again, when they talk about inclusion, dignity, living dignity, you know, that's so important to us. We are out of a generation where we would be categorized as people who would be seen as seeking for charity model, you know, where when you meet me outside there, you want to give me 10 shillings, that is not even going to sustain my life in 3 minutes, you know. So we want such kind of manifestos, and we trust, this leader.
But are you interrogating the practicability of it and the sustainability of it? There was a concern you raised earlier, Halima, as to whether this is just going to be a beautiful promise on a piece of paper and nothing to show for it several years down the line. I mean, haven't you heard such promises before?
I started by telling you that in the previous elections, there hasn't been an incoming government that had given such a colorful or conspicuous manifesto that regards lives of people with disabilities. So for the first time, and this, I want to inform you that this was not just done like somebody just sat and did it. It was consultative for information. Yeah, so we trust, and implementation of all this just needs partnership and goodwill. And from the word go, apart from some few challenges with the makeshift, podiums that are not inaccessible, there are something that they are doing, and we keep engaging them, that they are doing, that have convinced us, and they have even given us a room for following up on such issues, you know. Yeah, so we want engagement. You don't come on the podium and promise that I will nominate so and so because he has worked with us. That is not binding, you know. So if you do it on paper, we have brilliant legal minds, you know, and
can hold you to account.
Yes, and we've gone to courts before, and we are able to go again. So in other words, I'm saying that we are very, very hopeful with the Azimio party manifesto, and our prayer is that they just ensure that it is implemented to the latter.
All right, and we're still waiting to compare this with other political outfits who will be unveiling their manifestos, and candidates who are going to be unveiling their manifestos in the coming days, to see whether there is a section dedicated for persons with disabilities and how they seek to address their interest in the event that Kenyans decide to vote them in to form the next government.
In fact, we expect those other coalitions to have one, because the trend that we do have is that when Party A does this, Party B normally wants to counter by giving,
much better
promises, you know?
It's not even about countering. Let's just hope they will, because it's the right thing to do, right?
Yes.
Because persons with disabilities need to be...
only the goodwill will work.
Let me just take you through also something that I don't know whether any of you attended the meeting that Raila Odinga had with persons with disabilities at Nyayo Stadium. This was around May in 2022, where he made quite a number of promises. Again, this was before he launched his manifesto. I was just looking at some of the promises he made and how realistic they're going to be in terms of implementation. For instance, he promised to double the number of public service employees living with disabilities by reviewing the Persons with Disability Act of 2003. Just to increase the employment opportunities of persons with disabilities in public institutions from the current 5% to 10%. You were saying earlier that 5% has not been achieved. How is 10% going to be achieved? I mean, are you not asking this question?
It's not realistic because first, I come back again. Political parties should have the goodwill so that to achieve this 5%. Because already we have the 5% and it is not achieved. So
10%, is it possible?
10% for me,
for you, realistic. What do you think?
Not realistic.
Ensure that they award tenders, more tenders for persons with disabilities to ensure more employment opportunities. He promised also free education for PWDs in public institutions, and promised also to split the disability fund and the into entrepreneurship and welfare kitties. So the disability fund to be split into two: welfare kitties, and a part of it to go into entrepreneurship for persons with disabilities.
First,
some of the promises.
First, the disability fund. I think it's a national council.
I wanted to give my input in regards to that.
Yes.
I want to tell you that Honorable Raila hasn't just come from nowhere with that kind of promise. I participated in the amendment of the Persons with Disabilities Act 203. And currently, there is a bill, the Persons with Disabilities Amendment Bill of 2020. You know, so there are changes that have been done, that and some enforcements that have been done in a number of sections. You know, so for example, the Disability National Fund for persons with disabilities, it has been taken away from the National Council.
It is
a
government institution now.
Now it is being taken to the Treasury. It's the Treasury that will have, there is an unit that is formed as well, a body that is in the process, and also the Treasury will be in charge of this, will be guiding on how this will be implemented.
How is that a good thing? If you are to address a person with disability, to understand why it was taken from a body that was initially crafted to address their needs and interests, the National Council for Persons with Disabilities, and it's moved to National Treasury, which does not necessarily, address the interest of persons with disabilities alone. How is that a good thing?
First, council being this council is managed as a department within the Ministry of Labour currently. So even as we speak right now, there are funds that have not been disbursed. They are yes in the budget, but have not been disbursed to the accounts of the council. And there is even programs, economic empowerment programs, that cannot even run as we speak. You know, so if these funds are given to institutions that are specifically for managing funds, it will be easier. So what will be done is just ensuring that good committees are put in place just to do check on how the implementation is done. So it's very practical. With the 10% employment, I think with that one it's a bit high. We have to meet the 5%, yes, but again, with the law that is being, the policy is being reviewed, you know. So it has pushed. There is a number of sections that have pushed the institutions that will be liable for following up on such
Whether
issues.
that is done.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Until it is done, then we will be convinced.
Yes. Oh, yes.
But before then, it still remains beautifully written on a piece of paper.
Thank you.
Yeah, true.
That's what I can say.
Until it's done.
Until it's done,
Yeah.
we will just see it on paper and we'll say, yes, we have that provision,
But
and that is it.
we must also give credit where it's due, because previously they were not in their minds.
Yes.
You know, so the moment they put it, they include it. Now what remains is strong follow-up, you know, and engaging them. You know, yeah. So it's normally good. You know, me personally, I don't like the habit of just complaining without knowing what you are complaining about.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
Yeah.
first you need to ensure that you are inside there. Then you follow up or make noise because you know you are
From
inside
an
there.
informed point of view.
Yes.
All right.
I
All right.
just
Your
want to
addition
add
as
what
we
he
just
has
about
said.
to close this conversation.
Yeah, 2 minutes. I just want to add on what he has said, and we think the process, because the process has been inclusivity, because the DPOs has been part and parcel of the process. So let's hope in the near future, after the election, we'll have the process still, because this political journey, it's a process. So we have to, because we have the DPOs on the process, let them do it after the election, to have that process again and have them on the table to make the decision as persons with disability as after election.
Well said,
Yeah.
Halima. And I
Thank
don't want
you.
us to wind up before I give you at least 1 minute to tell the people of Kajiado County why they should vote you as the woman representative. What is your agenda in 1 minute?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Sefrin. I am Halima Sharif, independent candidate, women representative, Kajiado County, and in front of this camera, seeking for support from my people from Kajiado County, and I seek for that support because I am the candidate who is.
What are the three things? What are the three things you want to do for your people if elected?
I am going to work for women, persons with disability, youth, orphans, and widows. And those are the three sectors I will, including men and young boys. I will have on board job opportunities for young men, young girls, economic empowerment for the entire society in Kajiado. Please give me the chance. I have a manifesto to launch very soon. As a person with disability, I am seeking for a leadership position, not a sympathy position. Please elect me as a woman representative of Kajiado County. I will perform. I will work for you. And thank you so much. Halima Sharif, independent candidate, #1 on the ballot. My symbol is a woman carrying the luggage. I want to carry luggage for Kajiadans. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
God bless you.
Thank you so much, Halima Sharif, for that. And of course, also, just to give you a chance for your final remarks, we are less than 60 days to the August polls. We are talking about inclusion of persons with disabilities in politics. What would be your closing remarks?
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Sefrin. We don't take this for granted. First, I would like to call upon all persons with disabilities across the country to ensure that they are part of this electoral process. They need to play their part, as well as ensure that they also mobilize the disability leaders at different ground levels. They should ensure that they mobilize and work closely with available organizations or charity organizations that can help transport our people to polling stations. And also, I have a message to our good partner, the IBC, that the polling stations need to be accessible to all kinds of disability, not only putting ramps, there should be sign language interpreters in those stations. And finally, as I conclude, I thank the leadership of our country for at least the far and the support they've accorded us, and much has not been done. But again, we believe in the incoming leadership. We've kept them on check. We've been working with them in their political journey. So we believe, and we just ask or remind them that they need to continue engaging people with disabilities. Inclusion should really be embraced. This is well stated in our constitution, and it is well stated in the UN CRPD and even the African Charter, So there shouldn't be an excuse. And they should also ensure that people given opportunities to represent are people who are well conversant with the work they are given or mandated to do. Right. They shouldn't just pick anyone from anywhere, because we don't want a Bora representation. We want a representation Bora. Yeah. Otherwise, this can be done. And thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Joseph Atela, the Executive Director of the Consortium of Disabled Persons Organizations in Kenya, and Halima Sharif, the Woman Representative Candidate in Kajiado County, for creating time for us this morning just to talk about inclusive politics as we head to the August polls. That's how we wrap it up. Thank you for watching. Tamrini is coming up next, and Kurunzi Mashinani.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Every day, over 15 million members are transforming Africa. Equity. Karibu member.
It's been 7 days. I'm scared for her.
I'm afraid everyone in the whole world knows that they can't find you in your mansion in the north. But they'll find you here. Wow, you're pretty good with the ladies.
Huh? Congratulations, Your Majesty, Your Highness.
Please inform Echo that I wish to speak with him right now.
I suggest you leave.
Wewe umelala fofofo, hata una habari kama huyu ametumwa aje animalize.
Mimi niwe na wasiwasi? Chief Puka the Great Kahindi.
Laaniwe mimi kusaidia wewe mspider mwangu. Wewe una wasimu.
Machozi ya samaki hayafai chochote hapa. Sikutaki kwangu. Nishakwambia.
Kama anda kwa Laban, hata ni heri shopping yako mregeshe mwenye duka, manake huko pia hayuko.
Umejuaje?
Smoke all the cigarettes no more. This is what I get for wishful thinking. I shouldn't never let you enter my door. I called up his place and that's the information his landlady gave me. Well, that woman's going to hear from me.
And we kept it from you precisely to avoid this kind of scene.
And did you also know about it?
He doesn't have as much confidence as I do that you will love me again like before.
Camilo and your sister have just gotten married, and they're going to live in this house.
Risk you're taking is disproportionately high, son.
You cannot fool me, Paulina.
You won't get away with it, and you won't overshadow my wedding.
I want to marry your mom. I want the four of us to live like a happy family.
Huyo tumbo karai. Sio huyo kwa pande hii. Unaona hiyo mkono wake bila natosana. Haisi kula unga ati kilo 2 ati asibe huyu.
Msee nikikula mfuko 2 ni sako. Unaninunulianga.
Hajawahi muona.
Hiyo ndio kweli wa mambo. Nielele ni nini unaleta hapa? Kama uchiniona
yako 40, yako 40 imefika.
Stop there.
Hii ni mnyang'anyani, hii ni mwabaki.
Huyu akisimamisha gari, huyu anakuja na anaingilia.
Hii ni muli bakwa, hii ni mshukui ya pesa.
Yaani wewe nyamaza, na usingilie mambo ya watu wawili. Ndio kooria. Wewe ni kazi gani unafanyanga?
Serikali ya Rais Uhuru Kenyatta imewekeza vilivyo katika kuimarisha miundombinu nchini.
Without infrastructure, there is no way of finding new possibilities. And that is why we made it one of our big push investments.
Reli ya kisasa.
Usafiri ulikuwa, basi zilikuwa, shuttles zilikuwa, lakini wakati train ilipoanza safari zake kutokea Voi, imekuwa ni rahisi kwa sababu iko na masaa.
Viwanja vya ndege.
Mama kama mimi ya kijiji napanda ndege kwa haraka. Serikali imerahisisha kazi sana.
Na bandari.
Basi zimeongezwa, gates zimekuwa nyingi. Msongamano wa malori mlangoni kuingia saa hii umeisha.
Ahlan wa sahlan mpenzi mtazamaji popote ulipo, ni Jumanne nyingine ya tarehe 14 mwezi wa 6 mwaka 2022. Wakati mwingine mwafaka wa kukongamana hapa ni kufahamishe mengi taarifa za kurunzi mashinani. Natumai uko mzima na uko salama. Karibu mtazamaji, mimi ni Khalid Abdullahi, anayenisaidia kwa lugha ishara ni Ann Wangeshi. Familia ya pacha wawili wasichana waliobakwa na kupachikwa mimba mwaka jana katika kijiji cha Tebesom, kaunti ya Uasin Gishu, wanahimiza serikali kuwanasa washukiwa na kitendo hicho cha kinyama. Familia hiyo imekuwa ikisubiri haki baada ya kuripoti kisa hicho katika kituo cha ofisi cha polisi cha Tebesom pamoja na afisi ya elimu huko Turbo.
Familia moja katika kijiji cha Tebeson, Uasin Gishu, inasikitika mno. Hii ni baada ya watoto wao mapacha kunajisiwa na kupachikwa ujauzito mwaka uliopita.
Hao watu, huyo mtu mwenye alifanya hivi hata hajawahi kuja. Hata ajui mtoto anaitwa nani.
Pengine changamoto zingine nyumbani ni gani?
Sometimes chakula inakosa, school fees inakosa, hata nakosa kuconcentrate kwa darasa. Naanguka mtihani lakini najikaza. Mwaka jana nilipata mtoto. Hata kama ni mtoto ni baraka, lakini nimepitia challenges mengi na mtoto. Ningependa kupata usaidizi.
Dada ambao wamesononeshwa na kisa hicho na ambao hawakutaka kutambulika walielezea kutoridhishwa kwao na jinsi maafisa husika wametepetea katika kuwatimizia haki.
Vile walijifungua tu, hakuna mtu yeyote ambaye alifuatilia, ila tu ni watu hawa ya akaunti walikuja na vile walienda hawakurudi tena. Mpaka saa hizi sijaona usaidizi yeyote wamefanya. Nimeng'ang'ana, hawa wasichana wameenda shule, na sasa vile wameenda shule mimi nang'ang'ana na watoto, napambana chakula nini kila kitu, lakini sasa ninaendelea tu kwa sababu watoto wako shule.
Dada hao wamewataka maafisa hao kushughulikia swala hilo kwa haraka, kwani waliotekeleza unyama huo hawajakamatwa. Mapacha hao wanadai kufedheheshwa na watu kijijini na kukabiliwa na unyanyapaa shuleni.
Kwa ajili wanatamani kuendelea na masomo. Sasa walimu naye kule wanamwongoja waendelee na masomo. Watoto hawako na watoto na hana maelekeo yoyote. Kukula ni ngumu. Chakula kwa hii boma wana chakula yeyote. Wanapitia shida sana. Huyu mama inakaa jini tu na watoto, na huyu mama ni mama mwenye ajiwezi, hana mbele na nyuma. Hasa anatamani kwa usaidizi sana kwa upande hii watoto, ili watoto waende masomo.
Frederick Muki, Kurunzi Mashinani.
Na mtazamaji, natumai familia hiyo itapata haki. Tukisonga mbele, watu wanaoishi katika nyanda za chini katika kaunti ndogo ya Burihoko huko Meru wanahimiza serikali kuwapa chakula cha msaada pamoja na kuchimba visima katika eneo hilo ili kuwakinga dhidi ya makali ya ukame. Maeneo mengine yanayoathiriwa na ukame ni pamoja na Tigania na Igembe.
Kwa mujibu wa takwimu za mwezi Septemba mwaka wa 2021 zilizokusanywa na kamati telekezi kwenye afisi ya kamishna wa kaunti ya Meru, idadi ya wakazi walioathiriwa na ukame imeongezeka baada ya mvua kufeli. Wakazi hao wamelalamika kuwa wanafunzi wanatatizika zaidi kutokana na makali ya ukame na hivyo hawawezi kuzingatia masomo yao, ndipo saipo haja ya kuanzisha mpango wa lishe shuleni.
Kwa wakati huu kuna kiangazi kali na hiyo kiangazi imeathiri watu wengi. Mifugo wameathirika, wanafunzi wameathirika. Kwa wakati huu kuna wanafunzi hawaendi shule kwa sababu hawana chakula. Hata walimu wengi wakuu wananipigia kuniambia sasa leo hii sijapata 20% 30% ya watoto hawajakuja shule.
Afisi ya ushirikishi ya shirika la Umoja wa Mataifa kuhusu swala la kibinadamu, Wakenya milioni 3.5 wanakumbwa na baa la njaa kutokana na ukame wa muda mrefu. Elvis Otieno, Kurunzi.
Na wanafunzi katika shule ya msingi ya ACL Kalu huko Nyahururu, kaunti ya Nyandarua, wamekuwa wakifurahia mafunzo yao ya muziki tangu kuzinduliwa kwa mtaala mpya wa elimu. Vipaji vya muziki vya wanafunzi hao vimetambuliwa na kwaya ya shule hiyo kuanzishwa.
Macho yote yakimtazama kiongozi wa kwaya, sauti za juu na chini zikibadilika, huku wanafunzi wa grade 5 wa shule ya msingi ya ACL Kalu wakifurahia nyimbo zao. Sauti za nyororo zinasikika kutoka madarasa yao na kuwavutia wanafunzi wengine. Charity Wamboi, mwanafunzi wa grade ya 6 na kiongozi wa kundi la muziki la shule hii, anadhibitisha wamekuwa wakifurahia masomo yao ya muziki tangu kuanza kutekelezwa kwa mtaala mpya wa elimu.
Most especially we do music there. That's where we learn the types of music, the types of songs and how we are supposed to sing them.
Mwanafunzi mwingine Baraka Naende anasema masomo ya muziki pia yameimarisha ujuzi wao wa mawasiliano.
Because it gives everyone a chance, even if you're disabled, or you can do things well.
Tabitha Wamboi anayefunza somo la masuala ya nyumbani na muziki anasema wanafunzi hao wamefahamishwa kuhusu fursa mbalimbali.
I like CBC too much because CBC is talent oriented. It doesn't just depend on books only. We check even inside of talents what the learner can do on his or her own.
Shule hiyo sasa inajivunia kuwa na kwaya ambayo ilitubuiza wakati wa sherehe za mwaka huu za sikukuu ya Madaraka zilizoandaliwa katika uwanja wa shule hiyo majuma mawili yaliyopita.
Na mtazamaji, wakazi wa Jumbo huko Rabai, kaunti ya Kilifi, wanalalamikia uchafuzi wa mazingira katika sehemu hiyo. Wakazi hao sasa wanataka kiwanda kimoja cha vyuma katika sehemu hiyo ambacho wanadai kinachafua mazingira na kuhatarisha afya yao kifungwe mara moja.
Wakazi hao waliojawa na hasira wakiongozwa na Harrison Gonzi, mzee wa kijiji. Watoto hasa wanakumbwa na matatizo ya kupumua kama vile maumivu ya kifua na kikohozi kwa sababu ya moshi hatari kutoka kwa kiwanda hicho.
Kumekuwa na uchafuzi mwingi, tukianza na kelele. Hali ya anga imekuwa ni mbaya kwa sababu moshi unaotoka kwa hiyo kampuni una madhara mengi sana.
Huu moshi umeniathiri paka mimi kifua changu. Inakuwa kama ni TB sijui ni nini, nasikia kila wakati paka nikohoe. Na sijui mtoto mdogo kama hawa watoto wadogo umri wao wataendaje ikiwa sasa kama mimi tayari nasikia kuumia.
Na watu tunapokuamba tunalalamika hivyo, akija wale watu wa neema, watu gani, hatujui anafanywa nini hapo ndani. Maana atazungumza mazuri alafu baadaye lakini hakuna mafuatiliaji yanaendelea. Inakuwa tu hivyo si bado tunabaki tu tukidua hivyo.
Wasimamizi wa kiwanda cha vyuma cha Jumbo Metal Millers hata hivyo wamekanusha madai hayo, wakihisi unafiki miongoni mwa wakazi hao na nia mbaya dhidi ya kiwanda hicho.
Sema sewage hapa kuna sewage. Sijui mambo ya sewage imetoka wapi. Nasema waste ni kidogo sana, na hiyo sisi naweka kwa shamba yetu na pale ile iko simu.
Jovinda Patel, meneja mkuu wa kiwanda hicho, hata hivyo alikiri kwamba moshi mwingi umekuwa ukitoka katika kiwanda hicho na hatua za kiusalama tayari zimechukuliwa ili kukabiliana na athari za moshi huo.
Moshi, sikatai, saa nyingine inatoka kama iko shida. It doesn't mean smoke inatoka saa yote. Hiyo ni wakati na charge hiyo raw material in furnace, ile shakar naweka na sukuma kidogo kando, hiyo 5-10 minutes saa nyingine natoka.
Jacqueline Masharia, Kurunzi Mashinani.
Wanafunzi wa vyuo vikuu sasa wanataka tume ya IEBC kufanyia uchunguzi wahitimu wa kimasomo wa waniaji wa ugavana na urais. Akiongea katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, viongozi hao walisema ni jambo la kusikitisha kuwaona wawaniaji wasiohitimu kimasomo wakiidhinishwa na tume hiyo. Wanafunzi hao sasa wanataka kesi ya mwaniaji wa ugavana wa tikiti cha UDA Johnston Sakaja kuangaliwa upya, wakidai seneta huyo hakukamilisha masomo yake katika chuo kikuu cha Nairobi.
We require IEBC to do their due diligence, as we are taxpayers and we have a right to get adequate information and have them doing their responsibility. We need them to vet these candidates properly so that we can have our institutions of higher learning to be credible and to have the respect that they deserve. We have very many issues whereby we have students who have even degrees but they cannot access jobs. Yet we have someone who doesn't own a university degree and is being cleared to contest for one of the top offices in this country.
Where concerns of fraudulent academic certificates have been raised, the IEBC owes it to Kenyans to conduct its investigations impartially and to offer clarity on the concerns raised and assuage any fears that the Kenyan people may have pertaining to the credibility of elections and the prospective office holders.
Na mtazamaji, mpango mbadala wa utatuzi mizozo baina ya wazee na wafugaji katika eneo la Garbatula kwenye kaunti ya Isiolo, eneo la Lagdera katika kaunti jirani ya Garissa umesifiwa kuwa mbinu mwafaka ya kusuluhisha tatizo sugu la utovu wa usalama kwenye mpaka kati ya kaunti hizo mbili. Mzozo huo umechochewa na wizi wa mifugo na visa kadhaa vya mauaji vilivyodumu kwa miaka kadhaa.
Akiongea Garbatula jana wakati wa mkutano uliozileta pamoja kamati za usalama za kaunti ndogo na maafisa wa utawala, naibu wa kamishna wa kaunti ndogo ya Garbatula Stephen Nyakundi na mkurugenzi mkuu wa Isiolo Peacelink Abdia Mohamed walipongeza juhudi za wazee wa jamii ya Borana kutoka Isiolo na jirani wao wa Somali kutoka Lagdera katika kaunti ya Garissa, wakisema juhudi zao zimewezesha kupatikana kwa mifugo ambao huibwa.
Kwa mwezi moja ambao ulipita tumefaulu kupata mifugo ambayo ilikuwa imepotea kwa kila upande, na tumefaulu kurudishia wenyewe. Kwa support ya Peacelink ya Isiolo tumefaulu kwa tarehe 8 mwezi wa 5 tulirudishiwa mbuzi 106 kutoka upande ya Lagdera, na sisi pia tukawarudishia mbuzi zao ambao zilikuwa zimepotea 136.
Sisi kama shirika tumejihusisha na ile inaitwa Alternative Dispute Resolution, na hii process imeweza kupatia knowledge ama imeweza kupatia ujuzi ya kufanya kazi ya amani.
Declaration ambayo iliwekwa kitambo ya Modogashe, hiyo wazee ndio watakalia. Kuna wazee wa Dedha from Garbatula sub county na even their side. So sisi watu wa Garbatula tumesema tuko tayari kwa amani.
Mkurugenzi mkuu wa Isiolo Peace Link Abdia Mohamed alitoa changamoto kwa kamati ya amani ya kaunti hiyo ndogo kuwahusisha wanawake katika shughuli za kutafuta amani sambamba na azimio nambari 1325 la Baraza la Usalama la Umoja wa Mataifa.
UN Security Resolution 1325 hii inasisitiza uhusishaji wa akina mama katika mambo ya peace process. Kwa hivyo tafadhalini tuhusishe akina mama katika hii mambo ya peace process.
Na tumekubali siku ya leo kwamba kama kuna mali imepotea ama imechukuliwa na ikaingia kwa upande yote, tuweze kurudisha hiyo mali.
Chifu mkuu wa kata ya Benane Abdinasir Abdullahi aliongoza kundi kutoka Lagdera alikariri kwamba jamii mbili zitafanikiwa kukabiliana na changamoto za usalama iwapo zitaendelea kufanya kazi pamoja. Bentro Njue, Kurunzi Mashinani.
Na mtazamaji, tukisonga mbele, tume ya uchaguzi humu nchini kwa ushirikiano na shirika la maendeleo la Umoja wa Mataifa imeanzisha utaratibu wa kutoa mafunzo kwa wanahabari kote nchini kuhusu utoaji habari wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu wa mwezi wa 8. Lengo la shughuli hiyo ni kuwapa uwezo wanahabari wa kutoa taarifa kuhusu uchaguzi huo kwa njia ifaayo, bali na kuwahakikishia usalama wao. Hizi ni habari nyingine ni kwenye mkusanyiko wa taarifa kutoka magatuzini.
Kutajwa kwa baadhi ya vyombo vya habari kuwa vinaegemea pande fulani kunaonekana kuwa tishio kwa uhuru wa wanahabari. Wanasiasa sasa wanahimizwa kujiepusha na matamshi ambayo yanaweza kuhatarisha usalama wa wanahabari.
We are planning to do is to be in harmony with the media, because most of the time we believe that you are the source of information to the Kenyans. So they need to hear what is right, and especially the information has to be framed well, because sometimes it is framed differently and then people get misinformed.
Shirika la maendeleo la Umoja wa Mataifa kwa ushirikiano na tume ya uchaguzi humu nchini zinatoa mafunzo kuhusu utoaji habari wakati wa uchaguzi mkuu wa mwezi wa 8. Kwingineko, vituo vya huduma kote nchini vimeimarisha utoaji huduma ili kuwawezesha Wakenya ambao hawajasajiliwa kuwa wapiga kura kufanya hivyo kwa urahisi. Nalo kanisa Katoliki katika eneo la Londiani katika kaunti ya Kericho liliadhimisha siku ya mtoto Mwafrika kwa maandamano ya amani, ambapo pia waliombea amani wakati wa kipindi hiki cha uchaguzi.
We chose this day of celebrating the African child to pray and request for peaceful elections, because children also need a peaceful environment to grow, a healthy one. The environment becomes toxic when we begin from our homes. The way we talk about other tribes, the way we talk about other people, then we poison the minds of the children.
Kutoka kaunti ya Meru, tunaarifiwa kwamba wakazi wa eneo la Buri wametoa wito kwa serikali za taifa na kaunti kuwapa chakula cha msaada, mbali na kuwasaidia kuchimba visima vya maji ili kuwawezesha kukabiliana na ukame uliokithiri.
Wakati huu kuna kiangazi kali, na hiyo kiangazi imeathiri watu wengi. Mifugo wameathirika, wanafunzi wameathirika. Kwa wakati huu kuna wanafunzi hawaendi shule kwa sababu hawana chakula. Hata walimu wengi wakuu wananipigia kuniambia sasa leo hii sijapata asilimia 20, asilimia 30 ya watoto wajakuja.
Huko Turkana, serikali ya kaunti ikiongozwa na gavana Josephat Nanok imetoa wito kwa kamishna wa kaunti hiyo Mudhama Wambua kuhakikishia usalama wa wafanyabiashara.
Na pamoja na kamati ya security, muendelee kuchunguza kabisa. Muendelee kuhakikisha kuwa hakuna biashara inafungwa saa 12. biashara iendelee kufungwa ile masaa ilikuwa inafungwa saa 4, saa 5, saa 6, kwa sababu watu wa Turkana wanaonja biashara saa hii mara ya kwanza.
Tunaelekea kaunti ya Murang'a ambapo matumizi ya mbinu za kisasa katika ukusanyaji ushuru yanatarajiwa kuwezesha serikali ya kaunti kulainisha shughuli hiyo na kuafikia malengo yake.
We have had a lot of complaint from the Office of Controller General that we do not achieve even, sometimes not even half of what we are supposed to collect internally. And the surprise is collection of revenue in the county since 2014, instead of increasing, has been decreasing.
Ilibainika kwamba serikali hiyo haikuweza kuafikia malengo yake ya ukusanyaji ushuru kutokana na matumizi ya mbinu zilizopitwa na wakati. Jelis Aladi, Kurunzi Mashinani.
Na mtazamaji, watu wengi wenye ulemavu nchini China wanajishughulisha katika ajira zinazoibuka. Hii imechochewa na mapenzi yao binafsi ya kupigwa jeki na aina mpya ya mafunzo na sera mbalimbali zinazowaunga mkono. Katika makala ya leo kuhusu Ifahamu China, tunakufahamisha kuhusu walemavu wawili wanaofanya juhudi kuendeleza shughuli zao za kiuchumi kupitia mitandao ya kijamii.
Bloga maarufu wa urembo Lu Yingliu ana watu 200,000 wanaomfuatilia katika majukwaa ya kutuma video ya TikTok na Bilibili. Miaka 5 iliyopita aligunduliwa kuwa na kiasi kikubwa cha paraplegia baada ya ajali ya gari. Hii inamaanisha kuwa amepooza katika sehemu ya chini ya mwili wake. Mwanzoni ilikuwa vigumu kwake kukabiliana na hali hiyo. Baada ya mshtuko wa awali, ratiba yake ya kila siku ilikuwa haibadiliki: kula, mazoezi na kulala. Ni mzunguko ambao hauvumiliki na ambao Lu aligundua kuwa anatakiwa kuuvunja. Lu alijifunza kutumia kiti cha magurudumu na kumpa uhuru zaidi wa kuwa nje. Muda mfupi akaweza kuingia na kutoka kwenye magari yeye mwenyewe, na akajifunza jinsi ya kutumia kalamu kwa mkono wake ulioumia. Pia akawa anavaa nguo zake mzuri. Baada ya kujiamini zaidi, aliamua kushirikisha historia ya maisha yake mtandaoni. Alipozidi kupata nguvu na kuwa mwepesi, Lu aligeukia katika michezo. Kama ilivyo kawaida, kazi ngumu inalipa. Mwezi Oktoba mwaka jana, Lu aliingia kwenye mashindano ya kitaifa ya walemavu na kushinda medali za dhahabu katika timu za mpira wa meza za wanawake wawili na timu ya mpira wa meza. Sasa tunageukia mlemavu mwingine anayefanya juhudi katika maisha yake. Yang Shu, mwanamke kipofu, mtangazaji wa radio anayeishi katika mkoa wa Zhejiang, mashariki mwa China, ameelezea historia yake ya kukutana na kazi inayomfaa. Ametangaza karibu hadithi 50 kwa ujumla kama msimulizi mkuu na mwigizaji wa nafasi mbalimbali. Siku moja aligundua majukwaa ya mtandaoni ya warsha za mafunzo zinazolenga watu wenye matatizo ya kuona na walemavu, na wataajiri watangazaji. Halafu akaanza kujifunza hatua kwa hatua, akianza na Kichina sanifu. Baadaye shirikisho la walemavu lilimwongoza kwenye software ya skirini ya kusoma ambayo imemsaidia kwa kazi hiyo. Sasa anaweza kusoma kwa sauti, kusikiliza kwa msaada wa software ya skirini ya kusomea, na kisha kusoma kile anachosikia kwa sauti yake na hisia zake. Pia amesema sasa anaweza kujikimu kutokana na matakwa yake na kubadili ndoto yake kuwa kitu halisi.
Na mtazamaji, makala hiyo ya Ifahamu China inayotukamilishia Kurunzi Mashinani Jumanne hii ya leo. Usiende mbali, kwani mwenzangu Nancy Okware kwa studioni kukuletea tamrini. Shukran sana kwa wale wote waliofanikisha. Mimi ni Khalid Abdullahi, anayenisaidia kwa lugha ya ishara ni Anne Wangeshi. Kwa heri.
top sports attractions on KBC Channel 1. In July, Kenya Morans face off against the DRC, Egypt and Senegal in the FIBA Basketball World Cup African qualifiers in Alexandria, Egypt from 1st to 3rd of July 2022. Also in July, Kenya plays South Africa in Rugby League test matches in Nairobi with the return fixtures set for October. Still in July, watch the World Athletic Championships from 15th to 24th July live from Oregon, USA as Kenyan athletes seek glory. Followed by the 22nd Commonwealth Games from 28th July to 8th August live from Birmingham, England. In August, join our coverage of the World Athletics Under-20 Championships from the 1st to 6th of August 2022 from Cali, Colombia. Then in November, catch the World Half Marathon Championships on 13th November from Yangzhou, China. Now that's what sets us apart as KBC Channel 1, your true sports partner.
But no matter how much it hurts, I have to get you out of my head and of my heart.
But I don't think it's a good idea after what Nuria did and how she threatened my sons.
My dad and my mom are getting divorced.
Fofo. Hata una habari kama huyu ametumwa aje nimalize mimi niwe na wasiwasi. Chief Puka the Great Kahindi.
Laaniwe mimi kusaidia wewe mspider mwangu. Wewe una wasimu.
Machozi ya samaki hayafai chochote hapa. Sikutaki kwangu. Nishakwambia.
Kama anda kwa Laban, hata ni heri shopping yako mregeshe mwenye duka, manake huko pia hayuko.
Umejuaje?
It's been 7 days. I'm scared for her.
I'm afraid everyone in the whole world knows that they can't find you in your mansion in the north. But they'll find you here. Wow, you're pretty good with the ladies.
Huh?
Congratulations, Your Majesty, Your Highness.
Please inform Echo that I wish to speak with him right now.
I suggest you leave.
I called up his place and that's the information his landlady gave me. Well, that woman's going to hear from me.
And we kept it from you precisely to avoid this kind of scene.
And did you also know about it?
He doesn't have as much confidence as I do that you will love me again like before.
Camilo and your sister have just gotten married, and they're going to live in this house.
Risk you're taking is disproportionately high, son.
You cannot fool me, Paulina. You won't get away with it, and you won't overshadow my wedding.
I want to marry your mom. I want the four of us to live like a happy family.
Huyo tumbo karai. Ndio huyo kwa pande hii. Unaona hiyo mkono wake vile natosana. Haisi kula unga ati kilo 2 ati asibe huyu.
Msee nikikula mfuko 2 ni sako. Unaninunulianga.
Hajawahi muona.
Hiyo ndio kweli wa mambo. Nyelele ni nini unaleta hapa? Kama ukiniona
yako 40, yako 40 imefika.
Stop there.
Hii ni mnyang'anyani, hii ni mwabaki.
Huyu akisimamisha gari, huyu anakuja na anaingilia.
Hii ni muli bakwa, hii ni mshukui ya pesa.
Yaani wewe nyamaza. Na usingilie mambo ya watu wawili. Ndio Korea. Wewe ni kazi gani unafanyanga?
Na mtazamaji, leo hii ni siku ya Jumanne, tarehe ikiwa ni 14 mwezi Juni mwaka 2022. Ni furaha yangu ya kwamba umeungana nasi hapa kwenye kipindi cha Tamrini, ambapo ni kipindi ambacho huwa tunaangazia tu mjadala na mazungumzo kuhusiana na masuala mbalimbali katika jamii, yakiwemo masuala ya siasa na uongozi. Na leo hii mtazamaji, ikizingatiwa kwamba tumesalia tu na siku chache kabla ya kuelekea katika uchaguzi mkuu wa Agosti 9, tunazidi tu kuzungumza kuhusiana na masuala ya uongozi humu nchini. Bali na wanasiasa kupiga siasa, je, ni yepi ambayo anaonyesha ama kuashiria kwamba mtu ni kiongozi bora ambaye anafaa kwa taifa? Na hivyo basi, ili kuandaa mazungumzo hayo, leo hii kwenye studio nitakuwa nazungumza naye Lawrence Ongoma, ambaye ni mmoja wale ambao wanawania kiti cha useneta katika kaunti ya Busia, na vilevile ni wakili, na vilevile tutakuwa tunazungumza naye Andrew Guru, ambaye ni mwanzilishi wa Young Leaders Program Africa. Atakuwa anatueleza tu ni kipi ambacho pengine vijana wanastahili kufunzwa katika ile safari ya kuelekea kuwa viongozi humu nchini. Na hivyo basi, wasiliana nasi kupitia kwenye mitandao ya kijamii pale kwenye Twitter @KBC Channel 1, @Nancy Okware. Anayetusaidia kwa upande wa ishara ni Ann Wangeshi. Na basi moja kwa moja tunapoanza, karibuni sana kwenye studio zetu.
Yes,
naam, tukianza nawe Andrew Guru, manake unahusika na masuala ya kutoa yale mafunzo kwa vijana kuhusiana na masuala ya uongozi. Tueleze kuhusiana na ni kipi ambacho kinaashiria mtu ni kiongozi bora.
Asanti sana. Viongozi ama kiongozi, hatuwezi sema amezaliwa ama anaundwa. Ni mchanganyiko wa zote mbili, kwa sababu kwanza lazima uzaliwe na ni lazima uundwe ukue kiongozi wa kufaa. Na kwa hivyo, kwa sababu unapozaliwa wewe mwenyewe binafsi unakuwa kiongozi, na katika ile ya kuwa wewe utakuwa kiongozi anayefaa, ni lazima ukue na utaratibu ule utakufanya wewe mwenyewe kuwa kiongozi ambaye watu wakimwangalia hivi wanaona anafaa kuwa anatuongoza, kwa sababu amejiongoza yeye mwenyewe. Kitu cha muhimu sana katika uongozi sio kuongoza wale wengine, kwa sababu watu wengi wanafikiria uongozi ni wewe uongoze wale wengine. Inaanza na wewe kuwa kiongozi ambaye amejiongoza, ndio sasa ukuwe ni kiongozi ambaye anafaa kuongoza wale wengine. Kama haujajiongoza wewe mwenyewe, hakuna vile itafika pahali wewe ukuwe ni kiongozi wa wale wengine. Kwa hivyo unazaliwa ukiwa kiongozi, wewe mwenyewe unajiweka katika ile hali ya kujitayarisha kuwa kiongozi kwa wewe mwenyewe, ndio sasa uonekane umefaa ama umeiva kuwa kiongozi wa wale watu wengine.
Naam, nitakuwa nataka kupata kauli yake Bwana Lawrence Ongoma, ambaye ni mmoja wale ambao wanawania kiti cha useneta katika kaunti ya Busia. Kauli yako kuhusiana na kiongozi ni ipi? Unapohisi, manake unataka kuwa kiongozi humu nchini, tayari tumeshuhudia taifa hili na viongozi mbalimbali, lakini kama wewe binafsi unahisi kiongozi bora anastahili kuwa na sifa kama zipi?
Kwanza kabisa ningependa kushukuru kwa kunialika kama kijana na kama mwaniaji seneta kaunti ya Busia. Na ningependa kusema kwamba uongozi mtu anapata kwa muda inapoendelea, na vile ambayo kile ambacho tunaona viongozi hapa nchini wakifanya ni kwamba ni kitu ambayo si ya kufurahisha sana, kuona viongozi ambao kabla hatujaweka kwa viti ya uongozi hawana ile ambao kwa lugha ya kimombo tunaita bare minimums, na ni kitu ya kusitikiza, kushangaza sana. Na mimi ningependa kusema kwamba ndio uongozi haitoki kwa tumbo ya mama. Uongozi ni kitu ambayo una wakati unazaliwa unafunzwa, na ndio sababu sisi wote tunaambiwa kwamba enda shule ujue kutaja jina lako, ujue kuandika, na ni jambo la muhimu kwamba viongozi ambao tunawapatia uongozi ni watu ambao wakwe wanajua kuandika, wanajua kusoma, na wanaweza kufanya ile vitu ambayo inampatana sisi kama Wakenya.
Na tutakuwa tunazungumza kuhusiana na hilo swala la masomo, manake pengine Andrew, unapoangalia viongozi humu nchini na hasa tunapoingia katika kile kipindi cha siasa, mojawapo yale mahitaji ambayo yamekuwa yakihitajika ni kwamba ikiwa ni mwaniaji pengine wa ugavana, kiti cha urais, awe na ile ya shahada. Unahisi je kuhusiana na hii kauli ya kuwa na shahada na kuwa kiongozi bora? Hayo yanahusiana vipi kwa kauli yako?
Iko na uhusiano, kwa sababu wakati unapojitayari kujitayarisha kuwa kiongozi. Huwa nahimiza watu wajiangalie wao wenyewe, wajione kama wao wenyewe ni product. Na ni lazima wewe mwenyewe ujione umefikia pahali you are a product, you are a brand. Brand meaning wewe mwenyewe umejipanga vilivyo, na ndio uweze kuwa na huo kujipanga vizuri, ni lazima ukuwe na maarifa. Na maarifa haiwezi toka pahali ingine. Kama haujaenda ama kama hujapata masomo ya kutosha, ndio ukuwe na maarifa ya kujua ninafaa kujipanga namna gani. Ndio nikuwe mimi mwenyewe napendekeza kwa watu wengine, nikuwe appealing to other people. Katika hali ile ya uongozi, nitapata hii maarifa wapi? Hauwezi pata maarifa, kwa sababu unapokuwa kiongozi lazima watu watakuwa wanakuja kwako wapate at least advice ya kujua tutashuruhisha mambo yetu kwa njia gani. Na kama hauna hiyo maarifa, kama hauna hiyo maarifa, hakuna njia yoyote utaweza kusaidia watu kushuruhisha zile shida wanapitia. Kwa hivyo tunapoongea kuhusu masomo ama shahada, inakuwa na umuhimu wake. Tusiangalie tu shahada hiyo karatasi, tuangalie shahada kwa njia ya maarifa ile wewe mwenyewe unapata, ndio ikupatie uwezo wa kuwa na ujuzi wa kuangazia maneno yote ama mambo yote watu wale unaangazia kuongoza. Wakikuja kwako, lazima wewe ukuwe umejitayarisha, umejipanga, na utawapatia mwelekeo, kwa sababu ile maarifa uko naye imekupatia kile tunaita moral authority, kusaidia wale wengine wajue namna watajimudu.
Naam, ningependa kupata kauli yako Bwana Lawrence, manake tunapoangalia safari ya kuelekea Agosti 9, safari yenyewe ni ya kutafuta viongozi, na safari yenyewe imekuwa, tumeshuhudia tume ya IEBC imekuwa ikifanya masuala mbalimbali ili kuhakikisha kwamba wale ambao wataelekea pale debeni wanachujwa kwa kupitia mpangilio fulani, na mojawapo ya njia iliyotumika ni ya kuhakikisha kwamba wawaniaji wa ugavana, urais wana ile shahada. Kauli yako ni ipi kuhusiana na hili masomo ambaye kiongozi amepata na jinsi ambavyo yatamsaidia na kunoa makali yake kama kiongozi ikiwa ataibuka mshindi?
Kwanza kabisa nafaa niseme wazi kwamba unaweza kuwa na masomo lakini wewe si kiongozi bora. Lakini masomo inatusaidia ile ambazo nimesema, inatusaidia kwa ile lugha ya kimombo kutupatia ile bare minimum. Sababu kama kiongozi unafaa kuwa na ule uwezo wa kuelewa watu tofauti kwa njia tofauti ile. IEBC imepewa jukumu la kuhakikisha kwamba wale watu ambao wanawania kuanzia ugavana na kiti cha urais kwamba wako na shahada, na hiyo jukumu mimi binafsi kama Ongoma Kuchio ningesema kwamba hiyo kazi ingekuwa ni kazi ya DCI, kwa sababu wale DCI ndio wako na ile uwezo ya kufanya what we call investigations. Wangekuwa IEBC inachukua majina inapeleka kule kwa DCI wanaclear na wale viongozi kabla IEBC ijafanya clearance, because tukiangalia IEBC kazi yao ni kwamba uko na shahada, umeonyesha shahada na wanachukua hapo, wewe wanaenda wanakuklia. Ndio sababu tunaona hii mambo ya Nairobi governorship imeleta shida, kwa sababu IEBC ilienda clear Sakaja ambao tumeona hapa, na wanasema inasemekana kwamba Sakaja ana ile shahada
ambayo ni kesi ambayo bado inashughulikiwa.
Ndivyo. So ningesema tu kwamba IEBC iweze kuangalia jinsi wanafanya kazi yao, ndio ili sisi wa Kenya pia tuweze kuwa na ile moyo ya kusema kwamba wanafanya kazi nzuri. Ndivyo.
Hivyo basi ni mambo ya kuhakikisha kwamba zile sekta husika zinashirikiana pamoja katika kutafuta suluhu kwa masuala mbalimbali humu nchini.
Ndivyo.
Naam, tukirejea kwako Andrew Guru ambaye unahusika na masuala ya vijana, unapowafunza kuhusiana na mambo ya uongozi, ni kipi ambacho unazingatia ama kijana anapokuja kwako anahitaji ile nasaha kuhusiana na uongozi, ni kipi ambacho unaweza ukamwambia kwanza ni muhimu kabisa?
Hiyo ni swali mzuri. Kwanza tuseme kitu cha muhimu sana na nimesema hapa. Mimi huwa nawafunza kwanza kuwa viongozi wa wao wenyewe, kwa sababu hakuna vile utakuwa kiongozi wa watu wengine kama wewe mwenyewe haujajiongoza. Ni lazima ukuwe umejiongoza ndio sasa ufikie pahali umeiva sasa kuongoza wale wengine. Kwa hivyo katika mafunzo yangu wale nafunza na waambia kitu cha muhimu sana ni lazima wewe mwenyewe uelewe vile unaweza kuwa kiongozi wa wewe mwenyewe. Kwa sababu tunapotaja kiongozi, mtu anafikiria kiongozi ni mtu anaongoza wale wengine. Anasahau yeye mwenyewe anafaa hata yeye mwenyewe kuwa amejiongoza. Kujiongoza ni nini? Na ndio sasa hapo ndio tunakuja tunajiuliza, wakati tunasema ni lazima wewe ukue umejiongoza, ni mambo gani itakuwa inaonekana kwako uonekane sasa wewe ni mtu amejiongoza? Ni lazima vile umejipanga. Kwa kimombo tunasema the way you have packaged yourself. Vile umejipanga kwa njia ambayo unapendeza, sio kwa vile umejivaa nguo, mpaka kwa maarifa. Umejipanga kwa maarifa hivi kwamba mtu akikuangalia hivi anaona unafaa, kwa sababu changamoto mingi watu wanapitia, wanataka mtu ambaye wakienda kwake wakimwambia tuko na changamoto hii, yeye ni mtu anaangazia na anaangalia anaona kweli ndio tuweze kusuluhisha hii changamoto. Ni lazima tufanye 1 2 3. Lakini kama hauna maarifa, wewe mwenyewe haujajiongoza kwa namna hata zile changamoto wewe mwenyewe unapata, hauwezi kupata suluhu. Hakuna vile changamoto za watu wengine zikikuja kwako utaweza kuwasaidia. So huwa nawaambia, kabla hujafikiria kuongoza watu wengine, wewe mwenyewe umejiongoza, ndio ukue sasa uko tayari kwenda kuongoza wale wengine.
Lawrence, kumeibuliwa hili swala muhimu kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo wewe mwenyewe unajiwasilisha kama kiongozi. Na wakati mwingine unapoangalia wanasiasa wanapopiga kampeni, kuna yale matamshi ambayo wanatoa, ambayo hata mtoto pale nyumbani anaposikiza anajiuliza ikiwa hawa ndio viongozi, pengine Kenya inastahili kuwa na viongozi aina hii au la. Tuzungumze tu kuhusiana ni kipi ambacho kinaathiri zaidi siasa za humu nchini, kile ambacho unahisi kama mwanasiasa hata unapoingia pale kinastahili kufanywa tofauti.
Kwanza ningesema na ningependa kushukuru sana IEBC, imejaribu sana kuangalia kwa mambo hayo. Kitu ya kwanza, siasa za Kenya zinahitaji pesa nyingi sana. Na wale ambao wana pesa ndio wale ambao nikitumia lugha ya kimombo wana control, what we call wana control siasa. Na kwa ile kucontrol siasa ni kwamba kuna ile mambo ambao wanaweza fanya wakiwa kwa mikutano ya siasa na wakose wakose kufuatwa namna inahitajika. Na hiyo ndio inafanya kwamba unaona kwamba constitution imetupatia section ya integrity ambayo haifuatiliwi kwa undani sana. Na ningependa sasa kuomba kwamba serikali wakati wa siasa wasichukulie mzaha ile mambo ambayo wanasiasa wanasema, kwa sababu tumefika wakati ambao ni wakati hatari na kila mtu anatafuta, na wanasiasa wanajua jinsi ya kutumia huu wakati, na serikali ichukue mkondo wake. Asante.
Naam, Andrew, kuna hili swala la tunapoangalia kinyang'anyiro cha Agosti 9 na wale ambao walikuwa wamejitokeza kuwania kiti ambacho ni cha juu zaidi, kiti cha urais. Ilikuwa ni watu 55, na baada ya tume ya IEBC kufanya ule utafiti kuwachuja ikasalia wawaniaji 4. Unapoangalia idadi ya wale ambao walikuwa wamejitokeza, ambao ni idadi ya juu sana, inaashiria nini kuhusiana na Wakenya ambao wana ile nia ya kuwa viongozi humu nchini, lakini pengine masuala mbalimbali yakafanya wakupata ile fursa?
Ni kwa sababu ya jambo hilo tunaangazia saa hii. Tunasema kama haujajiongoza hakuna vile utaongoza wale wengine, kwa sababu kile kilifanya wasipitishwe ni kwa sababu kuna mambo ambayo hawakuwa wametilia maanani. Ukiangalia kama saa hii jambo tunaongelea kuhusu ya Sakanja, iko wazi kuwa kabla wewe hujafika pale ni lazima ukue na vitu ambazo zitakuwezesha wewe kuwa client. Na tunajua hivyo. Kwa nini inafika mpaka saa ile unaenda pale wewe mwenyewe unakuta hauna hizo stakabadhi za kufaa? Ni kwa sababu kuna mambo ama kuna kitu ambacho wewe mwenyewe hujafanya katika maishani mwako. Na kwa hivyo wale ambao hawakupitishwa, sio ati IEBC imefanya makosa, ni kwa sababu kile ilikuwa imesema lazima wewe ukue nacho hawakuwa wamekitiria maanani. Na ndio tunasema kama wewe mwenyewe unataka kuwa kiongozi wa wale wengine, wewe mwenyewe umejiongoza, umeelewa kabisa ni nini kinachofaa, ndio upitishwe. Ndio kama utakuwa sasa wewe mwenyewe ndio watu wengine wanakuja kwako, ndio uwapatie mwelekeo kuhusu jambo fulani, unawapatia mwelekeo wa kufaa. Lakini kama wewe mwenyewe hauwezi jipatia mwelekeo ambao unafaa, itakuwaje sasa wale watu unataka kuongoza wakuje kwako ndio upatiwe mwelekeo? Na ndio sasa hapa unaona uongozi, kila wakati tunasema kuna uongozi mbaya, ni kwa sababu wale watu wamewekwa katika nafasi ya uongozi, sio watu wamejiongoza wao wenyewe. Kuna wakati unakutana na viongozi wengine mpaka unajiuliza, nani alifanya huyu kiongozi? Huyu amekuwa kiongozi kwa njia gani? Kwa sababu ile matendo wako nayo ama ile mambo inaonekana kwake hata haifai kukaribia uongozi hata kidogo. Huyo ni mtu ambaye hajajiongoza. Ndio sasa afike apatiwe nafasi ya kuongoza wale wengine.
Naam, kabla ya kutamatisha ningependa kupata kauli yako Bwana Lawrence kuhusiana na kinyang'anyiro cha urais. Manake tunafahamu ya kwamba sasa hivi kunao wawaniaji 4 ambao wameidhinishwa na tume ya IEBC, na kuna wale ambao wanasema kwamba kinyang'anyiro ni cha farasi wawili. Pengine kauli yako unapoangalia, kuna mwaniaji kama Wajakoya, kuna Wahiga Mwaure, athari yao itakuwa ni ipi kwa kura itakapopigwa humu nchini?
Kwanza ningependa kusema, unajua vijana wanapenda ile kuwa wakiambiwa jambo wanataka solution, na Wajakoya na hawezi kuja ukasema kwamba hakuna effect ya Wajakoya. Vijana wengi nikitembea kule nje na shangaza sana wakisema kwamba wanaenda kupigia Wajakoya kura. Hiyo inamaanisha kwamba hii kura ambayo tunaenda kupiga Agosti si kura ya farasi wawili, na tunaweza enda kufanya what we call runoff kwa kimombo. Hiyo ndio mimi naweza sema.
Hivyo basi kuna uwezekano ya kwamba wanaweza wakasababisha kuwe na ile kura ya marudio.
Asante, ndivyo.
Nitasalia tu kwako kwa dakika moja, angalau tueleze, manake unawania kiti cha useneta kule Busia.
Ndivyo.
Mkazi wa Busia pengine anajiuliza atarajie nini tofauti kutoka kwako, manake kumekuwa tangu ugatuzi ulipozinduliwa kumekuwa na viongozi, lakini ni kipi ambacho unaahidi ya kwamba ikiwa utaibuka mshindi basi mkazi atanufaika pale?
Kwanza kabisa ningependa kuambia vijana wa Busia, tokeni tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8 mupige kura ya useneta, kura ya ugavana na kura ya kule juu ya president ambayo mnapenda, na msitoke mkapiga kura sababu ni jukumu la kupiga kura. Toka upige kura na upigie kiongozi ambaye ataleta maendeleo. Na mimi kama Ngoma ninasema kwamba kazi yangu itakuwa kama seneta kuhakikisha kwamba mugao yenyu inatoka kwa national government inawafikia, na yule gavana ambaye mtanipatia kufanya kazi na yeye kwamba anatimiza ile kazi ambayo amewaambia kwamba atafanya akichukua hiyo kiti. Asante.
Naam, shukran. Andrew Guru, kwa sekunde 30, kauli yako ya mwisho kwa wale viongozi na hata mpiga kura anapoelekea pale debeni Agosti 9 kuchagua kiongozi.
Ningewaambia wajue tutaendelea kuishi hii Kenya hata after tumechaguana, na kwa hivyo kama wanaweza jipanga vizuri, waende wapige kura, wasilete furugu, ikuwe ni uchaguzi wa amani. Hicho ndio kile kitu naweza ambia watu, kwa sababu hata tukipiga kura bado maisha itaendelea, tutarudi manyumbani, na ile furugu inaweza tokea kwa sababu ya uchaguzi, ndio inaweza hatarisha hata kile tumepanga kufanya mpaka mwaka ujao. Tuko na ile tunaita Vision 2030, na kwa hivyo ni lazima itimizwe, na haiwezi timizwa kama tutaleta furugu kwa sababu ya uongozi wa mtu fulani ama ule mwingine.
Naam, shukran sana na ninawashukuru sana kwa muda wenyu. Mtazamaji, tumekuwa tukizungumza naye Lawrence Ongoma ambaye ni mwaniaji wa kiti cha useneta katika kaunti ya Busia, na vilevile ni wakili, na vilevile tumekuwa naye Andrew Guru ambaye ni mwanzilishi wa Young Leaders Program Africa, na tumezungumza tu kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo Wakenya wanastahili kuangalia wale viongozi na ni kipi ambacho kinaashiria kwamba mtu ana ule uwezo wa kuwa kiongozi bora. Na hivyo basi baada ya mazungumzo hayo tunafika kwenye kwenye tamati ya Tamrini. Shukran sana kwa wote waliotazama. Jackie Wambiru atakuwa anakuletea mengi zaidi mwendo wa saa 7 kwa lugha ya Kimombo. Mimi naitwa Nancy Okware, mfasiri kwa upande wa ishara ni Anne Wangeshi. Kwa heri.
All I do is win. I wake up, I win. I close my eyes, and I win.